The Railrunner by Jacob Green. Railrunner, noun. Slang, U.S. One, a transient laborer who travels frequently across the United States in pursuit of railroad work, often moving from one job site to the next without long-term stability or roots. 2, typically refers to men who live a nomadic lifestyle and are perceived to have rough or criminal pasts, associated with hard living, cash under the table work, and a disregard for conventional employment norms. Etymology: blend of railroad and runner, likened to other itinerant or fringe laborers, e.g. carny, roughneck. Nevada is the smell of wet sagebrush after a summer storm. Loud, distant droning, bark thunder and lightning across gray skies. Nevada is snow falling from a Jeffrey on a crisp winter morn. Wind galloping, branches cracking under its weight. Nevada is the thirsty, quiet desert night, greeting the red-painted sunrise like an old friend. The roads into Nevada are paved with hopeful aspirations. The roads out, lined with dread and trepidation. The permanent city lights are quickly swallowed by the infinite desolation of the howling desert. Nevada is peaks of silver and summits of gold, the accompaniment of train horns with morning coffee. Nevada is a reminder of the permanence of impermanence. Brazen, born to battle, bought for a penny, doubled on red. If you come, don't stay long, but please come again. The candidate. We live as we train, only more slowly and with more mistakes. Cormac McCarthy, All the Pretty Horses. There's a network beneath the world you know, quiet, precise, older than the country it serves. Railroads, sure. But beneath that, contracts, buried names, corrections. At the center sits a man called Genesee, though that name has belonged to many. And somewhere out west, near the edge of everything, an old man with a steel spine and too many secrets made one last call. He said he was retiring, said he needed a helper. And that's how Jacob Ford, a man who used to wear a motorcycle cut and carry more rage than rent money, found himself on the path to something older, bloodier, and far more permanent than he could have imagined. Beth called him Grandpa Harry. To her, he was a quiet man with thick hands and denim, the kind who told war stories without details and always paid in cash. That morning he called her while the sun rose over the Sierra Nevada, soft light bleeding through her kitchen blinds in Reno. She answered half asleep, cradling a chipped mug and staring through the steam. "Hey, sweetheart," Harry said, voice like old sandpaper. "Got a minute?" "Of course, Grandpa. Everything okay?" "Better than okay," he said. "I'm thinking of retiring. Finally. Thought maybe I'd take on a helper, someone younger, tougher. Thought of Jacob." Beth blinked. "Jacob?" "He's a good man," Harry continued. "Works hard, knows machines, knows the road. If he wants a fresh start, travel a little, learn the trade, I could show him the ropes." Beth laughed softly, like the idea was absurd but flattering. "He'd probably love that. He's been stuck working on Harleys for months now. The garage barely pays. But I didn't think railroad contracting was something you could just apprentice into." "Well," Harry smirked from across the country, "you'd be surprised." Beth ended the call and stared at the screen for a moment longer than necessary. Her fingers hovered over the glass. Then she slowly set the phone down beside her mug. Jacob stepped in from the balcony, barefoot, hair a mess, shirt half buttoned. "Everything okay?" She looked up. Yeah, that was Grandpa Harry. "Oh, yeah," he said, walking over and pouring the last of the coffee into his mug. "Haven't heard from him in a while." "He asked about you," she said. "Actually, he asked if you'd want to go with him for a few weeks." Jacob paused mid-sip. "Go with him? For what?" "Says he's finally retiring. Wants to train someone to take over before he does." Jacob let out a short laugh. "You mean like on the railroad?" "Yeah, says you're tough and smart and good with your hands." He raised an eyebrow and sat down across from her. "Babe, I don't know anything about tracks or trains." "You didn't know anything about Harleys either when you started. You figured it out." He glanced toward the hallway where the kids were still asleep. "I can't just disappear. What about the kids?" "I'll handle it," she said. "It's only a few weeks. You'd be back before the end of the month." Jacob looked down at his hands, scarred knuckles, faint oil stains still in the creases. You know I never had a plan, right? After my mom kicked me out, it was just me and the streets. The bike came first, then the fights, then you. Beth reached across the table and put her hand over his. Then us and the kids. Yeah, he said softly. 3 kids in a busted-down garage I can't keep open more than 4 days a week. You've done more than most would in your shoes. He lowered his head. I've done just enough to keep us afloat. That's not the same thing. Beth gave a small, tired smile. Maybe this is your shot to change that. He met her eyes. You think Harry's offering me a shot? I didn't even know he knew about me. I think, she said carefully, he sees something in you. Maybe something you forgot was there. He was quiet for a long moment. He ever teach you anything about trains? What does he even do? Beth laughed. Nope, but he always had those weird little notebooks. He's some kind of railroad contractor, took calls at odd hours, said he had inspections in places I couldn't find on a map. He looked toward the hallway again, where the door to the kids' room sat cracked open. He could hear soft breathing. One of the boys snored like a little engine. All right, I'll go. Can't promise I'll come back wearing overalls and a lantern. Beth squeezed his hand. Just come back. He stood, walked to the kitchen sink, and splashed cold water on his face. Looking up at the mirror above the dish rack, he barely recognized the man staring back. Tired eyes, fading fire. But somewhere underneath there was still something there, something waiting to be woken up. He looked at Beth dancing to the old Gordon Lightfoot song Sundown. He thought back to the first time he saw her dance. The air in the Sun Valley bar was thick with cigarette smoke and domestic beer, mostly spilt. It was the kind of place where country songs rang out through busted speakers. The only light came from neon beer signs and a flickering TV in the corner showing a boxing match without sound. Jacob stood by the pool table, bleeding from the lip and smiling like he was winning. His opponent, a local with a shaved head and tribal neck tattoo, was on the floor, groaning and clutching his stomach. 2 broken bar stools and a shattered pint glass littered the floor between them. Jacob shook out his fist, wiped the blood off on his jeans, and turned back to his beer like it was just another Tuesday night. That was the first time he saw the soft-voiced girl who would quiet his irritable and restless heart. Beth sat alone in a booth, drinking something dark and neat. She wasn't like the other girls. No denim miniskirt, no fake lashes, just black jeans, boots, and a leather jacket that looked too clean for the place. She raised an eyebrow. You done? Wasn't planning on an encore. She took a slow sip, eyes not leaving him. You always pick fights with men twice your size? Only when they call me son and slap my shoulder like I'm a pet. He shrugged. Well, you hit like someone who grew up getting hit. Jacob reached down as far as he could and pulled out what he could remember that resembled a kind smile. You always this charming to strangers in bloody T-shirts? Only the ones who look like they don't know when to quit. He slid into the booth across from her without asking. Name's Jacob. She looked at him long and quiet. Beth. He offered a bruised hand. She didn't shake it, just raised her glass. To bad decisions, she said. To better ones, he answered. They drank, and neither of them left alone that night, or since. Jacob dried his face and stepped back into the kitchen where Beth was now making a list. Meals for the kids, schedules, emergency contacts. Life without him for a while. He watched her for a long moment. What? She said, glancing up. Nothing, just remembering something. She smiled softly. Something good? Yeah, he said, leaning in to kiss her on the forehead. The night we met. You still can't take a punch without leaking, she smiled. Must be a Northwest Reno kid thing. A few days later, Harry arrived. Jacob came downstairs to Beth and Harry laughing on the porch, talking about when Beth was younger. Jacob looked out front and saw Harry's truck. He expected a squeaky and rusted old truck with tools in the bed and receipts in the console. What pulled up outside his place that afternoon wasn't that. It was a brand-new steel gray Ford Super Duty, Black wheels, custom grill, tinted windows. It gleamed in the desert sun. Harry stepped out in a clean shirt, the sleeves rolled up over weathered arms. "Hope you packed light," he said. Jacob slung his duffel in the bed and kissed Beth and the kids goodbye. Jumped into the newest truck he had ever been in. Didn't know railroad work paid like this. "It doesn't," Harry said, smiling as he climbed in. "The truck is yours when we're done getting you trained up. Company perk." Jacob stared at the dash, at the stitched leather and gleaming touchscreen. "Guess I'm in the wrong business." Harry didn't answer. He just turned the key, and the truck rumbled to life. They drove east into the emptiness. I-80 unspooled ahead like a hot silver ribbon. Sagebrush blurred past. Dust clouds kicked up behind them. The miles came easy. Around Lovelock, Harry pulled into a roadside gas station. One of those quiet places with sun-bleached signage and soda machines that hadn't worked since the 90s. Jacob leaned on the passenger door as the pump clicked, watching his reflection in the glass. "What do you want, kid?" Harry asked suddenly. Jacob turned. "What do you mean?" "Out of life, what are you chasing?" Jacob thought about it. About Reno. About the garage. About the long nights patching exhaust pipes for drunk bikers who never tipped. "I want space," he said. "I want quiet. I want to know what the hell I'm doing when I wake up. Something that matters. I want something that's mine." Harry nodded slowly. "That it?" Jacob hesitated. "I want Beth to be proud of me, and maybe I want to stop feeling like everything I touch falls apart." Harry gave a small grunt. "Fair enough." They didn't talk much after that. Harry drove with one hand, the wind licking through the cab. Jacob watched the horizon fade to gold. They rolled into Elko just before 9. The town was quiet. Wind slipped down from the Ruby Mountains. Neon hummed like an old hymn. Harry checked them into the Golden Nugget, handed Jacob a room key, and said nothing else. Day 1, trackside Elko subdivision. They started at dawn. Harry parked the truck near a fenced utility shed outside of town. The rails stretched out into the flat horizon like twin scars cut into the dirt. Jacob followed Harry for 7 hours that day. No tools, no maintenance, just walking. Every quarter mile or so, Harry would stop, squat low, inspect a tie plate or rail weld, then keep going. He didn't explain what he was looking for, didn't slow down. Jacob kept pace, sweat soaking through his shirt by mid-morning. Harry never seemed to get tired, or thirsty, or hungry. The desert was silent except for the faint hum of power lines and the crunch of ballast under boots. They walked 8 miles that first day. At night, Jacob collapsed into bed at the Golden Nugget. The AC rattled. He didn't even pull the sheets back, just closed his eyes and fell. Day 2, further east, they started earlier. Jacob's feet were already blistered when they reached the next stretch, just east of a ghost town called Halleck. Same routine, long walks, stops every so often. Harry tapped the rail with a knuckle, pausing at tie joints, checking for sun kinks in the steel. Jacob didn't know what he was seeing. Everything looked fine. Everything looked the same. 17 miles in 2 days. Jacob's knees ached. His socks were stiff with sweat. His calves screamed every time he crouched. Harry never said a word about the pace or the distance, just walked. That night, Jacob lay flat on the motel mattress, staring up at the slow-turning ceiling fan, sweat drying on his neck. His legs throbbed. His ankles felt like they'd been sanded down from the inside. The backs of his thighs cramped if he moved too fast. But it wasn't just the pain that was getting to him. It was the boredom. He'd spent his life in bars, garages, clubs, places full of noise, heat, motion. Even when things were going bad, they were going. But this was just walking. Mile after mile of heat and ballast. Bending down while Harry inspected a rail clip like it held the meaning of life. Watching his shadow stretch and shrink without changing anything. No trucks, no fights, no engines, no voices. Just still. Just track. He didn't know what he expected when Harry offered him the job, but he didn't expect to be this bored. Still, he hadn't said a word, because for the first time in his life, boredom came with a paycheck, and because something told him, deep in his gut, that the boredom wouldn't last. At night, Jacob didn't even take off his boots before falling asleep. When he woke up, it was still dark, and Harry was already in the truck with coffee and a new route marked on the GPS. They drove all day, occasionally jumping out and checking tracks here and there along I-80. They continued east. The sky was painted in layered strokes, orange, violet, deepening blue. Neon signs blinked to life in the growing dusk. Casino lights, bar fronts, motels. The town looked like a postcard from a lost America, glowing and humming with cheap electricity and bad decisions. Harry pulled into the Peppermill Casino, tucked just off the main drag. "Not glamorous," he said, "but it's clean, and we're not here for luxury. You get $100 a day per diem for hotels and boarding. If it has anything to do with work, use this card." Harry handed Jacob a credit card with the company name Genesee Track, block letters with a faint outline of a rail spike. Jacob stepped out, staring down the strip. Motorcycles thudded in the distance. Laughter spilled from a bar nearby. Harry came around and handed him a room key. "We've got a few stops between here and Salt. Long week ahead." Jacob tucked the key into his pocket. "What exactly is the job, anyway?" Harry tilted his head. "You ever worked with the railroad before?" "No." "Good. Don't worry about what it says on paper. What we do, that's the part that matters." Jacob narrowed his eyes. "So what do we do, Harry?" Harry smiled slow and carefully. "We are contractors. We take care of problems. We take care of jobs the railroads can't, and we are the oldest and best at what we do. Look, Jacob, it's simple. If something looks fucked up, it's probably fucked up." Jacob stood quiet a moment, then he nodded. They walked a few blocks under the glow of neon, past dusty casinos and dark storefronts, until they came to a squat little diner called Chickies. It looked like it hadn't changed since 1974. Fluorescent lighting, a squeaky door, and a cracked open sign that buzzed louder than the AC. Inside, the place smelled like burnt coffee and old toast. A single waitress worked the floor, hair tied up with a pencil, face like she'd quit caring who walked in years ago. They grabbed a booth by the window. Harry sat facing the door. "Get whatever you want," he said. "You get $30 a day for food." Jacob cracked a grin, flipping open a sticky plastic menu. Didn't know the railroad was so generous. Before Harry could answer, the door opened with a soft jingle. A man stepped inside, 60s maybe, broad-shouldered and stooped just enough to show the years. He wore a faded denim shirt with a Union Pacific patch on the chest and mirrored sunglasses that he didn't bother taking off. He moved like a man who still worked for a living. "Sal!" Harry stood and shook his hand. "Jacob, this is the Eastern Nevada Roadmaster." "Hell, I thought you were already 6 feet under," Sal said, grinning. "Not yet. Sal, this is Jacob, Beth's husband." Sal glanced at Jacob up and down. "You ride?" "Yeah," Jacob said, offering a hand. Sal shook it with a firm grip. "Looks like a new guy." Harry chuckled and slid into the booth. Sal took the other side. "So," Harry said casually, "you still working that stretch past milepost 302? Sal nodded. "Just checked it yesterday. That's the Salt Lake Territory, but I'm running out of ties. Nevada is a busy place." "Still got that split rail down there?" "Yeah, needs 1 new tie, 2 spikes." Jacob looked up from his menu. "That sounds specific." Harry just smiled. "Railroad's a precise business." Sal leaned forward. "Tools are already there. Left them under the gravel box." "That's good," Harry said. "Saves us hauling anything out." The waitress shuffled over, tired notepad in hand. "You boys want the usual?" "Cherry pie, black coffee," Harry said. "Burger, fries, Red Bull," Jacob added, still trying to understand the conversation. Sal just nodded toward the waitress. "I'll have what he's having," he said, motioning at Jacob. "Let's see if the new guy's got taste." As she walked off, Jacob looked between them. "So what's milepost 302? Like, is it part of your railroad?" Sal chuckled. "It's a stretch of track between here and nothing. You'd miss it if you blinked." "Then why's it important?" Harry leaned back in the booth. "Because some rails go quiet over time. But that doesn't mean they stop mattering." Jacob frowned, but said nothing. He sipped his water and tried to make sense of what he'd just heard. Some kind of repair job? Maybe they were going to fix up the abandoned track? One tie didn't seem like a good business model. Sal whispered something to Harry, but Jacob couldn't make it out. Harry nodded, then changed the subject. "How's Lisa?" he asked. "Still running the store," Sal said. "Still pretending she didn't marry a bastard." They all chuckled. Jacob most of all, though he didn't know why. The food came, greasy, hot, better than expected. They ate mostly in quiet. Afterward, Sal leaned over the table and said something low to Harry. Jacob couldn't quite catch it, but the tone shifted. Serious, quiet, like priests whispering over a grave. Then Sal stood, nodded at Jacob. "You'll do fine, kid. Just keep your mouth shut and your boots laced." Before Jacob could answer, Sal was already out the door, disappearing into the neon haze. Jacob and Harry walked back under the buzz of overhead wires. The motel sign flickered with that uneven rhythm Jacob always found creepy. Harry didn't seem to notice. Inside the room, it smelled like fresh bleach and old carpet. 2 beds, no art. Harry dropped his duffel and sat at the desk, pulling out a small, unmarked black notebook and a weathered map of the Four Corners region. He began to trace something in pen. Jacob sat on the edge of the bed watching. "What exactly are we doing tomorrow?" he asked. "Visiting someone," Harry said without looking up. "Another roadmaster." Jacob frowned. "So we're doing more ties?" Harry looked up, smiled faintly. "Something like that." There was a long silence. Outside, a dog barked twice and went quiet. Finally, Harry said, "Listen, Jacob, you're a good man. You've got instincts, grit, discipline, whether you see it or not. But this road we're on, it's not just about learning a trade. You're going to have to decide who you are and what you're willing to carry." Jacob didn't answer. He lay back on the stiff mattress and stared at the ceiling. Harry turned out the light. "J. Ford, transcribed dictation, Genesis 6. Note, I have laid out the following files for the one who comes next. They are typed with my thoughts and conversations to bring you up to speed. Some men walk into the work, others are pulled. But the best ones, the really rare ones, you watch first. Not when they're performing, not when they're trying. You watch them in cover. You watch how they move through a world that doesn't care if they're invisible or dangerous. Jacob Ford moved like both. Reno, Nevada. After Harry's call, I'd been watching him since the day Harry made the contact. Didn't talk to him, didn't interrupt, just observed. Jacob was easy to spot. Tattooed sleeves, slicked back hair, posture of a man who expected the door behind him to swing open fast. He wasn't careful, but he wasn't reckless either. The kind of guy who didn't look over his shoulder because he already knew who was behind him. Most mornings he walked Cash to school, took the other two, Jude and Layla, to daycare before heading to the garage. The shop was barely holding together. A cracked sidewalk sign out front read J&J Customs, honest work, no bullshit. The second J was for a partner who hadn't been around in months. Jacob worked on Harleys, old ones, loud ones. He knew his way around a carburetor and a tire iron, took cash mostly, sometimes beer, never receipts. He smoked in silence, didn't talk much to the customers, listened to outlaw country with the volume low, and never looked away from his work unless it was for his kids. Every so often a bike would roll up wearing a patch. He'd nod, exchange a look, nothing more. But it was enough to put him on the radar. East Side Storage Yard, 8:27 p.m. I met Bugs behind a decommissioned switching yard. He was early. He always was. 5'7", bald, black framed glasses and 3 gold teeth that caught the streetlight when he grinned. Bugs was the Nevada roadmaster, and if you asked the union, he worked procurement for short line freight out of Sparks. If you asked me, he was a necessary evil. He handed me a file, thick, yellow tab. Jacob Ford, he said, been on my list for a minute. I flipped it open. Mugshots, DMV photos, school records, incident reports, motorcycle club affiliations, low-level local, fistfights at barbacks, a misdemeanor battery that didn't stick, a former member of a now-defunct crew called Back from Hell. He was the president for a while, Bugs said. They weren't the biggest club, but they sure were mean. Wife, Beth Ford, formerly Morgan, Harry's son, Mickey's daughter, Married for a while. Works reception at a dentist's office in Midtown. Clean as hell. Girl could run for city council and probably win. And the kids? Cash is 10, quiet, favors his old man. Jude's 6, hot temper. Layla just turned 3. I turned the page. Any enemies? Too many small ones, not enough big ones. He don't step on toes, but he don't move out of the way either. I closed the folder. And what do you think? I asked. Bugs tilted his head. He's got teeth, but more than that, he's got gravity. When he walks in a room, even the ones who don't like him make space. That's the kind of man who can carry a spike. Watch him, I said, quietly. If he flinches, if he cracks, if he starts looking over his shoulder, drop him. And if he doesn't, I smiled. Then Harry just picked me the best raw recruit I've seen in years. 302. All the truth in the world adds up to one big lie. Bob Dylan. Milepost 302 doesn't show up on most maps. That's by design. The places that matter in this line of work usually aren't meant to be found unless you already know the way. The mile markers are real, the rails are real, but everything else, intent, consequence, blood, is off the record. That's where Harry preferred to work. They left Wendover at dawn. The sky was still dark when Harry tossed his duffel in the truck bed and cranked the engine. Jacob barely had time to brush his teeth before they hit the road again, driving into the pale orange edge of sunrise. You sleep? Harry asked, eyes forward on the empty highway. Jacob rubbed his face. A little. Good, we've got a short run today. 30 miles past the border, just a stretch of track. Most folks forget. Jacob stared out the window. Endless salt flats and jagged rock formations slid by. This one of those needs a new tie and 2 spikes jobs. Harry cracked a grin. You're catching on. They turned off onto a narrow, almost invisible service road marked only by a battered cattle gate and a rusted sign that read, "No trespassing railroad property." Jacob raised an eyebrow. We on private land? Everything worth doing is on private land, Harry nodded. They drove for a while, saying nothing, tires crunching over gravel and dry brush. Eventually, the truck stopped near a battered tool shed and a stretch of lonely track that curved out into the desert like a scar. Harry stepped out and stretched. Welcome to MP 302. Jacob followed, boots crunching in the gravel. He could see it now, a single section of rail with a wide crack running beneath one tie, sun-bleached and half-buried. Harry opened the tailgate, grabbed a canvas bag, and tossed Jacob a pair of gloves. Start with the tie. You'll see the split. I'll set up the sledge. Jacob crouched down and inspected the tie. It was cracked, weirdly dry in the center, like it had been burned and reburied. What happened here? Some things rot from the inside out, Harry said. Looks solid from the outside until someone steps on it the wrong way. He handed Jacob a heavy hammer. Go on, pull the old spikes first. Jacob started pulling. The iron fought him. His arms shook. The sun was already burning. From the truck, Harry pulled out a small black case. It looked like a black bag, but Jacob noticed something strange when he opened it on the tailgate. A folder. Inside was a photo. A man in his late 50s, balding, with sharp eyes and a tired mouth. Who's that? Jacob asked, wiping sweat from his forehead. Harry didn't answer right away, just looked out over the rails. That's the guy we're visiting next. Jacob squinted at the photo. Does he work for the railroad? Harry closed the folder. No, but he will be a part of it soon. Jacob frowned. So what are we doing exactly? Harry grabbed the new tie from the truck bed. We're replacing damaged material with something more stable, that's all. Jacob didn't ask again. But something was shifting in his gut. Harry was laying groundwork, teaching Jacob to lift heavy things before asking him to bury them. Jacob had felt this way before when he was prospecting for the club, a lot of tasks that seemed to have no meaning. This wasn't just a site visit. It was his first assignment, a quiet, brutal test of obedience. As they worked, a black SUV approached in the distance, slow, deliberate, kicking dust high behind it. Jacob shaded his eyes. We expecting someone. Harry didn't look up. That's the Utah subdivision roadmaster. The SUV came to a halt 20 feet from the tracks. The door opened. A tall, narrow man stepped out, dark blue coveralls, clipboard in hand, bald, sunglasses. Jacob didn't recognize him. The man approached with slow confidence. "Harry," he said. "Donovan." They shook hands. It wasn't warm. Harry nodded toward Jacob. "This is the new guy." Donovan looked Jacob over like he was a piece of equipment. "You Green?" "I guess." Donovan turned to Harry. "So this is the replacement." Jacob bristled. "Replacement for who?" "Not who, son," Donovan said. "What?" Jacob stepped back instinctively, his boots crunching against the gravel. Donovan hadn't raised his voice, but something in the way he said it, landed like a hook behind the ribs. Harry didn't flinch. Donovan turned his back on Jacob and scanned the horizon like he was checking for wind. "You sure he's got the stomach?" Donovan asked. "He's got the spine," Harry said. "The rest we'll see." "I've seen strong spines fold," Donovan muttered. "Seen some snap clean." Jacob crossed his arms. "I'm standing right here, you know." Donovan turned slowly and gave Jacob a long, unreadable look. "And yet you don't hear what's being said." Jacob held the stare. "I hear fine. I just don't speak cryptic contractor." Harry smirked slightly. "He's not wrong." Donovan gave a dry, humorless laugh and took a slow step closer to Jacob. "You ever set a trap?" Donovan asked. "Jacob's for animals?" Donovan shook his head. "For people. Real traps, the kind that don't give second chances." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Jacob postured towards Donovan aggressively. "What does that have to do with railroading?" Donovan turned back to Harry. "You sure about this?" Harry nodded once. Donovan reached into his coat and pulled out a small, scuffed metal object. He held it in his hand and offered it to Jacob. It was a railroad spike. Old, blackened, the head flattened slightly like it had been driven too hard into something it wasn't meant to pierce. Jacob hesitated. "What is this?" Donovan's voice dropped. "It's the first one." Jacob looked to Harry, who gave a single nod. "Go ahead." Jacob took the spike. It was heavier than it looked, cold despite the heat. Jacob opened his mouth to ask what the hell it meant, but Donovan was already walking back to the SUV. He stopped at the door, glancing back one last time. "Don't break him too fast, Harry. Let him think he's got a choice for a little while." The SUV door slammed shut. The engine kicked over like a growl. In seconds, he was gone, just a dust tail hanging in the heat. Jacob stared down at the spike in his hand. His thumb traced the edge, finding a shallow nick in the metal. "You going to tell me what this is?" he finally asked. "That," Harry said, walking back toward the truck, "is your first tool." Jacob followed, still holding the spike. "You mean like metaphorically or—" "No," Harry cut in, "I mean literally." He threw the duffel into the bed, climbed into the cab, and didn't say anything until they were 5 miles down the service road. Donovan was right. The boy didn't speak the language yet, but language is learned fast when silence is deadly, and Harry had a gift for silence. They drove for a while. Quiet settled on their shoulders. Jacob stared at the spike in his hand. It didn't feel right, not just because it was heavy or cold, but because it wasn't just a spike. Something about it felt deliberate. He turned it over, ran his thumb along the groove on the shaft, and felt a slight shift. Click! A nearly invisible seam popped open at the head of the spike. "The hell!" he muttered. "Here," he said, "use this." Inside the hollowed metal was a tight roll of paper, no thicker than a cigarette. Jacob pulled it free and unrolled it carefully. 2 words, Jed Smith, nothing else. No address, no dates, no context, just a name. Jacob turned to Harry. "There's a name in here." "I know," Harry said without looking. "You put it in there?" "Nope." "Donovan?" Harry nodded slowly. Jacob stared at the paper. "Who the hell is Jed Smith?" "Guy in Salt Lake," Harry said. "Mormon, real estate. Drives a white Denali and owns half of West Jordan. Lives clean, tithes high, smiles wide." "Ann." and he's crooked as hell. Screwed his partner out of $6 million in a bad land swap deal. Falsified permits, erased records, then ran the guy through a bankruptcy that gutted his family. Jacob blinked. So this is some kind of retribution? Was that the guy in the file? This is business. Jed's old partner paid Donovan to. Harry paused. Jacob's jaw tightened. So Donovan set up a hit? Harry finally turned and looked Jacob in the eye. No, kid, you did. Jacob leaned back. Bullshit. I didn't agree to kill anyone. You agreed to pull spikes. You agreed to learn the trade. You agreed to take the tools. He nodded at the spike in Jacob's hand. That's the tool, and now you've got the name. Jacob stared at it. His throat felt dry. What am I supposed to do with this? Right now, nothing. Harry slowed the truck, pulling off into another unmarked turnout along the same stretch of line they'd worked earlier. It looked almost identical, except this time a fresh tie was lying next to the rails. The cracked one they pulled earlier had been set aside. These were the replacement. Grab the duffel, Harry said, and the shovel. Jacob hesitated. We burying something? Not yet. He opened the back of the truck and lifted out a heavy folded tarp. Jacob froze. Is there someone in that? Harry didn't answer. He just walked to the cracked tie and began brushing dust and loose gravel aside with his boot. The wood crumbled more than it should have, rotted and hollow underneath. Jacob stepped forward, staring at the deep recess beneath it. This isn't just some busted tie. No, Harry said, it's a coffin. He laid the tarp down beside the hole and peeled it back. There was no body, not yet, but there would be. This is where Jed Smith ends, Harry said. A few days from now. He gets in town at 9 p.m. and he'll be gone by 10. You and me will be waiting. It's clean, quick, and by the next morning this tie will be bolted back down like nothing happened. Jacob took a step back. What the hell is this, Harry? It's your first contract. Adams, the truth does not change according to our ability to stomach it. Flannery O'Connor. Salt Lake City looked clean from a distance. Wide boulevards, glass towers, stone sentinel mountains overlooked the city. They pulled into the circular drive of the Asher Adams Hotel, a towering blend of restored 1900s architecture and sleek modern wealth. Marble pillars, gold-trimmed awnings, valets in crisp black jackets and white gloves. Jacob stepped out of the truck, suddenly aware of the grease under his fingernails and the dust on his boots. This place doesn't seem like a contractor budget, he muttered. Harry just smiled, pulled the duffel from the back, and handed Jacob the spike. Show that to the bell desk. Don't say anything else. Jacob looked at the spike, then at the massive doors. You serious? Deadly. Inside, the lobby was quiet. High ceilings, velvet chairs, thick rugs that muffled footsteps. It smelled like fresh linens. The man at the bell desk was tall, thin, and wore a deep red vest with brass buttons. His name tag read Thatcher. Jacob hesitated, then held out the railroad spike. Thatcher didn't blink, didn't ask questions. He simply took the spike in both hands like it was an offering, turned it once, and nodded. Welcome, sir, he said. You've been upgraded, room 206. Jacob looked sideways at Harry, who was already heading toward the elevator like this was normal. When they got upstairs, the hallway smelled like polished wood. Room 1206 was at the end of the hall. Corner unit. Penthouse view. Jacob stepped inside and froze. The suite was bigger than his entire apartment back in Reno. Leather sofas, a fireplace, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, a bar with real glassware, a king bed so big he could have lost one of the kids in it. This ain't a job, Jacob muttered. This is something else. Harry nodded toward a tall oak armoire near the far wall. Check the closet. Jacob opened the doors. Empty, mostly. But something was off about the back panel. He ran his hand along it and felt a tiny seam. He pressed, click. The false back swung open silently, revealing a hidden compartment no wider than a trunk. Inside were carefully organized equipment, burner phones, silenced pistols, a digital recorder, a pair of black gloves, and a folder marked simply, Target 30 Smith. Jacob took a step back. This is, he whispered. Standard issue, Harry said. Every hotel like this has one, if you know where to ask. Before Jacob could respond, there was a knock at the door. Harry didn't even look surprised. He walked over and opened it without hesitation. A woman stepped inside like she owned the place. She wore black leather heels, a tailored gray blazer over a silk camisole, dark red lipstick that matched her nail polish, and the kind of confidence you couldn't fake. Jacob took a half step back. She looked him over, smirked. "This the kid?" Harry nodded. "Jacob, meet Madison. She's on the switch crew." Jacob blinked, trying to decipher the double meaning. "Switch crew?" Madison smiled, stepped closer, and kissed Harry lightly on the cheek. "Still smell like diesel and bad decisions." "You always did have a thing for it," Harry said. She turned to Jacob. "I'm not a hooker, sweetheart. I'm the one who gets the mark to let down his guard. Jed Smith has a thing for girls who look like his sins in heels, so I'm going to be his confession booth." Jacob looked from her to Harry, then to the hidden closet. "So this is it, no more metaphors." "Nope, this is the business." The Asher Adams Hotel bar was dim and sleek, like it had been carved from old money and darker deals. Deep leather booths, brass railings, shelves of whiskey backlit like stained glass, the kind of place where nobody looked twice at a man drinking alone. Jacob sat at the end of the bar, nursing a glass of bourbon he didn't remember ordering. His reflection stared back at him from the dark glass of the back bar. Tired eyes, stubble, calloused hands. He looked like a man who'd been on the road too long. But the thing was, he hadn't even really started. Today had broke something open, the spike, the name, the hidden closet, and Madison. He turned the glass in his hand slowly. Could he do it? He'd seen violence, caused plenty of it in bars and back alleys, but this wasn't a fight. It wasn't self-defense. It was an execution. And Harry was calm, patient, like all this was just another Tuesday. Jacob rubbed the back of his neck and pulled out his phone. Beth's name was still pinned at the top. He hit FaceTime. It rang twice before her face appeared, framed by the soft lamplight of their living room back home. She was curled up on the couch in sweats, hair tied up, kids' toys scattered behind her. Her face lit up. "Hey, stranger." "Hey, you make it?" "Yeah." "You look like shit," she smiled. "Long day?" Jacob nodded. "Yeah, long doesn't even begin to cover it." "Is Harry treating you all right? He feeds you?" "Yeah, he's the same, quiet, knows where he's going even when I don't." Beth tilted her head. "What's wrong?" Jacob hesitated. He looked down at the bar. His hand still rested near the spike in his pocket. "It's just a lot harder than I thought it'd be." Beth softened. "You'll get the hang of it. Probably just road dust and nerves." He forced a smile. "Don't be a pussy," she teased. He laughed, but it cracked on the way out. Then the screen shifted. Beth turned the phone so the kids could say good night. The youngest, still sucking her thumb, waved with sleepy eyes. The boys both screamed loud enough to rattle the camera. Jacob swallowed something hard and deep. Beth came back on. "You okay?" He nodded slowly. "Yeah, just miss you." Before she could answer, a voice cut in beside him. "Hey," Madison said, "we need to talk." Beth glanced toward the camera. "Who's that?" "I call you right back," and he hung up. Jacob stared at her. "You serious?" She sat down beside him at the bar like she belonged there. "You need to get your head in the right place. And that's not with your wife and your bedtime stories." Jacob clenched his jaw. "Don't talk about them like that." She waved it off. "Relax. I'm not here to break your balls. I'm here because I know what tonight feels like." Jacob studied her. "What's that supposed to mean?" Madison signaled the bartender. "Whiskey, neat, too." Then quieter, "I wasn't always this person either." He didn't say anything. She sipped the drink. "I used to be a lawyer for Fortune 500 companies. Wore heels, ate lunch on the terraces, had a fiancé who thought I was going to be his wife and business partner." "What happened?" "He lied, got caught embezzling, tried to pin it on me. I took the fall. Got disbarred, lost everything." Jacob blinked. "So you became a hit woman?" She smirked. No, I became invisible. Then Donovan found me, offered me a way to disappear on my terms. She met his eyes. This world doesn't recruit saints, Jacob. It finds the broken, the cornered. Jacob looked away. You think I'm one of those? She shrugged. You're sitting here, aren't you? They drank still for a while. Finally, she said, Jed Smith is a bad man. That part's not a lie, but whether or not you drive that spike, that's up to you. Jacob finished his glass and stood. You've done this before, he said. Madison nodded. Enough to know the first time changes everything. Jacob got up from the bar stool to head back to his room. His body felt heavier than his legs remembered. The halls of the Asher Adams were quiet, but the tranquility offered no comfort. Not tonight. Not anymore. When he reached the elevator, he traced the room over his shoulder. File, the history of the Genesee Corporation. Transcribed dictation, Genesee 6. 1827, Baltimore, Maryland. The United States was barely 50 years old when steel was first laid. The Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, the first common carrier railroad in the nation, was chartered to connect the port of Baltimore to the Ohio River. It promised freight, passengers, and prosperity. It delivered all three. But beneath the polished brass and steam whistles, something else began to grow. That same year, in a quiet corner of Youngstown, Ohio, a man with no official name began hammering iron. His real name had been erased by the War Department, redacted after his discharge. He had fought in the Winnebago War, a conflict short and bloody and forgotten by most. The man's methods were brutal, effective, and unsanctioned. The Army discarded him. But history rarely discards men like that. It simply buries them. Locals called him Genesee. No first name. Just the echo of a northern river or a whisper left on a rail line. He liked to walk along the tracks his father helped build. He didn't speak often. He didn't need to. The rumors grew louder than any story he ever told. They said if you needed someone gone, really gone, you went to Youngstown. But not directly. You left a name scratched into a railroad spike. You drove that spike loosely into the wood of a B&O tie near the main line. If the name was accepted, the spike would be gone by morning, and soon after, so would the man it named. The first contract, October 1827. The first name scratched into a spike was Henry Wharton Conway, a U.S. congressman from Arkansas Territory who survived a pistol duel with his political rival Robert Crittenden. Though Conway didn't die immediately, Crittenden feared what he might say and do once he recovered. So he went for a walk near the B&O. Within a week, Conway was dead. The doctors called it an infection. Those who knew better called it the first contract. And Genesee, he never denied it, never confirmed it either. But that week, he bought 48 miles of unused B&O spur line running through Ohio. When the spike was returned, the name was removed. That's when payment was expected. The deed was signed by a different name, but the initials on the back of the contract read G.C. Genesee Corporation. 1830s to 1880s, expansion and implementation. As the B&O expanded westward, so did the corporation. The rail was real. The work was legitimate. But embedded within the crews were men who spoke little, took cash, and answered only to Youngstown. They were known as contractors. Some laid ties, some removed them, with bodies underneath. To organize them, Genesee implemented the roadmaster system. 14 states were designated first. These men, one per territory, managed both legitimate construction and covert contracts, relaying names, tools, and final reports. Every spike with a name was forged in Youngstown. Every tie that needed replacing was pre-measured. Every burial disguised as maintenance. Post-World War II National Division. By the late 1940s, under the 3rd Genesee, the corporation had grown into something vast and invisible. Publicly, it owned miles of dormant rail. Privately, it operated a blackline ledger with hundreds of contractor names, organized by region and coded in transit manifests. There was now one roadmaster per state, and 4 general managers, each overseeing a quadrant of the country. West, Midwest, East, Southeast. These general managers, GMs, were the architects of silence. They handled recruitment, spike authorization, disposal clearance, and route manipulation for cover contracts. They reported only to Genesee. One of those men was Harry Morgan, the 5th GM of the West. He never wore a title, never signed a contract, but every spike approved between the Pacific and the Rockies had his silent blessing. And now, with Harry aging out and backing away, a 6th GM was being groomed. His name was Jacob Ford. All general managers drove vehicles with one identical detail: Ohio license plates. The irony? None of them had ever set foot in Youngstown. The plates were untraceable through conventional databases. Run one through any system, and it led to a single line item: Genesee Corporation, Youngstown, Ohio. No phone number, no website, no contact. Each GM has a roadmaster in each state, depending on the size and population. Each roadmaster has a crew of their own: signal maintainers, intelligence, hacking, reconnaissance, responsible for gathering intelligence and delivering it to the roadmaster, then collecting intelligence when the job is done. Track foreman, cleanup, disposal if necessary. Switch crew, chameleons, actors. They can be anything and anyone you need, great for covers and setups, in charge of greasing palms and blackmail. Engineers, research and development, weapons, tools, bombs, chemicals, poisons, quartermasters for their region. Dispatch, first contact for setting up contracts, also in charge of keeping an ear out for authorities or investigations. There are over 1 million people employed in the United States, either through railroads directly or contracting, and less than 1% receive additional monies from the Genesee Corporation. Each one of these positions is recruited and implemented by the company, working their regular jobs of the same name concurrently with the Genesee Corp. Some pose as workers at legitimate railroads or contractors. If you follow the money through the shell corporations, most railroads come back to the ownership of the Genesee Corporation. They still think we're a myth. Even now, with satellites above and signal towers on every hill, they think you can't kill quietly in a world this loud. But the truth is, it's never been easier. People disappear every day. The news says drugs or gangs or a mental break. Maybe they're off the grid. Maybe they just snapped. But I know better. Some of them end up under our ties. We don't do this for sport. We don't do it for headlines. We do it because the herd needs thinning. The Genesee Corporation owns thousands of miles of legitimate rail across 50 states and Canada. We operate short lines, a freight division, a contracting subsidiary for federal bids, and an LLC in Delaware with 2 employees and 12 offshore accounts. All clean, all traceable, all real. But beneath that, the old tradition carries forward. We take contracts from anyone who can pay and follow the rules. The CIA still calls sometimes, quietly, through deniable proxies. Foreign operatives, political liabilities, assets who've turned. They don't use phones. They leave notes in the North Star Yard in Youngstown, still carved into spikes, still done the old way. But we also get calls from others: disgruntled housewives, corporate officers, Midwestern farmers. You'd be surprised how many people want someone dead. More surprised how many are willing to pay for it. The price is steep. It has to be. You don't want the kind of people who would hesitate. You want the ones who've already made peace with the sin. You think this is evil? You're right. But it's necessary. I've seen what happens when the wrong people live too long, when they stack corpses in courtrooms and boardrooms and country clubs. We're not the villains. We're the corrective force. Governments won't say it, but they know it. Every once in a while, they try to do what we do. They form a team, give them names like cleanup or silent service. But those teams fall apart. They get soft, political. They want plausible deniability. What we offer is something more pure: a spike in a tie, a contract fulfilled, and then nothing. Gone forever. There have been 6 of us since 1827. All of us are called Genesee, regardless of birth name. We don't run for office. We don't leave photos. We don't retire. You take the name and you carry it until it crushes you. Then the next one comes along, someone colder or smarter or just more willing. They take the chair in Youngstown. They sign the ledgers and they keep the spikes burning. He doesn't know it yet, but he's already halfway down the line. Harry trained him better than I hoped. Bugs confirmed it. He thinks this is about survival, but it's not. It's about balance. Too many people in this world think the track bends for them. What we do is make sure it doesn't. We don't derail lives. We just correct the line. In the early days, names were scratched by hand, a crude mark left with a file or blade into the head of a railroad spike. The spike was then hammered into a tie near Youngstown, where Genesee walked the line each morning. If the spike was accepted, it vanished. So did the name it carried. But as the railroads expanded, and so did the body count, the corporation evolved. By the mid-20th century, the forensic era had begun. Law enforcement grew smarter. Fingerprints, metal shavings, tool mark analysis, every trace mattered. It was no longer safe to carry a scratched name, so the corporation changed. At a covert foundry in Youngstown, Genesee Corp began machining a new kind of spike. On the surface, they looked standard, 8.5 inches long, forged steel, tapered point. But inside the head, each spike now contained a precision-machined, magnetically sealed compartment, no larger than a matchbook. The change was subtle, but critical. The internal compartment protected the name from weather, damage, and detection. The magnetic seal ensured no residue or latch marks, no mechanical triggers, no external seams visible to the naked eye. The names were now printed on coated stock, no ink, no handwriting, just pressure-printed microtext, immune to smudging, hard to trace. Each name was placed by hand in Youngstown by a technician who didn't know where it would go or who it belonged to. Only roadmasters and GMs were authorized to open or assign spikes in the field. This transition wasn't just about cleaner logistics. It was about ritual. Every contractor knows the feeling, that moment when the spike clicks open in your palm, when your breath stills and your thumb finds the hidden seam. The name inside doesn't feel like a name. It feels like a verdict. It means the target is known. It means the decision has been made, and it means you're the one to carry it out. The modern spike is more than just a tool. It is an oath. You don't get a spike until the corporation trusts you with weight. And when you're done, the spike is returned empty, like a chalice. Each one was forged in the same steel shop in Youngstown. Each one logged, each one accounted for. The spikes don't disappear anymore. They are filed. Some returned empty. Some never returned at all. Some are rejected, and those ones, they live in a drawer behind a wall somewhere in Nebraska labeled only unclaimed. The newest name added to the pile of rejected spikes, Jacob Ford. The rail pick. A man must go back to the crossroads where he sold his soul and make peace with the devil. Stephen King, the gunslinger. Some lessons can be taught in the daylight. Others must be carved out of darkness, one shot at a time. This was the latter. Jacob didn't sleep much. He kept waking to the minibar's hum and the city's glow pushing in through the blackout curtains. By the time the alarm on his burner phone buzzed at 6:45 a.m., he was already up, sitting on the edge of the king bed, holding the spike in his hand like it was going to tell his fortune. They ate breakfast in the hotel's top-floor restaurant, quiet, clean, overpriced. Harry ordered black coffee, hard eggs, and no toast. Jacob didn't eat much. They left the hotel at dawn and drove south. By the time the sun climbed above the canyons, the truck had pulled off a county road, tires crunching across hardpan toward an abandoned cattle lot surrounded by wire fence and sagebrush. Busy day, Harry said. Jacob was still sore from the track work. He thought maybe they were checking a line, scouting something. But when he saw the other truck already parked by the corral and the man standing beside it, he knew this wasn't about rails. The man wore scuffed cowboy boots, Wranglers dark with dust, and a long sun-bleached duster that looked like it hadn't been washed since the Bush administration. His face was carved out of red clay, leathery, long-nosed, clean-shaven. His gray hair was pulled back into a tie. No smile. He rushed at Jacob and punched him on the side of the nose. His eyes began to swell. "What the fuck, Harry?" Jacob shouted. "What the fuck are we doing out here?" "Jacob," Harry said, "meet Steve Elder, West Texas roadmaster." Steve nodded once. "He's green, but he's got spine." "That's so." Steve cracked his neck. "Let's find out." Jacob pounced onto the balls of his feet. "What is this, you old fucks?" Initiation, Harry and Steve said in unison. There were no mats, no gloves, no instruction. Just the wide-open desert and a circle of dust marked out with boot heels. Jacob didn't even finish stretching before Steve hit him in the chest with a palm strike that dropped him flat on his back. "Lesson 1, Steve said. You don't stretch in the wild." Jacob gasped and rolled over, coughing. Steve circled like a buzzard. "I don't care how many bar fights you've had, Reno. Out here, there's no one to drag your ass off the floor." The next hour was pain. Elbows in the ribs, knee strikes to the thigh, finger jabs just shy of the eyes. Steve moved like a man who had studied nothing formally, but had used everything effectively. Jacob fought back, but Steve never flinched. When Jacob tried to grapple, Steve slipped. When he swung wide, Steve ducked and planted a knuckle in his kidney, over and over. The dirt was soaked with sweat. Jacob's shirt tore at the shoulder, his lip split, but every time he fell, he got back up. By noon, his ribs were screaming, and his vision kept tilting every time he stood too fast. Steve grunted. "You're not fast, not sharp, but you don't fold." He stepped closer and jabbed Jacob once in the side of the neck, stiff enough to drop him again. Maybe that's enough. Around 1 that afternoon, they sat in the shade of the truck's open tailgate. Jacob sipped water like it was fuel. His knuckles were raw. His jaw throbbed. His eye was blooming purple. Harry handed him a granola bar and a cold pack. Jacob pressed it against his face. "That guy your mentor or something?" "Steve's a bastard," Harry said, "but he's alive. That counts for something in this business." Jacob leaned back against the bumper. "Was that a test?" "Isn't everything," Harry said. "That was the warm-up." The sun was beginning to dip, casting long shadows across the scrub. Jacob was running on fumes, shirt soaked, fists scraped open, thighs burning from hours of low stances and takedowns. Steve Elder was still upright, calm, breathing through his nose. Not a trace of sweat on his face. Jacob threw a jab, missed, threw another, blocked. Steve stepped in, hand raised for a check, but Jacob faked left, just like he was shown his first day as a prospect for the motorcycle club. Day 1 is all about what you are made of. He pivoted off his back foot with a short, clean right hook. It landed square on Steve's jaw. The cowboy stumbled. His boots slipped in the grit, and he went down, one hand catching the dirt, the other raised slightly like he was ready to keep going. But he didn't. He sat there, blinking. Then he smiled. It wasn't a wide smile, just a corner lift, a glint of teeth behind a blood-touched lip. "Well," he said, slowly getting to his feet, "goddamn lesson here, kid. Can't win a fight unless you've had your ass kicked a time or two." Jacob didn't gloat, didn't say a word. He just reached out a hand. Steve took it. Their hands locked, rough, battered, blood mixed with sweat. Steve clapped him on the shoulder. "If you're ever in Amarillo," he said, "come see me." Jacob nodded. "Fuck no. You are lucky I don't come down there with my boys and—" Harry grabbed him before he could finish and threw him into the truck. Jacob sat in the passenger seat on the way back to the Asher, a cold water bottle pressed to his temple. His knuckles were swollen. His ribs ached. He couldn't remember the last time he felt so completely wrecked, but somewhere beneath the exhaustion was a flicker of pride. Harry didn't say anything for the first 10 miles. Then, finally, "You earned that hit." Jacob chuckled through a cough. "I felt it in my spine." Harry smirked. "Good, that means it'll stay with you." When they returned to the room, Jacob hit the bed again and fell asleep in moments. When he woke, Harry was standing over him. "Get dressed, kid. Busy day." Jacob rolled his eyes, wondering what brutality was in store today. Afterward, Harry led him through a hallway behind the kitchen, through a staff-access door, down a narrow flight of stairs, and then down another, past utility closets, electrical panels, concrete, and boiler heat. Then they stopped in front of a keypad. Harry punched in a long code without hesitation. The steel door hissed open. Inside was a room no guest would ever know existed, fluorescent lit, soundproofed, concrete walls covered in acoustic paneling. At the far end, a paper silhouette target hung on a motorized rail, chest outlined in thick black marker. A stack of magazines sat on a steel table next to it. Lockers, gear, gloves, and ear protection were on the back wall. Harry stepped inside like he'd done it 100 times. Jacob followed, blinking at the sudden shift in temperature, cool and sterile. "This place is," Jacob said, trailing off. "Necessary," Harry replied. "We don't practice upstairs." He reached into one of the lockers and pulled out a matte black case, set it down, unsnapped it. Inside was a 9mm Beretta M9. "This," Harry said, lifting it, "is a rail pick." Jacob raised an eyebrow. "A rail pick?" He handed it to Jacob carefully, barrel down. Jacob took it, surprised by the weight. It wasn't like holding a bat or a wrench. It was different, more alive, like something waiting to be used. "Finger off the trigger," Harry said. "Always, unless you're ready to pull it." Jacob adjusted his grip. Over the next hour, Harry drilled him. Basic safety, grip, stance, mag changes, clearing a jam, how to disassemble, how to clean, how to fire. The gun popped like a whisper downrange, suppressed but sharp, clean recoil. Jacob's first few shots missed wide. Then they started pulling in, tighter and tighter toward the chest. Harry watched without saying much. After the first 2 mags, Jacob turned to him. "You think I can do this?" Harry tilted his head. "If I didn't, we'd be doing a lot more than just target practice." Jacob wiped sweat from his brow. The smell of oil and metal clung to everything now. His nerves were starting to flatten out, replaced by focus. "Same gun tonight?" he asked. "Same everything," Harry said. "This isn't a test. This is the job." Jacob nodded. The first magazine was a mess. The second was tighter, but still off. By the third, Harry's voice changed. "Again." Jacob wiped his palms on his jeans and reloaded. "Eyes forward." "Bang, bang, too slow, your rhythm's off." "Again." "Bang, bang, bang, high left. You're anticipating. Squeeze, don't jerk." "Bang, bang, Jesus, that was low." Again. Time melted. Harry didn't shout. He didn't have to. His tone was clinical, cold, the same way he'd probably talk to a guy he was about to kill. He watched everything, Jacob's stance, his breathing, how he held tension in his shoulders. Every mistake was called out, every improvement ignored. Jacob's arms started to shake by the 5th mag. His neck stiffened. Sweat soaked through the back of his shirt. Still again. Bang, 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 bang. Metal ejected, slide locked, reload reset. The paper silhouette at the end of the range was riddled, chest full of scattered holes. Some center mass, some wild. Not good enough. "Stop breathing like you're on a treadmill," Harry said. "This isn't a sprint, it's surgery." Jacob grit his teeth. "It's not like I've done this before, Harry." "This is the job," Harry said. "I read your record. Street fights, knife charges, bar brawls. You didn't lose those because you were scared. You lost them when you got sloppy." Jacob loaded another mag. "This isn't a street fight." "No," Harry said. "This is final." Jacob stepped to the line, lined up his sights. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot snapped clean. No flinch, no wobble. The rhythm was there now. "Again," Harry said. "Give me a break." "You want a break?" Harry said, finally raising his voice. "Take one. Quit. Walk out. Go back to that garage in Reno and change spark plugs for $100 a day." Jacob didn't move. "Didn't think so," Harry muttered. "Now again." Bang, 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 bang. Harry hit the button. The target zipped back on its rail. Jacob stared at the paper. 10 holes, all in the center ring. He stepped back, chest heaving, arms trembling from the tension. Harry stood beside him, silent for a moment. Then finally, "Now you're holding the pick." Jacob looked down at the pistol in his hand. The weight wasn't new anymore. It felt like part of him. "You are ready, kid. I'll see you after tonight. You know what to do." "Harry, what the fuck are you talking about? We woke up yesterday. I thought I was going to be swinging a sledgehammer or something. Now I'm about to fucking kill a guy? Fuck, man, I don't know if I can do this." Harry smiled as he walked off the range. "Do you know why we chose the railroad as our cover? 'Cause nobody thinks twice about a guy in a high-vis reflective vest in the middle of nowhere. We don't get a second look, and it's hard fucking work. Work nobody wants to do. It takes hard people. Take care of this, or—" He stepped back closer to Jacob and looked at him square. "Or Beth will always be wondering why her husband never came home. You are going to kill that fucker, And the best part is, you are going to do it in a way you know. Jacob stood there for what felt like hours. He thought, would Harry really kill his granddaughter's husband? The more he thought about it, the less confident he was in his answer. Harry pulled out a file similar to the ones he had seen cops back in Reno slap down in front of him. April 17th, 2016, he started. Jacob's head dropped. Defendant Ford Jacob spotted a member of a rival MC driving around the 4000 block of W 4th St. Ford, riding his 2014 Dyna lowrider, brandished black 1911, stating that the complainant pull over and get out of his territory. Complainant swerved. Ford fired shots into the side of complainant's car. Did I miss anything? Harry looked up from his file. Jacob half smirked, head still down. I was just trying to scare the kid. I wasn't going to kill him. Harry slammed the file down. The way you shot today, you couldn't have killed him if he was shitting in your bathroom. This time, though. He paused long with intention. Tonight is about instinct. Harry threw a key fob. Jacob recognized it. Only newer Harleys had fobs like this one. There is a black 2024 lowrider ST downstairs. Take a rip up to Ogden at 8:20 p.m. Once you get there, merge back onto I-80 East into town, exit 115. You will see a black stretch limo. There, his tone softened, his shoulders rolled back. There you will determine the rest of your life. Harry opened a metal closet and pulled out a black suit bag on a hanger, glanced back to Jacob. Jacob hoped for some words of encouragement or affirmation before his first act of capital murder, in a job he had only taken a few days ago at the request of his wife, who had no idea what her grandpa was. Harry simply turned and left. Jacob wiped his face with a towel, sat on the edge of the range bench, and pulled out his phone. He had 35 missed calls from Beth. He remembered the last conversation Madison walked in on. He hesitated, then hit FaceTime. It rang twice. Beth answered from the kitchen, hair up in a messy bun, a kid's drawing taped to the fridge behind her. Her face lit up when she saw him, then narrowed fast. Where the fuck have you been? Who was that bitch? Your first time on the road, and this is how you're going to play this. Her tone softened to concern when she saw Jacob's face. Look, she's just somebody we work with. You can even call Harry about it if you think I'm lying. It's been a long couple days. I'm sorry, baby. What the hell happened to your eye? Beth said with just slightly more concern than disdain. Jacob smirked, wincing slightly. Had a disagreement yesterday. On the tracks? Yeah, guy from Amarillo. Big hat, bigger elbows. She gave him that look, the one that could stop him cold across a room. You brawled in front of my sweet grandpa? Jacob lowered his head and thought, you have no idea. Beth shook her head. Jacob, I didn't start it. But you definitely didn't walk away from it. He smiled, then softened. I miss you. Beth's voice dipped. We miss you too. How's Jude? Still kicking walls, still obsessed with swords. Cash? Wrote a poem about engines in school. Teacher said he's got your mind. Jacob looked down. Hope it's the good half. Beth was quiet for a second, then said gently, You okay? He didn't answer right away. He looked past the camera at the dark bench, the spent casings, the gun box still warm beside him. I don't know, it's not what I thought, but it's something. It feels like forward, you know? Beth smiled, small but warm. You always find your way through it. I'm trying, he said. And if this works, if it keeps working, it'll mean real money for once, a real life, not just patching bikes for beer. I don't care about that, Beth said. I do, Jacob replied. I want to give you more than duct tape and rent extensions. She watched him a second longer. Just come home in one piece, she whispered. He nodded. I'll try. Layla shrieked in the background, and Beth turned to yell off camera, No glitter in the microwave. Jacob laughed. Beth looked back and said softly, Call me after. He nodded, I will. Then she added, just before the screen went black, And please don't get punched again. You're not 20 anymore. Salt Lake City International Airport, 8:57 p.m. The black stretch Lincoln Town car waited in the executive pickup lane. engine purring, windows tinted black as obsidian. Inside, the leather seats were immaculate. Cold champagne waited in a bucket near the door. In the back, Madison reclined like a velvet trap. Her heels were kicked off, her legs crossed, and her black satin dress cut just high enough to suggest danger. Her lipstick was fresh, her expression disinterested, like this was just another gig, another scumbag businessman with a god complex, because that's exactly what Jed Smith was. He emerged from the terminal in a gray tailored suit, Rolex flashing in the terminal lights, hair combed just enough to say, "I still care what mirrors think." He scanned for the car like he owned the road. The driver, part of the cover, popped the door. Jed climbed in with a wide, greasy grin. "You're prettier than the profile photo," he said, adjusting himself before the door shut. "I've heard that," Madison said, tone like silk over steel. Jed was already working on the buttons of his shirt as the car pulled away from the curb. "So we doing this back here, or are you one of those make-me-wait types?" Madison leaned in and touched his leg. "Why don't you come closer and find out?" That was all he needed. He crawled onto her, already losing what little composure he had. As they merged onto the freeway, his mouth found her neck. He grunted like a drunk farm animal. She closed her eyes and counted the seconds. The city lights began to bloom ahead of them. Eastbound I-80 approaching downtown, 9:04 p.m., the hum of the engine, the slap of tires on pavement, and then a low, deep growl from behind them. A black Harley pulled alongside the limo, sleek, deadly, no markings, no chrome. The rider wore a matte black full-face helmet, black jacket, black gloves. Inside the limo, Jed didn't notice. He was too busy rutting on top of Madison, licking her collarbone like it was communion. Madison opened her eyes. Her gaze flicked to the window. Then she slid her leg toward the door. Her bare foot found the button and pressed it down. The window rolled halfway open. She gave the tiniest nod, almost imperceptible. Outside, the Harley kept pace. The rider reached inside his jacket, pulled the Beretta M9, the rail pick. Inside the helmet, Jacob's breath came slow and ragged. The weight of the gun in his hand felt like a second heart, beating, waiting. He thought of Beth, of the kids, of the motel in Wendover, the tie, the hole in the ground. He thought of Harry and the sound of Harry's voice as he said, "This is the job." He thought of the money. Then he looked inside the limo, saw Jed Smith, pinning Madison beneath him, his hand disappearing under her dress like he owned her, like the world owed him a prize. Something snapped. The hesitation died. Bang! The first shot blew out the glass and snapped Jed's head sideways. Bang! Bang! Two more followed, center mass, clean, quick. Surgical. Blood sprayed across the inside of the limo like smeared wine. Madison didn't flinch. Jacob kept riding, eyes locked forward, the pistol disappearing into his jacket like it had never existed. The limo slowed, pulled back onto I-80 going west, back toward MP 302. The driver was already on his burner. By the time anyone knew what had happened, the Harley was gone, taillight fading out of the city like a ghost on two wheels. Jacob ditched the Harley at a gas station in a rough area with the key fob in obvious view. He jumped into a Ford Escape and drove out back to MP 302. His heart was still racing. There was no redemption for him now. Was there ever? Jacob played the moment over and over in his head. The unanswered questions rolled into fear and anxiety, and before he knew it, it felt better. The feeling he got after a job well done. A calm came over him on his drive through the lonely salt flats. When Jacob returned to MP 302, the limo was already there, but he didn't see Madison. Only a driver and Harry's work truck parked parallel to the track with two old, used, and split railroad ties half loaded in. The new railroad tie that was to be Jed Smith's grave still in the same place. A small pile of ballast was stacked neatly near the new tie. There was a hole where the old tie was about 6 feet deep and about 6 feet across. Jacob approached the driver and Harry turned around wearing a limo driver hat. Harry had this look like Jacob was his respite. "Get Jed out," Harry barked without skipping a beat and continued to hammer in a spike to a brand new tie, only a few ties down from the deep hole. "Where is Madison?" Jacob asked as he dragged Jed's body into the hole. Harry was hammering in the last inch of the spike into the new tie. Harry didn't answer. Jacob dropped Jed into the hole and shoveled the ballast on top of him. "Not too much. You still got to put the new tie in." Harry barked again. Jacob slid the new tie under the rail and began spiking the rail into the tie. He looked up at Harry. The sun was just starting to creep over the mountains. Harry was staring deep into the valley. Jacob spiked his last tie down. He grabbed his tools and pushed the last 2 ties into the back of the truck. "Harry," Jacob insisted. Harry jolted like he was sleeping, standing up. "Where is Madison?" Harry stood in contemplation for a moment. "You remember how many spikes, Jacob?" "2, right?" Harry pulled out a spike with the compartment open and tossed it to Jacob. Jacob pulled out the name and his blood went cold. "Madison Lamox." "What but she?" Jacob stuttered. "One day, kid, your last job will be your successor's first." Harry gleamed. "She wasn't the trap kid, you were. That's why I didn't just have you drive the limo yourself. I needed her eyes on you while my eyes were on her. Loud isn't usually our way, but I needed her guard down. This is the job, Jaker." Harry threw the truck keys to Jacob. "Listen, kid, this is the last time I'm going to give you a speech." Jacob thought, when was the first speech? "It's yours now, kid. My contacts are all programmed into the phone on the dash. Each roadmaster runs a state. Some states have 2 or 3. They call, you show. There isn't some Master Miyagi training. You train according to the job. After every job, you get better. The boss is going to be calling you, Genesee, first and last. Don't fuck up. First-timers freeze. They get so close, gun in hand, target in range, and something in their blood turns to ice. They think about God, about guilt, about their high school football coach or the time their mom cried at the dinner table. Some of them put the gun away and walk. The smart ones don't come back. The stupid ones try again. You didn't freeze, kid. You hesitated. That's different. That's calculation. That's a man measuring the cost before paying in full, and when the moment came, you paid. The company doesn't need killers who love the work. It needs men who understand the weight and carry it anyway. Now the real work begins." Harry stuffed a torn-up piece of cloth into the gas cap of the stretch and doused the car in gas. He lit the cloth, and the car engulfed in flame. It was so bright it made the dark morning look like the sun had been out for hours. Harry didn't flinch when the gas tank let off a small explosion. Harry turned and started walking back to the truck. Jacob thought about stopping him, but paused and let him continue. Harry looked back one last time and said, "Kid, you hurt my granddaughter, I'll kill you." As many times as Jacob had gotten that threat in his life, this time he knew it was real. "Almost there," he muttered. Jacob opened the passenger door to the truck, exhausted, dirty, bloody. His phone buzzed, a text, unknown number. "You're in it now, kid." Iron. In the swamp, even the silence bites. Southern proverb. Somewhere across the world, a man the same age as Jacob laid track. He was Jacob's opposite, his negative. He was the immovable object to Jacob's unstoppable force. Brandon crouched beside the ballast, fingers tracing the cold steel of the new 115-pound rail. The Florida sun beat down, cooking the dust into his skin. Around him, crews buzzed with motion. Sledgehammers, grinders, acetylene torches carving sparks into the breeze. The Walmart distribution spur was just an upgrade, replacing the old 70-pound rail, reinforce the ties, pour new gravel. Brandon's burner buzzed. He wiped sweat with the inside of his sleeve and answered. "Yeah." Jack Arendt's voice was calm, measured. "How's the install?" "Clean. Should be done by Wednesday." A pause, then something darker. "You ever hear of Atlantic Capital Systems?" "No." "They run a telemarketing ring in Jacksonville, retirement scams, pulling $2 million a month out of scared old people's pockets. Our people flagged 3 of them last quarter, clients." Brandon let the silence linger. "You want me to flag it for the feds?" "No," Jack said. "I want you to clean it, quiet, local." Brandon glanced down the track. The crews were welding joints, sparks flying against the sun like reverse stars. "Send me a spike." "No spike," Jack said. "No paper. This one's off the books, doing somebody a favor from the country club. Somebody's mom got scammed." That got Brandon's attention. Jack continued, "Name is Harvey Dunn. Runs the office out of a warehouse near the rail line, just east of Talleyrand Yard. Likes Cuban food and Thursday golf. You have 3 days. Keep it surgical." The line went dead. Brandon stood, waved the foreman over. "Take lunch. I'll be back in an hour." The warehouse looked like all the others. Aluminum siding, chain-link fence, fake cameras, but Brandon saw through it. Too many luxury cars parked crooked, too many thick-necked men in breathable polos. He came in through the back, angled mirror, utility entrance. Found the bathroom, waited. Dunn's voice carried through the drywall, gloating over some conversion rate to a room of laughing sycophants. "I'm headed to Ponte for the rest of the day, boys. Don't call me." Dunn barked. Brandon moved like a shadow, out of the hall, past a framed photo of a fake nonprofit, into the server room. He unplugged 3 machines, inserted a malware program from a thumb drive, and left the way he came. Brandon parked the Taurus beneath a Spanish moss-hung oak near the clubhouse. It was late afternoon now, and the Florida heat had mellowed into something slicker, more dangerous. He changed shirts, tucked a baseball cap low over his face, and slipped a forged guest pass into his back pocket. The Ponte Vedra Golf Club sat like a smug inheritance on the coastline, perfectly manicured, aggressively serene. He walked the back trail from the parking lot to the 8th hole, cutting through the tree line, quiet as breath. From behind the hedges near the tee box, he spotted him. Harvey Dunn wore powder blue slacks and a white polo that hugged his gut like a stuffed sausage casing. His Bluetooth headset blinked while he talked loudly to someone, complaining about taxes, about goddamn government oversight, about how easy it was to bleed old people with a smile. He slapped the golf cart girl on the ass as she handed him a whiskey soda. She fake laughed, the way hostage victims do. Brandon's grip tightened around the rail pick. He remembered something from a long time ago. He was 14. Jack had taken him out to a private range in Kentucky, just a clearing in the woods where old railroad signs were used for target practice. Jack had handed him a .22 revolver and said, "You don't always shoot to kill. Sometimes you shoot to make a move. The rest of the world will do the killing for you." Brandon scanned the pond just off the edge of the green. The gator surfaced for a breath. Gray eyes, barnacled snout. 6 feet, maybe 7. He had an idea. Maybe he didn't need to fire a single shot today. Perhaps the world could do the killing. Brandon stepped out of the brush and onto the cart path like a lazy second ball. "Mind if I play through?" he asked, voice even. Dunn turned, already red-faced from the heat and whatever poison was in his glass. "Wait your fucking turn," he snapped, flinging his empty cup to the grass. Brandon didn't say a word, just walked straight at him, eyes fixed, calm as surgery. He stopped a foot from Dunn. "What the fuck are you—" Brandon shoved him. It wasn't theatrical, just 2 hands, clean and fast. Dunn stumbled backward, heel catching the slope of the bank. Then he was falling, arms flailing, a sharp cry that cut into the humid air like a ripped tarp. He hit the pond with a splash. For a second he paddled, confused, gasping. Then the water erupted. The gator surged forward in one fluid snap. Jaws locked around Dunn's thigh. He screamed, real this time, the kind of sound that came from the spine, not the lungs. He tried to crawl. Brandon watched. The creature rolled. Dunn's body vanished beneath the scum of algae and duckweed. Then a silence, broken only by distant applause from a nearby hole and a hawk overhead that had no idea it was watching a man die. A bloom of red spiraled up from below. Dunn didn't surface. Brandon waited another minute, then turned, walked the trail back the way he came. Brandon sat in the Taurus with the AC humming low, the golf course receding behind him in the rearview mirror. He pulled out the burner, thumbed Jack's number. It rang once. "You done?" Jack asked. Brandon didn't answer right away. He watched a pair of egrets cross the cracked lot. Life just kept moving. like it didn't know what had happened a mile back. "He's gone," Brandon said. "Didn't have to shoot." Jack exhaled. "Good. Quiet's better." Brandon let the silence hold. Then, "You should come home." Jack didn't respond. Brandon pressed. "I'm ready." Still silence, but this time heavier. "I've done every job you asked," Brandon continued. "Florida, Ohio, Jersey, the IRS mole in Chicago, that old senator in Tucson, the fake preacher in Baton Rouge, the warehouse couple in Bismarck. No paper trail, no mistakes." "You left a fingerprint on the Virginia one," Jack said. "I was 17. 17's old enough to die," Jack said flatly. Brandon smirked. Jack softened, just barely. "You think you're ready to take over?" Brandon nodded, even though no one could see. "I know I am. You're not what you were, Dad. You know it. Your heart's not in it anymore." Jack was quiet. The sound of a golf broadcast murmured faintly in the background. Maybe he was watching, maybe just listening. Maybe he knew this moment was coming. Brandon continued, voice low but edged with hunger. "I remember every one of them, every name." A montage played in Brandon's head like film on a loop, flickering through his mind as the AC blew cool on his neck. The man in Kansas City tied to the crossing arm as the midnight freight carved him apart like driftwood. The woman in Biloxi who ran pills through church donations. He replaced her communion wine with something darker. The corrupt sheriff in Miami laid out in his patrol car like he'd shot himself over gambling debt after Brandon fed him the barrel. The hit in Shreveport, where he'd staged the garage fire to look like an accident. The banker in Philly, choked out with a railroad towel in the sleeper berth of a moving train. There were more things he didn't remember, which was sinister in and of itself. Back in the car, Brandon spoke quietly. "I've bled for this, Dad. I've kept your secrets. I've cleaned your messes. If I'm not ready now, I never will be." Jack didn't reply. "Then finally, there's more to this than you understand." "Then let me in," Brandon said. "All the way. Make it official." Jack's voice was tired. "There's no retirement plan, Brandon." Brandon stared out at the heat-rippled road ahead. His reflection in the mirror didn't blink. "I know." Another pause, then Jack said, "Get back home," and the line went dead. Brandon tucked the phone away, shifted the Taurus into drive. "Bjarent." Transcribed dictation, Genesee 6. "There's always been a Genesee. And for almost as long there's been an Arent. Since the days when iron was still laid by hand and names were carved into spikes with a file and a flask of bourbon, the Arent family had overseen the eastern region. Jack Arent, the current GM, sat at the top like a railroad baron, and beneath him, his son, Brandon. Brandon Arent was born into the life. He wasn't recruited. He didn't get a phone call or an offer in a bar. He was baptized in the system. By 10, he knew how to disassemble a Beretta blindfolded. By 15, he could recite the FRA handbook in his sleep. By 20, he was the youngest roadmaster ever assigned, Ohio subdivision. He was the same age as Jacob Ford. But where Jacob carried weight like it might break him, Brandon wore power like it was tailored for his shoulders. A spoiled prince of a violent kingdom, raised with privilege and purpose, and addicted to both. Brandon didn't flinch, didn't hesitate. He liked the work, not for the meaning, but for the control. Men, women, kids, it didn't matter. If the name was in the spike, Brandon didn't blink. If it wasn't, sometimes he still pulled the trigger because he felt like it, because someone crossed his father, because fear was as good as order. Jack Arent didn't stop him. He barely contained him. Their house in upstate New York had its own tunnel leading to a forgotten spur of the Hudson line. The safe room beneath the basement wasn't for protection. It was for planning. And on Jack's wall hung a spike hammered into dark walnut with a single word engraved beneath it: legacy. The message was clear. This wasn't a job. This was a throne. The room smelled like dust and power, old wood, old whiskey, and the faint metallic scent of gun oil. Light filtered in through stained glass, train maps etched into each pane. The walls were lined with files that didn't officially exist. The safe room beneath the estate wasn't just secure. It was a fortress. Jack Arent stood at the far end of the room, facing a glass cabinet mounted above a wall of iron spikes, each one labeled, dated, contracts that changed the direction of the nation. Behind him, Brandon stood in a pressed shirt, dark slacks, and a smirk that never fully left his face. He looked bored, impatient, like a man waiting for his crown. Jack finally spoke. I watched them on the monitor. This job, it doesn't come with medals, doesn't come with gratitude. No one thanks you for what we do. Brandon said nothing. Jack turned, held a spike in his hand, polished, blackened, heavy. No name inside this one. It wasn't a contract. It was a symbol. He placed it on the desk between them. You already have the territory, Jack said. Ohio answers to you, so does the East and everything that touches the Lake Erie corridor. But from this moment forward, he tapped the spike once, firmly. You speak for the East. Brandon stared at it, didn't reach for it right away. Jack watched him carefully. You understand what this means? Brandon nodded. I've been ready since I was 16. Jack's face hardened. No, he said. You've been hungry since you were 16. That's not the same thing. Brandon's eyes flicked up. And what's the difference? Hungry men bite before they think. Ready men finish the job and leave no one standing. A long pause stretched between them. Then Brandon picked up the spike, weighed it in his palm, smiled. I guess I'm both, Jack exhaled. He poured 2 glasses of whiskey and slid one across the desk. To the East. Brandon clinked his glass without looking away. To the future. Jack watched as Brandon traced a finger along the edge of the spike, like he already owned it, like it already answered to him. Take it with you, Jack said. Brandon raised an eyebrow. Where? Ohio, Jack replied. Make it official. That's where the desk is. That's where the calls get routed. East doesn't answer to anybody else. It never did. Brandon tilted his head. You're kicking me out of the house already? Jack's expression didn't change. I'm setting you in motion. He leaned forward, tapped the spike again. Don't open it until you get there. Brandon raised an eyebrow. It has a name? Of course it does. Every new GM starts with one. That's the first true order you give, not the first you take. Brandon nodded slowly, processing. Jack turned toward the cabinet again. You'll need to name a new roadmaster for Ohio. Someone local. Someone sharp. Brandon smirked. Plenty of pit bulls in that yard. Don't pick a biter, Jack said without turning. Pick someone who finishes the job. Genesee will be close by. I'm sure he'll want to help you make the call. Brandon let out a low exhale. Right help? Jack turned slowly. There was a flicker of something old in his eyes. Fatigue, maybe even regret. Genesee's not your enemy, Jack said, but don't ever think he's your friend either. Brandon pocketed the spike, eyes still sharp with hunger. I don't need friends, he said. I need loyal men and clean kills. Jack didn't argue. He just poured himself one more drink and watched his son walk out of the room. I was already sitting at his desk when he arrived. Lights on, notebook closed, coffee half gone. I like to be early, not because I have to be, just because it reminds people that I don't wait on them. Brandon froze when he saw me, a half-step hesitation. That told me plenty. You broke in, he said. I own the building. He stepped in with that loose, overconfident walk he always tries to wear like a badge, still a boy trying on his father's shoes. He dropped the spike on the desk, the one Jack gave him. He hadn't opened it, smart for once. I asked who he had in mind to take over Ohio. He listed names like he was reading off a bar tab. Brockman, Keller, Danas. Men who would say yes before he even finished the question. I let him finish. None of them, I said. He blinked, already annoyed. What? I've already made the call. Your replacement is Rayfield. He laughed, scoffed. Rayfield? He's a fucking Boy Scout. Exactly. He tried to keep it cool, sat down, said Rayfield didn't know the whole business. I reminded him, he knows the parts that matter, and the rest, that comes with time and pressure. He's not like me, Brandon said. No one is, I replied. Then he leaned in like he was about to pull something out of me. You don't trust me, do you? I trust you to want more than you've earned." That's all I said, and it landed. He cracked that grin again, the one he always wears when he thinks he's smarter than the room. "Tap the spike. This says I earned plenty." I stood, straightened my cuffs. I could have left then, but I didn't, not yet. I walked to the window. The skyline stretched out below like a blueprint. Organized chaos, people moving in lines they never designed. "You hear about the job in Portland?" He shrugged. "What about it?" "Successful thermite job, 2 casualties, buildings gone." "Who pulled it?" "Jacob Ford. That name always settles like ash." He laughed. "That the biker Harry pulled out of Reno?" I nodded once. "Almost as good as Harry." That's when he snapped, "Fuck Harry." I turned just slightly, didn't blink. "You always did love the West," Brandon said. "All those stoic sons of bitches with their flannel and their honor codes. Harry's not a legend. He's a dinosaur." "Dinosaurs survive until they don't," I said. "But the ones that leave bones behind, they get remembered. You know what they said about the East." "What about the East?" he asked. "Nothing. Look, kid, you." I looked him in the eye. "You're ambitious, loud, fast." He smiled again. "Is that a compliment?" "It's a warning." The words not said sat thick between us. I let it. Then he scoffed, "Fuck the West." I looked at the spike still sitting on the desk. "You want to run the East? Fine, but remember, Harry didn't ask for power. He earned it in silence. You're asking for everything before you've proven anything." I walked to the door, opened it, didn't look back until the last moment. "And Jacob," I said, "he doesn't even know how good he is yet. That's what makes him dangerous." Then I left him with his spike and the weight he thinks he can carry. I was gone before he opened it. That was intentional. The first spike a GM receives, that one is sacred. It doesn't belong to ceremony. It belongs to silence. You don't witness a man's first command. You leave him with it. But I knew he would open it as soon as I walked out. I knew he wouldn't wait. He stared at the spike for a while, turned it slowly in his hand, weighing it like he was trying to feel the name inside. Then he reached into the drawer, pulled out the small magnet we always leave behind in the top right slot. A quiet tradition, no instructions, just instinct. Click! The head slid open with a smooth metallic whisper. Brandon pulled the paper free. Small, white, tightly rolled. He uncurled it with careful fingers, read the name once, then again, and then he smiled. Not the cocky smirk, but the real one, the kind that shows teeth. The cover. We are what we pretend to be, so we must be careful about what we pretend to be. Kurt Vonnegut, Mother Night. Not every job ends with a gun. Some end with a hammer, a sweat-stained shirt, and a 6-pack of cold beer no one talks about. The bodies get buried. But the cover, that's what keeps the whole machine moving. Jacob woke to the sound of Harry zipping up a duffel and the smell of hotel coffee so strong it could clean a carburetor. His body ached, not from the kill, from the weight of knowing he'd done it. He felt hungover without having a drink. "You sleep?" Harry asked, not looking up. "Some." Harry tossed him a rolled-up shirt and a pair of thick jeans. "Get dressed. We're going back to Donovan." Jacob tensed. "To return the spike." He sat up, confused. "We're giving it back?" Harry stayed quiet. They pulled up to a gated maintenance yard disguised as a rail logistics depot. A few tired workers in yellow vests moved slowly across the yard, swinging tools, loading steel. But behind a nondescript aluminum warehouse, through a locked door with no signage, Donovan waited. He wore the same coveralls, same mirrored sunglasses, same dead, calm presence. Jacob handed him the spike. The compartment had been cleaned out. The name was gone. Just cold steel now. Donovan inspected it, nodded once, then set it into a small wooden crate filled with other spikes, some rusted, some bent, all silent. Harry handed him the spike that was Madison's demise. "That's it?" Jacob asked. "That's it," Harry said. Donovan offered a hand, not to Jacob, but to Harry. Their grip was long, final. "No more track for you," Donovan said. "The purchase order is net 30. We'll wire Genesee shortly." Harry replied, "I'll leave the rails to the kid." They didn't say goodbye. not in words, just a nod, and then they were gone. The road to Spokane stretched ahead, mountains on either side, miles of fence line and sunburned cattle. Jacob finally spoke. "What's the job in Spokane?" Harry sipped coffee from a gas station thermos. "Rail section near Rockford, BN line, flooded last winter, warped the track, needs a reset. 100 ties, full ballast spread, spike line." Jacob blinked, trying to read between the lines. "Wait, you mean actual railroad work?" Harry grinned. "Damn right. I thought we were—" "Killing people?" Harry cut in. "Yeah, that too, but that's not the only thing that keeps this machine running." Jacob stared out the window. "So we're actually fixing track?" Harry nodded. "The real work reinforces the cover, and every cover needs to be real enough to pass inspection." He drummed his fingers on the wheel. "You want to keep moving in this life? You need 3 things. A skill, a silence, and a story that no one questions." Jacob leaned his head back against the seat. "So I'm really a contractor now." "You're damn right," Harry said. "And for the next week you're going to learn everything about it. Ballast, tie spacing, gauge, the works." Jacob smirked. "You're really going to teach me how to railroad?" Harry cracked a rare smile. "No, I'm going to break you until you can do it with your eyes closed." The first thing Harry said when they stepped out of the truck was, "No one's coming to save you. Let's go." They arrived at the site just after dawn. Fog clung to the trees, and the gravel lot near the work trailer was already full of pickups, dusted white from chalky ballast dust. Harry parked the truck and didn't say much. A man in his 50s stepped out of the trailer, worn jeans, a high-vis vest, clipboard in hand, radio clipped to his shoulder. He had a deep tan, a hard jaw, and the kind of calm presence that said you don't run this job unless you've bled on it. "Morning," he said, extending a hand. "Roadmaster Klein, BNSF." Jacob hesitated. His brain jumped to Donovan, to Clarence, to the spike in Victor's hand. His fingers twitched. Then Harry stepped in smoothly. "Jacob's green, but he works hard, here to lend a hand for the week." Roadmaster Klein nodded. "We'll see what he's made of." He turned and walked toward the line, calling out track measurements into his radio. Jacob leaned toward Harry. "Is he one of us?" Harry gave him a sharp look. "He's BNSF." "That's not what I meant." "He's legit. Don't confuse the two." Jacob didn't answer, but his nerves didn't settle. For the rest of the day, he kept watching Klein out of the corner of his eye, half expecting him to turn around with a spike and a name. But he never did. He just worked, clocked men in, shouted track codes, told Jacob when his spike was too shallow, a real roadmaster, the other kind. The job was a stretch of BN track, 3 miles of warped track from last winter's flooding. The old ties had buckled under the soaked ballast. The rails had sagged. Everything needed to be pulled, reset, and rebuilt. Jacob thought it would be like laying concrete, maybe pouring gravel, something straightforward. It wasn't. Day 1 was ballast. Jacob learned to hate the word. Ballast was the stone bed under the ties, crushed granite rock the size of golf balls, dumped from hoppers, then spread and compacted to hold the track in place. It weighed more than it looked and cut deeper than it should. They shoveled, spread, and leveled. The sun cooked the dust until it clung to his teeth. Harry said nothing, just pointed to the next spot, then the next. Day 2 was tie removal. Jacob swung a pickaxe to loosen the packed gravel, then pried out the split, creosote-soaked timbers one by one. Each tie was nearly 9 feet long and 200 pounds, waterlogged, bloated, and lined with rusted iron nails. Harry handed him the spike puller. Jacob's shoulders were already on fire by 10 a.m. Day 3 was tamping. Once the new ties were in, they had to be leveled. Tamping bars, heavy steel rods, were used to pack ballast under the ties, one jab at a time. Each jab was like punching concrete. "You stopped tamping too soon," Harry muttered once. "The rail floats. Floating rail gets people killed." Jacob didn't stop early again. Day 4 was gauge and line. They laid down the new rails. Harry handed Jacob the gauge bar, a long metal frame with 2 notches. He had to measure between the rails every 20 feet. 56.5 inches exact. Too wide? Train derails. Too tight? Rails buckle in the heat. Jacob adjusted plates, checked spacing, and rechecked. His back screamed. His hands blistered. Harry stood behind him, watching. Not correcting, just watching. Day 5 was spiking. The steel nails that held the rail to the ties had to be driven by hand. A spike hammer, a 10-pound square-headed maul, was the tool of choice. Jacob missed the first 6 swings. Harry didn't say anything. He just handed him another spike. Jacob kept swinging. Day 6, they worked a switch, a turnout where one track splits into 2. Jacob had to learn switch ties, which were longer and irregular, requiring exact spacing. He learned how to install the switch plate, the connecting rod, the throw bar. The geometry of it made his head hurt. He asked no questions. He just measured, cut, spiked, tamped. Day 7, it rained. They worked anyway. Wet ballast, mud, sodden wood, slippery steel. The gloves Jacob wore were soaked through. His nails were black. His boots squished when he walked. Harry said one thing before they started, but rail don't care about weather. It moves anyway. By the end of the week, Jacob could walk the line and tell you where a tie was bad by feel. He could spike 12 in a row without pausing. His body ached in places he didn't know had muscle. His knuckles were split open. His boots were ruined. And the track, it was clean. They'd laid truth into the ground and buried everything else beneath it. The clouds had finally broken by the time the last tie was tamped and the final gauge check passed inspection. The track stretched clean through the tree line, perfect alignment, ballast still damp from the rain, everything tight and humming with readiness. Jacob stood with his gloves in one hand, a fresh cut across his knuckle, and sweat drying on the back of his neck. His muscles ached. His boots were shot. But for the first time in his life, he felt like he'd built something permanent. Roadmaster Klein walked over, clipboard under one arm, white helmet tucked under the other. "Well," he said, wiping his brow, "didn't think you had it in you." Jacob gave a faint grin. "Neither did I." Klein turned to Harry and extended a hand. "You too, old-timer. Hell of a week. Can't remember the last time I saw ties set this clean. Retiring after this one?" Harry nodded once. "That's the plan." "Well, you've earned it," Klein said. "This stretch is going to hold for years." He paused, shifting the helmet to his other hand. "They're selling it off next quarter, though. That's the word I got this morning. Some private short-line operator from Idaho bought it up. Freight rights, maintenance, everything. We're handing it over soon." Harry gave the smallest nod. "Lot of that going around." Klein didn't catch the look between Harry and Jacob. He just clapped Harry on the back and turned to go. "Anyway, pleasure working with you boys. Stay safe out there." When he was gone, Jacob turned to Harry. "What's a private short line?" Harry stared down the rails. "It means this section's about to become useful." Jacob squinted. "For who?" Harry pulled off his gloves and tossed them into the truck bed and stayed silent in contemplation. "For you. Walla Walla, Washington, at the Gilded Spur Steakhouse." The place was classier than Jacob expected. Mahogany booths, soft yellow lights, waiters in black shirts who didn't write things down, wine glasses on every table, even if you only drank whiskey. Harry hadn't said much during the drive, just mumbled something about good beef and clean whiskey and that Walla Walla was halfway between that job and the next. They sat in a corner booth. Harry ordered the ribeye and a beer. Jacob went with the same. For once, there was no instruction, no wait, just a quiet sort of earned peace between two men who'd swung hammers for a week. Jacob had just picked up his fork when he noticed a man standing beside the booth. He didn't hear him walk up, didn't see him come in. But there he was, slate-gray suit, shirt crisp and open at the collar, cufflinks shaped like miniature railroad spikes, face unreadable, eyes alive. "Evening, gentlemen," Genesee said. Jacob froze. Harry's knife paused mid-cut. "Slide over," Genesee added, already sitting. He placed a spike on the table. Jacob stared at it. This one looked new. Polished steel, blackened head, compartment still sealed. "Don't worry," Genesee said, his voice smooth and deep. "It's not dessert." Harry sat back. "You're early." "I like to see new hires before they see themselves." Jacob didn't move. "What is this?" Genesee pushed the spike gently toward him. Seconds. Jacob didn't touch it. "I thought I'd earned some downtime," he muttered. "You did," Genesee said. "This is downtime. You're eating. I'm talking. There's even linen on the table. It doesn't get more relaxed than this." Jacob finally picked it up, turned it over in his hand. "You want to know the name now?" Genesee asked. "No," Jacob said quietly, "not yet." Genesee smiled faintly. "You're learning." He lifted his whiskey glass. He hadn't ordered one, but it was somehow there, and took a slow sip. "You know," he said, "steel doesn't just get stronger under pressure. It needs it. Pressure aligns the grain, straightens what's crooked. Same with men." He looked Jacob straight in the eye. "You were born in a fire. All I'm doing is tempering the blade." Jacob didn't respond. He was still holding the spike. "Portland," Genesee continued. "You'll head there next. The local roadmaster's expecting you." He smiled wider now. "You'll like him. Goes by Jeff. Wears silk scarves and curses like a drunken sailor. Keeps files in perfume boxes. Bit dramatic, but gets the job done." Genesee leaned back but didn't say anything. Jacob felt the weight of the spike in his palm. It was heavier than the last one. "Welcome," Genesee said, raising his glass again, "to the point of no return. The company isn't only looking for killers. We have employed every kind of killer, thousands, some fast, some messy, most of them loud in ways that got them buried too soon. What they are looking for is containment, men who can carry the weight and not break, men who know how to keep a secret even from themselves, men who understand that the job isn't about justice or vengeance or even the money. It's about order, kid. Ford, you walk into this with fists, not questions. That's rare. The ones who ask too much burn out. The ones who ask nothing don't last either. You hesitate, then act. That's the kind the corporation wants. You don't flinch from fire, but you still check your hands afterward to see if they are burned. It's like running rail. The proper tension keeps the steel from cracking. Too loose and it folds. Too tight and it snaps. You'll settle, kid. They always do, especially the ones with a family." He finished the drink, stood, buttoned his jacket, and was gone before the waitress returned with the check. Highway 84, westbound into Portland, later that night. The road curved along the Columbia River, moonlight skipping across the black water. Harry drove with one hand on the wheel, eyes fixed ahead. The quiet hung in the cab, heavy as the spike now resting in Jacob's lap. After a long stretch of desolate road, Jacob finally asked, "You ever seen Genesee in the field?" Harry shook his head once. "That was the second time I've met him." Jacob blinked. "Second?" "All those years," Harry said. "All those jobs, expenses, gear, cars, contracts. I've only looked him in the face twice." Jacob sat back, stunned. "You're kidding. He's your boss, right?" "He's everyone's boss," Harry muttered. "But he's not a manager. He doesn't check in. He doesn't follow up. You don't call him. You don't expect him. If he shows up—" He trailed off, tapping the steering wheel lightly. "It means the story's already been written. He's just showing up to turn the page." Jacob stared out the window. "How does a guy run all this and barely show his face?" "Because he doesn't run it," Harry said. "He owns it." That shut Jacob up for the rest of the drive. Highway 84, near the Dalles, Oregon. The river was dark beside the road, the cliffs rising sharply and black on the Washington side. The hum of the truck and the crunch of gravel beneath the tires were the only sounds. Jacob sat in quiet, the spike still heavy in his lap. It hadn't left his hand since Genesee set it on the steakhouse table. As they crested a rise near the Dalles, Harry reached into the glove box without a word and pulled out a small flat magnet, a round one, smooth as a coin, wrapped in black tape. He held it out. Jacob took it. "You going to want to pull over for this?" Harry asked. Jacob stared out the windshield. No. He turned the spike over, found the faint seam along the head, and slowly ran the magnet along it. Click. The head opened like a secret. Inside was a tightly rolled strip of paper. He pulled it free, unfurled it slowly. The name was printed in sharp, clean type, Jeremy Skinner. Jacob read it twice. Then again. He sat with it for a long time, the hum of the road filling the cab like white noise. Finally he asked, "Do you know him?" Harry didn't look over. "Nope," he said, "but by tomorrow you will." 11:04 p.m., the Portland downtown. The truck rolled to a stop under the overhang of the hotel's polished brick entrance. Glass doors shimmered beneath warm light, and potted plants lined the entry like a whisper. "Everything's clean here." Jacob stepped out first. He didn't wait for Harry, didn't need to ask. Inside, the lobby was all marble and wood grain, minimalist but expensive. Jazz played softly from the ceiling speakers. A well-dressed man at the bell desk looked up with the kind of expression that said he's seen it all and forgotten most of it. Jacob walked straight to the desk. From his jacket pocket, he pulled the railroad spike and laid it down horizontal, deliberately. The man didn't blink. "Welcome, sir," the clerk said smoothly. "Room 1417. He handed Jacob a sleek black keycard. No ID asked for, no credit card swipe. Jacob nodded. "Thanks." Harry walked in just as Jacob turned from the desk. The two men didn't speak. They didn't have to. The suite was clean, modern, muted tones, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the dark river, 2 queen beds, a minimalist bar stocked with drinks Jacob didn't want. He scanned the room automatically. Closet to the left of the door, desk under the TV. Then there it was, an armoire nearly identical to the one in the Asher. Jacob walked to it and opened the doors. Empty. Then his fingers traced the inner back panel. Found the seam. Click. The false back swung open. Inside, a black tactical bag, a sealed file folder, burner phone, gloves, and a fresh roll of black tape. Tucked behind it all was a manila envelope marked simply Skinner, File A. Jacob pulled it out but didn't open it. Not yet. Harry dropped his bag near the window and sat down on the edge of the bed like it was muscle memory. Jacob stood there, spike in one hand, folder in the other. "I knew what to do," he said quietly. "Didn't even think." Harry looked up at him. "Yeah." Jacob looked at the folder. "What does that mean?" Harry leaned back on one hand and gave the faintest shake of his head. "Well, kid," he said, "that means it's working. Get some rest." The next morning the city was quiet behind double-pane glass. Jacob stood by the window watching the morning fog burn off the Willamette like breath from a sleeping giant. Somewhere down below, a delivery truck hissed to a stop. Lights blinked through the mist. The sound of the city waking up. He hadn't slept well. Not from nerves. Just soreness. His body was starting to feel the job. His back tight from the long days in Spokane. His ribs still sore from getting tossed like a rookie by Steve Elder. He wore the bruises like armor now. They reminded him of what it cost to earn trust in this world. The armoire still hung open. The false panel, now closed, held its silence. He walked to the desk, sat down, and slid the manila envelope marked Skinner, File A, out of the black bag. He stared at it for a moment, then opened it. Inside, a photo paper clipped to a set of typed documents. A man, mid-40s, clean-cut, manicured beard, expensive sunglasses, smiling like he owned the city behind him. Jeremy Skinner, founder and CEO of Novaline Financial, a credit card processing company, posing as small business friendly while quietly bleeding its clients dry. Dozens of Portland area shops and restaurants locked into multi-year contracts with predatory processing fees, equipment rentals they never ordered, and cancellation penalties so steep they couldn't afford to leave, even when they knew they were being robbed. 3 lawsuits pending, all settled out of court. One whistleblower disappeared last year, case dismissed as disgruntled former employee. Skinner had built an empire on fine print and forced loyalty. At the bottom of the first sheet, still handwritten in blue ink, "This one isn't about the money, it's about breaking the pattern. The next guy like him doesn't deserve to believe he's untouchable." He moved to the bathroom, turned the water on cold, and splashed his face. The mirror didn't lie. One eye still bloodshot from a missed elbow, faint purple around his jawline, a cut along his hairline from training that hadn't fully scabbed. Not a contractor, not yet, but he was getting closer. He towel-dried his face, glanced at the city, and grabbed the folder again. A knock came at the door. 2 short, 1 long. Jacob tensed, slid the folder back under the bed, and stepped to the peephole. It was Harry. He opened the door. Harry walked in holding 2 coffees, one in a hotel cup, the other in a stainless steel travel mug. You read it yet? Harry asked. Jacob nodded. Yeah, he's a piece of work. He's not the worst, Harry said, sitting in the chair near the window. But he's loud, sloppy. People have started asking questions. That's when it becomes our problem. Jacob sat on the edge of the bed. So what's the move? Harry took a long sip, going to see Jeff. Jacob leaned back against the headboard. This one's mine, isn't it? Harry nodded slowly. Start to finish. I'll be there, but you're leading it. Let's head over to the port to meet him. Jacob didn't answer, just looked at the closed panel behind the armoire. The truck rolled through the city with its windows cracked, spring wind pushing in the scent of diesel and river water. Harry drove without music, just the hum of tires and the occasional rattle from the glove box. Jacob sat quiet for a while, folder on his lap. Then finally asked, What exactly is your title in all this? Harry didn't look over. You mean officially? Sure. Western General Manager. Jacob blinked. Wait, like that's actually your title? Officially and unofficially, Harry said, sipping his coffee. That's the trick. Same title, two meanings. You can say it in front of anyone and it just sounds like some company fluff. But if the right person hears it, they know exactly what it means. And what does it mean? Harry finally glanced at him. It means you don't answer to anyone except Genesee. Jacob sat back, processing. So you're what, like the boss of this whole part of the country? Harry shrugged. Let's just say I've got authority over 14 states and the west half of Texas, and the roadmasters in every one of those states know it. Jacob was quiet. Harry continued. Started after the war. Second Genesee figured out the contractors needed structure, so he split the country into 4 regions, 1 GM for each, west, midwest, east. Southeast, we don't meet often, but when we do, it's usually because someone important disappeared or someone important needs to. Jacob nodded slowly. So that's me now? Harry smiled faintly. Not yet, but soon. The title is already yours. What matters is how long you survive holding it. Jacob looked down at the file again. Jeremy Skinner, Novaline, a man whose existence came with a price tag and a spike. He was starting to realize this wasn't just a job, it was a seat at the table. The truck turned off Marine Drive and rolled through the security checkpoint without pause. Harry flashed a small laminated card, and the guard waved them through. Shipping containers stacked like rusted teeth lined the drive. Cranes moved in slow arcs above the water. A cargo ship waited mid-unload, creaking under its own weight. Harry pulled into a shadowed maintenance lot and killed the engine. Jacob opened the door, boots crunching against cracked asphalt. He had no idea what to expect, but after today he knew one thing for sure. He wasn't just carrying spikes anymore. He was helping choose where they landed. The door to Shed 14 was covered in faded stickers, half of them peeling. OSHA warnings, private contractor tags, and one that said, I love railroad dads in glitter font. Inside it smelled like solvent, metal, and expensive cologne. Jeff stood at the far end of the shed wearing white coveralls, orange-tinted safety goggles, and a pink silk scarf tied loosely at the neck. He looked like a walking hazard sign, and a little like someone who might have wandered off a drag-themed demolition derby. Oh my God, Jeff said, spinning toward them with his arms out. It's the legend in the new meat. Harry barely nodded. Jeff? Jeff swept forward and examined Jacob like he was a mannequin. You're cuter than I thought. A little bruised up. Ooh, that's fresh. He poked the fading black eye Jacob had earned from Steve Elder. Jacob blinked. You Jeff? The one and only, unless you count my old dog, rest in peace. Jeff walked over to a folding table stacked with maps, floor plans, and a whole pot of untouched coffee sitting on top of a microwave with no cord. He snapped his fingers. So, here's the shitstorm. Our boy Jeremy Skinner beat the lawsuit this morning. Clean. No fanfare. No headlines. Just poof, vanished. NDA buried the leak. Jacob folded his arms. So what's that mean for the job? It means we wait, Jeff said with an exaggerated sigh. If he dies this week, it looks too clean, too reactive. Bad optics, even for us. Harry nodded once. How long? 7 days, Jeff said. After that, all bets are off, but in the meantime, he turned to Jacob with a gleam in his eye. You ever do thermite welding? Jacob frowned. You mean like with actual thermite? Jeff grinned. What else would I mean, darling? We're going to rig the entire Novaline financial office to look like a water heater exploded. The kind of freak accident that just happens when you hire the wrong subcontractor. Put the whole operation out of business. Jacob looked to Harry, who just nodded like this was Tuesday. You're going to learn how to cut steel with fire, Jeff said, slapping a dusty manual onto the table. Then you're going to rig the plumbing unit to cook itself until it turns the second floor into a goddamn sauna bomb. Why not just blow it up? Jacob asked. Jeff leaned in. Because, honey, when we blow things up, people start asking the wrong questions. But when infrastructure fails, he snapped again, everyone shrugs. That's the beauty of bad maintenance. It's boring. They stepped out into the sun. Harry lit a cigar without saying a word. Jacob held the manual Jeff had given him. Half instructions, half fever dream. Hand-drawn illustrations of pipe valves, chemical ignition chambers, and annotations like, "Don't blow your dick off." Jacob slid it under his arm. Is he always like that? I hope not, Harry said, exhaling smoke. That was my first and last time meeting him. They walked back toward the truck. Harry got in but didn't start it, just stared through the windshield. Then he turned to Jacob. You're driving. Jacob blinked. Where to? Waldport. Drop me at the house. Jacob frowned. What about you? I'll come back up with you, Harry said. It's your hit, your call, your screw-up if it goes sideways. You trust me that much? Harry stared at him. No, but it's not about trust anymore. It's about the role. GMs don't need permission. They just need results. He tossed the keys across the seat. After you drop me off, head back to Reno. Grab Beth and the kids. Come up to the coast. Spend the week. Let them see what the money gets them. Let yourself breathe. Jacob caught the keys. Then what? Harry smirked. Then we go back to Portland and burn a man's kingdom to the ground without ever lighting a match. Cy H. Morgan. Transcribed dictation, Genesis 6. Some men are born killers. Others are made by noise so loud it never leaves their bones. Harrison Morgan was both. Vietnam, 1971, Phu Combat Base. The chopper bucked as they banked low over the tree line, the jungle canopy swallowing sound like a grave. Harry's M60 vibrated in his hands as he leaned out the door, tracer rounds carving red threads into the green. He didn't think. He didn't feel. He just fired. The side of the Huey was slick with sweat, oil, and gunpowder. The pilot was screaming something over the headset, but Harry didn't hear it, didn't need to. There were bodies down there, targets, numbers. That's what they became when you saw too many. He'd lost count a long time ago. By the time they touched down, the smell of cordite and death clung to his flight suit like a second skin. He didn't talk much after those runs. Most gunners didn't. There was nothing worth saying. When the war ended, Harry didn't celebrate. He just left. No parades, no banners, just a plane to LAX and a bus to nowhere. California desert, 1973. He drifted for a year, odd jobs, cheap motels, bar tabs he never paid. He fixed transmissions in Barstow. Harry loved the desert. Victorville was where he stopped. Not for any reason, just inertia. He was 31, hollowed out, and the only thing he felt was a kind of dull weight behind the eyes. A tiredness no sleep could cure. Most nights he drank at a place called the Buckeye Lounge. Vinyl booths, neon signs, sawdust on the floor. No one asked about his past because they already knew. He was another vet with ghosts in his boots and blood on his hands. He'd go silent when the music got too loud. Sometimes he'd duck when a car backfired outside. Sometimes he just stared at the ceiling fan and imagined it was rotor blades. And that's where I found him. I sat in the booth across from Harry without asking. You served, I asked, like it wasn't a question. Harry didn't answer. Door gunner, I added, swirling the bourbon in his glass. Pooh Bai? One home first? Harry blinked once. You a spook? I stayed quiet. You've killed men. Not lately. Still counts. Harry downed the rest of his beer. You want a story? Go to the VFW. I'm not here for a story, I said, sliding a business card across the table. On the cover was a white railroad spike, underneath an address, no name. What's this? A job. I already have one, Harry said, nodding toward the bartender. Pouring beers isn't work, not for someone like you. Harry almost laughed. Someone like me? A man who needs purpose but doesn't trust peace, a man who sleeps light, a man who's tired of waking up with nothing to do but forget. That one landed. You have no family, I continued. No mortgage, no roots. That makes you valuable. To who? To me. Harry stared at the business card. And what is it you do? I leaned in quietly. I run a logistics operation. Specialized. Unofficial. We solve problems that don't make it to court. You'd be what we call a contractor. The man before you, Frank, he got caught in the middle of someone else's mess in Arizona. Didn't walk out. What happened? He blinked. Harry's fingers tightened on the edge of the table. Why me? He asked. I smiled faintly. Because you've already proven you can kill, and more importantly, you haven't died doing it. Later that week, Mojave Yard, milepost 199. Harry showed up just before dawn. Genesee was waiting. No greeting. He handed Harry a spike. No name, no instructions. Just a target waiting in Bakersfield and a roadmaster who'd tee it up. Harry asked one question. What do I call you? I remember looking out over the empty rails. You don't, I said. Then he walked away. The first job changed nothing. The fifth job changed everything. By the 10th, Harry wasn't the same man who sat alone in the Buckeye Lounge. He kept a notebook, handwritten notes, tie counts, names. He buried men under real ties, laid real rail to cover his work. He never asked why the jobs were chosen, never tried to find out who the targets used to be. The war had taught him one thing: kill clean, leave nothing behind, and never look back. And somewhere along the line, Harry Morgan became the kind of ghost that only Genesee knew how to summon. The work was steady, but the violence didn't last forever. Eventually, the contract slowed. Genesee rotated newer men into the field, let Harry drift into semi-retirement. He didn't argue. He'd taken more lives than he could remember, buried more secrets under the rails than the railroad ever logged. But the quiet came just in time. Her name was Sandra. They met in Gold Beach, Oregon. Harry was laying new track for a shell project Genesee used as cover. Sandra ran the cafe near the water, made her own pie crusts, and never apologized for telling grown men when they were being idiots. She saw Harry exactly for who he was, and didn't flinch. I don't need a rescuer, she told him on their second date, just a man who doesn't lie. Harry had never wanted anything more. They married a year later in a courthouse in Coos Bay. No guests, just a judge and the sound of the wind over the ocean. Then came Meek, the first boy, stoic like his father, hands always in the dirt. Then Aaron, born screaming and never really stopped, wild, sharp-eyed, fast fists. And last came Rochelle, the only girl named after Sandra's mother. She was fearless and funny and swore like a logger by the time she was 6. For a while, Harry didn't think about Genesee or spikes or blood under the gravel. He just built things, laid real track, helped at the school when they needed someone who knew how to weld, sat in the bleachers for Mike's football games, fixed Aaron's first bike when he bent the wheel trying to jump a ditch. They bought a house overlooking the cliffs in Waldport, Oregon. Big windows, exposed wood, cold beer in the fridge, a deck that faced the sea. It was the kind of place where men could heal or pretend they had. Waldport, Oregon, 3 years later. Harry had stopped thinking about the work. He was still working on the railroad, busier than ever, laying new track and maintenance contracts all over. The folder was buried in a storage box in the attic, labeled Rail Permits. The Beretta, long cleaned and greased, was hidden behind a false wall in the garage. The house in Waldport had been his sanctuary. Rochelle's laughter, the sound of waves against the cliffside, the scrape of Sandra's heels on the hardwood floor. It was real. It was life. And then one rainy afternoon, it ended. Sandra wasn't snooping. She was just cleaning. The storm had knocked out power, and she went digging for emergency candles in the attic. She found the box. Harry was out back, fixing the pump that drained the lower deck, when she walked out onto the porch holding a manila folder. Who the hell is Genesee? Harry turned slowly. His heart dropped before the words formed. What? She held it up. These names, these maps, this isn't railroad work. Her voice wasn't angry. It was frightened. She'd seen the spike inside, the kind that opened, the kind that carried names. Harry set his wrench down. That's from a long time ago. Then why do you still have it? I don't know. Sandra stared at him. I married a quiet man, a strong man, not a liar. Harry opened his mouth, closed it. I need to know, she said. What did you do, Harry? And he told her. Everything. She didn't leave, not that day, not even that week. But something shifted between them, something essential. The man who came in from the cold, who built swing sets and grilled steaks in the rain, he had blood on his hands. The ocean view no longer softened the world. The quiet between them got longer. And then came the call. Tuesday morning, 3:03 a.m. The burner phone in the garage lit up like a flare in the dark. It hadn't rung in over a decade. Harry stood in the dark, staring at it like it was a ghost. The number on the screen was unlisted, meaningless. He answered. A voice on the other end spoke 3 words. You're not done, I said. Harry didn't respond. That was response enough. The click at the end of the line was confirmation enough. He walked back inside and sat in the kitchen until the sun came up, staring at the cold, black coffee in front of him, watching the world go back to work while his own had just slipped out from under him. That week, Sandra noticed he started waking before the alarm again. Started cleaning his tools, driving alone to places with no cell reception. Leaving the house for supply runs and coming back with nothing. She didn't ask. She already knew. Eureka, California. 3 months later, the job came wrapped in tension. The Northern California roadmaster was a man named Clarence Wells. Slicked hair, long coats, always smoked clove cigarettes like he was starring in his own film noir. Harry never liked him. Clarence didn't like Harry either. Said he was too old school. Said he worked too clean. The only reason Genesee kept them both on the ledger was geography. Clarence ran NorCal. Victor ran SoCal. The boundary was I-5. Cold War lines in a business with no flags. So when Clarence reached out personally, Harry raised an eyebrow. He met him in a construction trailer off a quiet rail spur in Redding. No crew, no paper trail. Just Wells, a spike, and an ass that tasted like rot. I need Victor gone, Clarence said, sliding the spike across the table. He's sloppy, soft, starting to play for himself. Harry turned the spike over. No compartment, no name. I know the target. Clarence just nodded. You two were tight? Bartender in Victorville, Harry said. He drank too much, fought too often, always tipped 20%. Clarence smiled. Then he should have known better. Harry pocketed the spike. You doing this for Genesee? Clarence lit a clove and said nothing. That was answer enough. Victorville, 1 week later. Victor lived in a modest ranch house near Route 66. Had a garden, collected vinyl. Still used the same stool at the Buckeye Lounge that Harry once did. He never saw it coming. 1 shot in the driveway. Quiet. Clean. Harry laid the spike in Victor's cold palm before walking away. The news never hit the wire. The story was buried under freight logs and station reports. But Harry changed after that job. He started watching every car behind him. Never sat with his back to a window. Dug out the old notebooks and began writing names that had no dates beside them. He stayed in the business for 20 more years. Not because he loved the work, but because after killing Victor, he knew there was no going back. The moment you kill someone with a title, you inherit the enemies that came with it. And Harry Morgan would spend the rest of his life wondering if his name would end up in one of those spikes. Homeward bound. Home is the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in. Robert Frost. The road narrowed as the trees thickened, turning coastal green and damp. Moss crept over telephone poles. Ferns leaned into the shoulder like eavesdroppers. And then, without warning, the world opened up. Harry's house sat on the edge of the continent, just south of Newport. A long gravel driveway wound toward a wood frame home perched on a cliff, the kind of place Jacob had only seen in magazines, the kind rich contractors and retired mobsters kept off the books. the kind that didn't just cost money, it meant money. The deck stretched out and pointed west toward the endless rising Pacific. The sound of the surf below was low but constant, timeless, elemental. Jacob parked the truck and stepped out slowly, eyes moving across the cedar siding, the oversized windows, the quiet stillness of the place. For a man like Harry, who lived with one hand always on a hammer or a gun, this house was a fortress made of peace. The front door opened before Jacob knocked. Sandra stood there, barefoot on the hardwood, wearing jeans and a flannel with sleeves rolled past her elbows. Her hair was silver now, long and thick, braided down her back. Her eyes were sharp enough to gut a man and warm enough to patch him afterward. "You must be Jacob," she said. "Yes, ma'am." "I'm not a ma'am, I'm Sandra. Come in. Shoes off." Jacob stepped inside, immediately hit by the smell of lemon cleaner and wood smoke. The house was clean but lived in. Family photos lined the stairwell. A work jacket hung by the back door, still dusty. In the open concept kitchen, a pie was cooling on the counter, untouched. Someone was singing softly from upstairs, a woman's voice, off-key but confident. A few seconds later, she came down the steps, Rochelle. Mid-30s, barefoot, tattooed, dark hair in a loose ponytail. She wore a tank top with oil stains on it and nodded once at Jacob. "So you're the one Dad dragged into the madness. You taking care of my niece." Jacob gave a dry smile. Rochelle grinned. "You walk like your boots are on fire." Sandra waved them into the living room. "You hungry?" "A little," Jacob said. She pointed toward the pie. "Lemon meringue, Harry's favorite. We've got venison stew, too. Harry went out back to feed the gulls. He'll be in soon." Jacob stepped toward the floor-to-ceiling window behind the couch. The ocean rolled below like a sleeping beast. He'd never seen anything like it. Never stood inside a life like this and thought, maybe this is possible. Dinner was quiet, simple, good. Sandra served stew so rich it made Jacob forget how long he'd gone without a real meal. Rochelle didn't talk much, just watched him with a curious sort of grin, like she was waiting to see if he flinched. When they finished, Harry stood up, stretched, and walked toward the sliding door that opened onto the back deck. He paused there, one hand on the frame, and said, "Head home in the morning." Jacob looked up. "Back to Reno?" Harry nodded. "Go get your family. Pack a few bags. Bring 'em back up here for the week." "You sure?" Harry looked out over the black ocean. "Yeah, you've earned a little quiet, plus they should see what this job buys." Jacob didn't argue. Something in him was already pulling toward home. The next morning Jacob took off. The sky had turned slate gray, the edges of the forest swallowing the light. Jacob pulled the truck onto a turnout just before the bridge and grabbed his phone from the console. He called Beth. She answered on the second ring, kids yelling in the background. "Hey," she said, already smiling. "Hey," Jacob said, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm heading home." "Everything okay?" "Yeah, actually it is." She waited, listening. "I want you to pack a bag," Jacob said. "You and the kids, just a few days' worth." Beth's voice went quiet. "Jacob?" "No worries," he said, cutting off the panic before it started. "Nothing's wrong. There's a place I want to take you." "Place?" "Yeah, on the coast. Oregon, house on a cliff. You won't believe it till you see it." The line went quiet a beat longer than usual. "Then we are going to see Harry?" He smiled. "Yeah, let's call it a vacation." Beth laughed. "That a thing contractors get now?" Jacob looked out at the dark tree line, the engine rumbling gently below him. "It is now." Jacob rolled down North Virginia like a ghost passing through his old life. Everything looked the same. Storefronts he could name blindfolded, potholes that had outlasted mayors, the diner where he once bloodied his knuckles over a pool cue and walked away with Beth's number. But something was different. Not in the town, in him. Reno kept spinning like it always had, loud, restless, oblivious. But now Jacob saw it with new eyes. Behind every storefront, behind every lit-up bar and open garage door, he saw it. A whole secret world hidden in plain sight. The spike in his glove box, the burn on his knuckles, the name tucked in a file under his seat. It was all real, and nobody here knew a thing. He turned onto 7th and pulled into the drive-thru at Nevada State Bank. Same branch he'd used since he was 17 and still signing checks in Greece. Jacob hadn't thought about the balance until the screen lit up. Checking balance, $30,012.76. Last deposit, $30,000 description. Payroll, Genesee Track Work. Jacob stared at the screen. The numbers didn't lie. Neither did the cover. He tapped the glass with a knuckle and gave a quiet laugh, half relief, half disbelief. He never set up direct deposit. How did they get his banking information? Then he pulled out $600 in cash, stuffed it into an envelope he'd dug from the center console, and drove 3 blocks to the shop. J&J Customs, still standing, still closed, still collecting dust. Jacob had just slid the rent envelope under the garage office door when he heard it. The low growl of pipes, 4 bikes, 3 patched, 1 blank. He turned. 4 men stood watching him across the street, just outside the Brass Pint. Cut-off vests, black boots, dust and chrome. The patch on their backs read Sons of Silence, old school, territorial, mean even when they were sober. And these boys didn't look sober. The biggest one stepped off the curb first. "Jacob fucking Ford," he said, stomping across the street. "Where the fuck you been?" Jacob stayed where he was, hands loose at his sides. "Busy." "Busy?" The biker laughed. "You were supposed to finish my panhead 3 months ago. My baby sitting inside that shop with her guts on a lift like you fucking forgot she breathes." "I didn't forget," Jacob said evenly. "Just had other business." The 2nd and 3rd members crossed behind the big one, flanking him. The 4th, the prospect, hung back. Young, wiry. Eyes flicked from Jacob to his crew like he knew how this would go. The big guy got chest close, breath heavy with beer and road dust. "You think just 'cause you dropped your colors you get to disappear?" Jacob didn't answer. The first swing came fast, sloppy but mean. The biker lunged with a wide right, telegraphed a mile away. But Jacob didn't duck. He let it come, let it get close. Then he shifted his weight, pivoted clean on his heel, and drove his right fist up into the biker's chin with surgical timing. Crack. The sound was louder than it should have been. The biker went stiff, then limp, then crumpled onto the concrete like a sack of wet meat. The second one was already moving, brass knuckles flashing as he charged. The third flicked open a blade, wide arc glinting in the dying sun. But Jacob didn't panic. He thought back to the Utah desert, to Steve Elder, to the pain, the blood, the rhythm of learned violence. He sidestepped the knife, parried the brass knuckles with a raised elbow that sent a shockwave through his forearm. Then he ducked, twisted, and slammed the knuckle-wearer's head into the side of the shop's metal roll-up door. Clang! The man dropped like a puppet with cut strings. The knife came back, fast this time, slashing high. Jacob moved inside the arc, grabbed the man's wrist, and snapped his elbow down over his own shoulder. Pop! The biker screamed, dropped the knife, and hit the ground, writhing. Jacob stepped back, chest rising and falling slow, calm. Not a scratch on him. The prospect hadn't moved. He watched the whole thing, and when Jacob finally looked at him, really looked at him, the kid nodded. Not like a challenge, like respect. Then the prospect turned and walked away. No threats, no words, just out, like he'd seen something he wasn't ready for. Jacob stood alone in front of the shop, breathing in the streetlight buzz and the smell of oil and blood. Reno hadn't changed, but he had. He bent down, grabbed the knife, and tossed it into the gutter, then walked to the truck, climbed in, and dialed Beth's number. "Hey," she answered, breathless. "We were just packing. Jude spilled juice on Layla's dress." Jacob smiled, staring into the rear view at 3 unconscious bikers. "I'll be home in 10. Jacob pulled into the apartment lot just as the sun slid behind the ridge, casting long shadows over the stucco buildings. The breeze smelled like exhaust and sprinklers, and someone grilling cheap carne asada across the street. Everything looked the same. And yet nothing did. He killed the engine. On the cracked sidewalk near the curb, Beth was waiting out front, one hand on her hip, the other shielding her eyes from the sun under the brim of a comically oversized beach hat. It was bright blue, ridiculous, perfect. Jacob laughed out loud. "You ready or what?" she called. The kids were sitting on their small, mismatched suitcases. Cash, 10, wearing his skateboard helmet for no reason. Jude, 6, barefoot, dragging a toy sword through the dirt, and Layla, 3, holding a stuffed llama like it was sacred. They looked up the second they heard the truck, and then all 3 sprinted toward him. Jacob stepped out of the cab just in time to catch them in a tangle of arms and noise. "Dad, you said 10 minutes. "I brought all my dinosaurs." He held them all at once, arms wrapped tight, chin resting on the top of Jude's head. For a second he forgot about Portland, about Spikes, about Jacob Ford, contractor. He was just Dad. Beth strolled over last, the hat tipping slightly in the wind. She took one look at him and grinned. "You look like shit." Jacob snorted. "You always say the nicest things. You smell like metal and desert and regret. Don't forget sweat." "Oh, I noticed." She leaned in and kissed his cheek anyway. "You ready?" he asked. Beth looked back at the kids. Layla doing somersaults in the grass, Cash trying to climb onto the hood, Jude swinging his foam sword at invisible ninjas. "Fuck yes," she said. "Let's get out of here." Jacob had been on the road since he left Harry's house that morning. Jacob had driven every minute of it. White lines blurring, taillights streaking through dusk, fast food wrappers crumpled under his seat. The kids passed out around Klamath Falls. Beth nodded off just north of Ashland, her hat resting on the dashboard like it had its own seat belt. By the time they hit Medford, Jacob's eyes felt like sandpaper. He pulled into a mid-range roadside hotel just off I-5, the kind with too many security lights and not enough parking. He put the truck in park and sat there for a moment, shoulders slumped, spine buzzing from the road. Beth stirred beside him. "This it?" "For tonight," Jacob muttered, cracking his neck. "Can't make the coast without drifting into a ditch." He climbed out, stretched, and dug into the glove box by pure muscle memory. The lobby smelled like coffee no one had brewed in hours. The night clerk was a college kid in a company fleece, watching something on his phone behind the desk. Jacob walked up, tired eyes, road dust on his boots. The kid looked up. "You need a room?" Jacob nodded, reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a railroad spike, held it out flat in his hand. The clerk blinked. Jacob stared at him for a second before realizing what he'd just done. Beth was standing behind him. She leaned in slowly, her voice low. "Jacob." He looked down at the spike in his palm, cold, black steel, the weight of habit wrapped in instinct. Not cash, not a credit card. Jacob's hand twitched. He slid the spike back into his jacket and cleared his throat. "Sorry, long day." He fumbled for his wallet and handed over his debit card. The clerk said nothing, just swiped and slid 2 keys across the counter. Jacob didn't meet his eyes. Beth stopped before unlocking the door. She looked at him. "You want to tell me what that was?" Jacob exhaled through his nose, just tired. Beth watched him for a beat longer, then opened the door. "Try not to pay the vending machine with a pocket knife, all right?" Jacob smiled faintly. No promises. The next morning, Beth insisted on rolling the windows down in the truck. The coast breeze moved through the cab like music. Beth sat with her feet on the dash, sunglasses tilted just enough to let sunlight streak across her cheek. She hadn't stopped smiling since they left Medford. "I forgot how green the world gets," she said, watching the pines whip by. "It's like someone turned the saturation up." Jacob glanced at her. "You haven't been out of Reno in a while." She laughed. 8 years. The fake plants at the dentist's office were the closest I've been to a forest. Jude was drawing something violent in crayon in the back seat. Cash had headphones on. Layla was asleep, hugging her llama. "Thanks for this," Beth said, resting her hand on Jacob's knee. "I don't know what kind of work this is yet, but it's the first time we've had a vacation ever." Jacob didn't say anything. He just reached for her hand. They pulled into Waldport around 3. They came around the bend, and the trees broke open like a curtain, and there it was. Harry's house, built into the cliffs like it had always belonged there, long deck, floor-to-ceiling windows catching the ocean light, cedar siding weathered to perfection. Not a mansion, something quieter, earned, tough. Beth leaned forward in her seat, mouth open just a little. "Wait, this is where they live?" Jacob nodded. She looked out at the house, at the Pacific crashing below like a slow war. She'd seen a photo once, maybe two, but nothing like this, nothing real. "Jesus," she whispered. They pulled into the gravel driveway. Standing out front, barefoot in a torn hoodie, was Rochelle, arms crossed, sunglasses on. She waved, casually, like they were old neighbors returning from the store. Beth stepped out first. Rochelle grinned. "Beth!" Beth lunged. "Not Rochelle." "I haven't seen you in forever," Rochelle exaggerated. Jacob got out slower. He looked up at the house again, then back at Beth. She wasn't looking at the house anymore. She was looking at him. And there was something in her eyes, a shift, not fear, not suspicion, recognition. She saw what he hadn't said, what the job meant, what the money meant. And for the first time in a long time, Jacob saw something else in her expression. Possibility. Before anyone could unpack, Jude burst out of the truck, arms flailing like he'd just been released from a cage. "I want to go see the ocean," he yelled. Beth laughed, brushing her hair out of her face. "Shoes, baby!" "I don't need shoes." Jacob turned at the sound of a screen door creaking open. There, stepping out onto the porch like he'd just returned from war, or finally laid it down, was Harry. He looked rested, not soft, but lighter. His posture was still straight, but his eyes didn't carry the same weight as the last time Jacob saw him. He took the porch steps slow and nodded at each of the kids. Then he stopped in front of Jacob. They shook hands, firm, familiar, but this time it was more than a greeting. "You made it," Harry said. Jacob nodded, didn't get much sleep. "You'll sleep when it's over." Harry looked past him toward Beth, who was wrangling Layla out of her car seat with one arm and grabbing the beach hat with the other. He gave her a nod, too. "You're a long way from Midtown." Beth smiled. "Already feels worth it." Harry clapped Jacob's shoulder once. "Go toss your bags in the house. Then let's stretch the road out of your legs." The sand was cool underfoot, the tide rolling in and out with lazy rhythm. Layla chased foam like it was alive. Jude dug a moat for no reason. Cash stared at a giant piece of driftwood like it was a spaceship. Beth stood back near the dune line, hoodie up, arms crossed, watching it all. Harry walked beside her, hands behind his back, boots already damp. Beth glanced at him. "You ever get tired of this view?" Harry shook his head. "Nope, but I forget it's there more often than I should." She smiled softly, then turned her eyes back to Jacob. He was down near the surf, showing Jude how to flatten a skipping stone. Cash had roped him into helping build a ramp of some kind. It wasn't clear what for. Beth exhaled. "Thank you," she said quietly. Harry didn't answer. "I mean it," she added. "Whatever this is, whatever it means, it's the first time I've seen him look like himself in a long time, not beaten down. Not angry, alive." Harry nodded slowly. He was always meant for something bigger, just needed someone to show him the road. Beth looked at him sideways. "You sure this road doesn't bite?" Harry's smile didn't reach his eyes. "All roads bite. Some just teach you how to walk with teeth." Beth watched Jacob in the distance, holding Layla's hand as the two of them walked along the foam edge. Jude was halfway up a boulder, trying to conquer the coastline. Cash followed, determined not to be outdone. She glanced back at Harry. "What do you guys have to go do this week?" Harry didn't answer right away, just looked out over the water like he was reading something invisible written in the waves. "Then Jacob's got a big job near the port of Portland." Beth's smile faded just a hair. Harry continued, voice steady. "It'll be my last few days with him. After that, job's all his. I'll be officially retired." Beth blinked. "Just like that?" "Just like that," Harry said. "He's earned it." She studied Harry's face. There was no pride in his tone, no ceremony, just fact, like the ocean below them, always moving, never asking for applause. "You trust him with it?" she asked. Harry finally looked at her. "I trust him more than most, and less than he'll need." Beth smirked. That's an old man answer. Damn right it is. They stood there for a few quiet seconds longer, watching the waves roll and the kids scream and the wind lift the salt off the sea. They didn't rush the time. One morning was spent at the tiny aquarium tucked behind a gas station, where Layla pressed her face to the glass and Jude asked every question twice. Sandra bought them saltwater taffy and told them stories about Harry that made him roll his eyes. The next day they drove up to Newport. Beth and Rochelle tried on vintage leather jackets. Jacob found Cash sitting cross-legged in a bookstore reading about fighter planes. Harry bought Jude a pocket knife against Beth's better judgment and told him, just don't stab anything with a name. The third day they didn't leave the beach. Buckets, sunburns, laughter echoing against the rocks. For the first time in years, Jacob didn't feel like he was waiting for the other shoe to drop. He just was. That night, dinner was venison chili, cornbread, and too much wine. The house smelled like butter and stories. The ocean was a black sheet whispering below them. The deck creaked under Harry's boots as he stepped out, wiping his hands with a dish towel. Jacob was already out there, feet up on the rail, cigar smoldering, eyes half-lidded. Layla slept on his chest, fingers curled in his shirt like anchors. Harry stopped. You shouldn't smoke with the kid that close. Jacob took a slow drag, exhaled through his nose. She was born in Reno, Harry, he said. She came out with a 400 credit score, a gambling problem, and a mild case of alcoholism. Harry didn't laugh, but the edge in his voice softened. Jacob looked down at Layla, soft breath rising and falling. Peace in the form of a 3-year-old. He tapped ash into a chipped mug. You ever get used to it? Jacob asked. To what? Leaving them behind, going to work, knowing you might not come back. Harry sat in the old rocking chair beside him. Nope, you just learn which part of you comes back first. The two men sat for a long while. Only the waves spoke. Then Harry leaned forward, elbows on his knees. We leave in the morning. Jacob nodded. Didn't say anything. He took one last drag from the cigar, then pinched it out in the mug. Thermite welding. You can't wake up one morning and not have blood on your hands. It doesn't go away. It just dries. Don Winslow, the power of the dog. They didn't speak. Not once. The truck hummed up the coast, sun already baking the windshield, trees flicking past like metronomes. Jacob drove. Harry rode shotgun, sipping coffee and watching the road with the stillness of a man who had nothing left to prove. It wasn't anger. It wasn't tension. It was the quiet between torch passing. Jacob was too focused to waste the moment with words. Harry was too ready to let go. They arrived back in Portland around noon, garage level 4B. The parking garage was nearly empty. Clean concrete, painted numbers. The city whirring just above like it didn't know what was coming. Jacob pulled into a bay next to a windowless white Mercedes van with faded decals. Stanton Industrial Plumbing, licensed and bonded. It looked legit, like every other contractor van in the Pacific Northwest, which was the point. Harry turned off the truck. Unload your bag, Harry said without looking over. Get in the van. Jacob nodded, grabbed the duffel from the back seat, and climbed into the passenger side of the van. Inside, the dashboard was clean. A clipboard with a fake invoice sat in the glove box. A set of matching uniforms, gray coveralls with embroidered name tags, hung behind the driver's seat. Jacob found his, Mike Field Tech. It even smelled like solder and old copper. Somebody had gone the extra mile. The van rolled through traffic, quiet except for the clatter of tools in the back and the low hum of the tires against the road. The Pearl was clean, glassy, full of money, pretending to be art. Jacob adjusted the collar of his coveralls and glanced over at Harry. So, he said, what exactly is thermite welding? Harry didn't look away from the road. Technically, it's a process where you fuse two rail ends together using extreme heat, powdered iron oxide, aluminum. You set it off, it burns at around 4,500 degrees, melts steel like butter, cools into a single seamless rail. Jacob raised a brow. Sounds clean. It is strong, too. That's why we use it in track work, especially on high-speed corridors. Jacob nodded slowly, then looked back out the windshield. But that's not what we're doing. No, Harry said. That's why it's also a perfect cover name. Thermite welding sounds technical, boring, and safe, but inside our circle, it means anything incendiary, explosive, C4, dynamite, you name it. So if someone's reading a report, they just think we're melting steel, Harry said with a smirk. They never guess we're erasing people. Jacob exhaled, leaning back in his seat as the Novaline building came into view, its mirrored glass reflecting the city as if it didn't owe anyone the truth. I'll never look at a maintenance log the same way again. Good, Harry said. That means it's working. Novaline Financial HQ, Pearl District. The building was glass and steel and hubris, just like its owner. Jeremy Skinner's financial tech fortress was 4 stories tall, with an open floor plan, big screen monitors, and polished concrete everything. The van pulled into the underground delivery ramp where service vendors checked in daily. No one questioned the clipboard. No one looked twice at the coveralls. A maintenance manager signed them in, pointing them toward the mechanical room at the far end of the sub-basement. Harry said nothing, just nodded. Jacob led the way. The mechanical room door clicked open under Harry's copied badge. Inside, a massive commercial water heater, old but modified, like someone had bought the cheap model and thrown expensive tech at it to keep it running. Jacob pulled the schematics from his back pocket. Jeff's drawings, annotated in bright pink Sharpie. Turn on hot water in bathroom. Plug pressure relief valve. Shut off cool water line. This will make it look like a faulty boiler. Detonator in access panel. Jacob worked fast, silent, gloves on, eyes sharp. He laced the back of the unit with C4 and fastened the igniter module into the old overflow pipe. It would incinerate the second-floor server room and the mainframe beneath it, right down to the concrete. The trigger was tucked inside an old breaker box disguised as a fail-safe circuit, hidden in plain sight. Then Jacob wired the fail-safe, a thumb-sized receiver that could be triggered by a pocket clicker. Manual detonation only, no chance of a mistake, no one else inside. The van was gone now, parked 3 blocks away, scrubbed and locked. Jacob and Harry stood on the rooftop of a parking garage, leaning against the concrete lip, eyes on the front door of Novaline HQ. Below, the workday ended in waves. Suits and laptops, bad haircuts and better shoes, laughter, coffee cups, sweat, the illusion of safety. Jacob held the detonator in his pocket. They watched, patient, focused. 1 person, 2, 10, 20. The elevators ran slow, the building drained, then nothing. Just one man left, Jeremy Skinner. He walked around slowly, pacing inside his corner office, adjusting his sunglasses, tapping away on his phone like he was already late to his next scam. Jacob glanced at Harry. Harry didn't speak, didn't nod, didn't blink. Jacob reached into his pocket, thumb on the trigger, and waited. Jacob's thumb brushed the trigger in his pocket. Then the lobby doors opened. A girl, early 20s, tight dress, high heels, the kind of outfit that said this was business, but not office business. She moved quickly, confidently across the office and toward Brandon's office. Jacob's heart thudded. She walked into Brandon's office without hesitation. Skinner turned, threw his hands up like, "Finally!" She laughed, shut the door. Jacob stared through the binoculars, his grip tightening. "Shit!" Harry didn't move. "She wasn't in the building 10 minutes ago," Jacob said. "She's just visiting." Harry shrugged. "People do that. She's not part of this." "She is now." Jacob looked at him. "We can wait 10 more minutes. Let her leave." Harry turned his head slowly. "This is a timed contract." "She wasn't on the spike, Harry. She's just a girl." "She's just a casualty," Harry said flatly. Jacob's jaw clenched. "You want to kill her too?" "I don't want to kill anyone," Harry said, "but that's what we do." "She's not the job. And neither were half the men I dropped in Laos," Harry snapped. "But the mission was the mission." Jacob looked down at the detonator in his palm, thumb hovering. "I didn't sign up to kill civilians." Harry stepped in close, voice low but sharp. "You do not get to have a sense of morality," he hissed. "You are a fucking killer." Jacob flinched. The words hit like a spike to the gut. Harry's voice didn't rise, but it carved clean. "This is your job now. You signed the ledger. You took the spike. You took the money. Don't pretend this was ever something else." Jacob's hands were shaking. He looked down at the detonator again. Then he stopped shaking. He exhaled and pressed the button. Jacob woke to a muted city hum just beyond the windows, the faint rustle of seagulls over the river. Somewhere below, a delivery truck groaned in reverse. He blinked hard against the light pouring in through the tall windows of the corner suite. Glass on two sides, the skyline unfolding like nothing had happened. But something had, something big and permanent. The bed was half empty. Harry was already downstairs. Of course he was. Jacob sat up slowly. His head didn't hurt. His hands didn't shake. But something in his chest felt off, like a misfired engine or a jammed piston. He stood, dressed in silence, packed his duffel without much thought, grabbed the spike, and the job was done. Harry was sitting at a corner table facing the street, coffee in one hand, toast untouched. He didn't look up as Jacob approached, just nodded once, eyes still on the sidewalk beyond the window. Jacob dropped his bag beside the booth and slid into the opposite seat. A waitress passed by and topped off the coffee without asking. Jacob wrapped his hands around the warm mug. They sat for a moment. Then the flat screen on the far wall of the restaurant flickered. KPTV 12, Portland's Morning News. The anchor's voice cut through the clink of silverware. Following a late-night explosion in the Pearl District, local officials have confirmed the identities of two victims, Jeremy Skinner, CEO of Novaline Financial, and a woman believed to be 22-year-old Lily Reed. Jacob's jaw tightened. The screen showed a photo of Brandon in a suit, smirking. Then Lily, younger than Jacob had guessed, smiling in a selfie with a mountain behind her. Authorities are investigating what they believe was a catastrophic failure in the building's water heating system. While arson has not been ruled out, early reports suggest an industrial malfunction. The company has announced it will be permanently closing its doors. Harry sipped his coffee. Still didn't look over. Jacob didn't speak for a long time. When he finally did, his voice was low. She had a name. Harry nodded slowly. "They all do. Let's go get you paid." Jacob forgot about the money. The sky over the port was low and gray, a blanket of mist hanging just above the cranes and container stacks. Gulls wheeled and screamed overhead. It smelled like salt, steel, and diesel. Jacob and Harry pulled into the lot behind Shed 14, the same place where this whole thing started a week ago. Nothing had changed, except Jacob. He stepped out of the truck with the spike in hand, cleaned, polished, the compartment now empty. It had done its job. Now it was currency. They walked toward the door. No conversation, no reflection, just procedure. Inside, Jeff was waiting, again in coveralls, this time bright red, with a rhinestone wrench sewn onto the chest, a scarf tied around his head, safety goggles on his forehead like a crown. "Oh, my God, my little arsonist returns," Jeff said, spinning in his rolling chair. "And look at you, Portland's very own invisible demolition crew." Jacob handed him the spike without saying a word. Jeff caught it midair, flipped it once in his palm, and ran a small handheld scanner over the head. A faint chirp came from the device. "Spike received, compartment empty, kill verified." He smiled wide. "Very official. Oh, and don't worry about that little minx. She was a nobody. Good call on moving forward." Harry stood off to the side, arms folded, watching Jacob, not Jeff. Jeff tossed the spike into a drawer beside him. Jeff slid across the workbench with a wink. "Payroll, baby. You're officially a contractor now. Congratulations on your first incineration." Jacob got up quickly, uncomfortable. He had never been that close to a gay man before. Jeff leaned in, his voice suddenly hushed. "You'd be surprised how many names come across my desk. Politicians, CEOs, chefs, ex-husbands. Everybody wants to erase something these days, and you," he grinned, "you've got the hands for—" Jacob didn't answer. He turned to Harry. "Ready?" Harry nodded once. They walked out without a goodbye. Jeff watched them go, then whispered to himself, "Two down, a whole ledger to go." The road wound through the forest in long, lazy curves. Moss-draped trees leaned in from the edges. The windows were cracked. The cold air smelled like pine and salt. Harry hadn't said much since they passed Salem. Not that he needed to. He rode with one arm on the door, eyes forward, letting the miles fold behind them like chapters closing. Jacob kept one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the console beside his coffee. "So," he said finally, "how do I know when there's another job?" Harry blinked slowly. "Genesee will call you." "That simple?" "Simple doesn't mean easy," Harry muttered, "but yeah, when it's time, the line rings. Until then," he looked out the window, "your phone's going to light up with track work. Real stuff, maintenance, tie drops, thermite welds, all of it. Do the work you know. Keep the cover clean." Jacob nodded. "And the rest?" "The rest comes when it comes." The tires hummed against the asphalt. Birds flicked over the treetops. For a moment, the road felt like it could go on forever. Harry reached into the console, pulled out a stick of gum, unwrapped it slowly. He didn't say anything about the night before. Not about the girl. Not about the hesitation. Not about what Jacob did or didn't do. And that said more than anything could have. Jacob didn't bring it up either. The sign came into view around the last bend. "Welcome to Waldport, Est 1890. Harry shifted in his seat, exhaled through his nose. Jacob glanced over. "You done now?" Harry nodded once. "Yeah, I'm done." "You sure?" "I've buried enough names to know when it's time." Jacob drove on silently, the coast wind rising through the evergreens, and for the first time in a long time Harry looked lighter, not soft, but free. The wind had picked up by the time they got back to the house. Sandra had already started making a list of leftovers to finish off, but Harry insisted they do one last dinner out. No dishes, no cleanup, just a proper send-off. They loaded into the truck, all 7 of them, crammed and layered. Layla between Beth and Rochelle, Jude making engine noises in the back, Cash riding shotgun like he was prepping for his permit. The drive up the coast to Newport was short and slow, the sunset dragging across the water like spilled paint. Dinner was at the Driftwood Inn, tucked off the main drag with wood floors and salt-crusted windows. Local fish, cold beer, pie that came from someone's grandma. Everyone laughed more than usual. It felt earned. Over dessert, Harry sat across from Beth, swirling the ice in his glass. "You ever hear the story about the time your dad stole a fire truck?" he asked casually. Beth blinked. "Mike stole a what?" Harry nodded. "Volunteer rig, from behind the Moose Lodge. He was 14. Took it joyriding with 2 girls from his school and a case of warm beer. Got 5 blocks before he clipped a power pole and flooded the whole street with foam." Jacob covered his mouth, choking on laughter. Beth's eyes went wide. "That's why Aaron had that weird photo of a hydrant in his garage?" "Yep, evidence," he framed it. Everyone laughed again, louder this time. Even Sandra rolled her eyes with a smile. For a moment it felt like none of them had secrets, like the road had always just been a road. The next morning the wind was soft. Gulls circled lazy over the cliff. The house stood quiet, early sun casting gold across the windows. Jacob and Beth packed up the truck while the kids ate the last of the cereal inside. Sandra hugged each of them, whispering something into Beth's ear that made her eyes go glassy. Rochelle helped load the bags and gave Jacob a small paper bag at the last second. "For the road," she said, "just snacks and maybe one thing with THC." Jacob chuckled. "Appreciate you." Finally, Harry stepped out onto the gravel, hands tucked in his back pockets. No speech, no sentiment, just a long, quiet look. Then a handshake. Then a hug. Beth hugged him too, tighter, longer. "Thank you," she said. "Take care of each other," he replied. "And if you ever see your dad, tell him I still owe him a slap upside the head." Jacob climbed behind the wheel. Harry gave the side of the truck 2 solid knocks. "Keep the line straight, kid," he said. "Everything else will follow." Jacob nodded once, then pulled away. He didn't know it, but that would be the last time Jacob saw Harry. The Chevron station sat quiet off the I-5 freeway, about 2 hours from the coast, tucked between 2 aging pines and a row of faded vending machines. Cash and Jude argued about chips inside. Layla sat on the curb, unwrapping a melted candy bar like it was gold. Jacob leaned against the truck, pumping gas, stretching his back. Beth came out of the convenience store holding 2 coffees and a pack of candy. "Still want the Sour Patch Kids?" she asked. Jacob smiled. "Only if I don't have to share." He was about to grab the coffee when his phone buzzed, low and sharp in his jacket pocket. "Unknown caller." He answered, a voice on the other end low and direct, not Genesee, not anyone he recognized. "Jacob Ford." He straightened, speaking. "We've got a derailment. Wickiup, Arizona. Single-line branch. Gap switch point. Probably a mile of cleanup. Needs a full switch replacement." Jacob glanced at Beth, who paused mid-sip, watching his face. "You're listed as point for the western region." There it was, the job, the cover, real track work, real problem. "Got it," Jacob said. "You sending schematics?" "Already in your inbox. Materials en route. Your contact's name is Hallis, Mojave Subdivision. He'll brief you on arrival." The line went dead. Jacob stared at the phone for a second longer, then slid it back into his pocket. Beth handed him his coffee. "What is it?" He exhaled. "Switch point failure. Derailment in Arizona. They need a whole new switch put in." Beth arched a brow. "That contractor life." "Yeah." She didn't argue. She just opened the truck door. "Let's head home then. We'll wash the sand off and load the laundry. You've got a train to fix." Jacob smirked and looked out at the Oregon sky, gray and shifting. London Bridge. There is no hunting like the hunting of man, and those who have hunted armed men long enough and liked it never care for anything else thereafter. Ernest Hemingway. The sun was low over the Arizona Division Yard when Jacob wrapped up. The last weld was still cherry red. He watched the smoldering switch turn from red to brown to chrome. His shirt stuck to his back, soaked through. Boots dusted white. Ballast crunched under every slow step back to the truck. He was about to shut the tailgate when a white Tacoma pulled up behind him, tinted windows. Not a railroad truck, at least not the kind that usually showed up. The man who stepped out didn't look like he belonged in ballast. Mid-40s, athletic, faded denim, pearl-snap shirt open at the collar, aviators, tan skin, a jawline that could have sold aftershave. "Hell of a weld," the man said, eyeing the track. "That frog is going to last a while. They need to replace all these frogs with some self-guarded manganese ones, though. Those carbon ones just don't hold up." Jacob kept his posture relaxed. "You here for inspection?" The man smirked, sort of. He stepped closer and held out a closed fist. When he opened it, Jacob saw what was inside, a railroad spike, blackened steel, the seam barely visible. Jacob's stomach turned once, slow and deep. "You know what this means," the man said. Jacob took the spike, heavy, cold, familiar now. "Where?" "Lake Havasu." Jacob looked up. "And you are?" The man pulled off his sunglasses, green eyes, no smile now. "Ricky Madsen," he said. "Arizona Roadmaster. Been watching you since you crossed into my territory. You didn't know it, but you've been working for me the past 4 days." Ricky watched him think. Then he stepped in closer. "This one's yours," he said, quieter. "No Harry, no switch crew, no spotter. You're on your own this time, kid." Jacob stared at the spike. "This is it, where you stop being a student." He handed Jacob a slim envelope. "Clearwater Inn, Parker, room 212, name's under James Payne. You'll know when to open it. The hotel is not affiliated, so I got to give you everything now." Jacob nodded. Ricky turned back toward his truck, then paused. "You remember what Harry said?" Jacob nodded again. "Yeah, all of it." Ricky gave a slight approving smirk. "Good, because if you forget, there's no one coming to clean up after you." Then he got in the Tacoma and pulled away, slow and quiet, tires spitting dust behind him. Clearwater Inn, Parker, AZ. The room hadn't been updated since 1998. Fake plants, desert artwork in cheap frames, and a bed you knew would squeak when you sat on it. But the walls were thick, and the parking lot had multiple exits, enough for Jacob. He set the spike on the desk, sat down, rolled it in his palm. The groove was right where it always was. His thumb found it naturally, The click was soft. He used the magnet from the envelope. The head separated with a sigh. One name, John Paganetti. Jacob unrolled it slowly, pressure-printed, standard font, nothing flashy, just a name. He'd pulled the file from the manila envelope. Paganetti, retired businessman, moved west for his lungs. Something about high blood pressure and dry air, lived near the lake. Real name, John Serrano, Jersey bookie, made his bones under the Gambino satellite crew in Elizabeth, testified in 2019, took down 5 capos and a mid-level consigliere. The feds cut him a deal, reshaped his face, rewrote his name, and dropped him in Arizona like a bad secret. Jacob folded the paper, tucked it back into the spike, sealed it. Tomorrow night a man would die, and this time Harry wouldn't be there. Lake Havasu, Arizona. The sun hadn't fully cleared the rooftops yet, but the desert light was warming the sidewalk. Jacob sat alone at a greasy little cafe across from a beige stucco building with tinted windows and a custom sign that read Paganetti's Collectibles in gold block letters. Inside the window, sports memorabilia, vintage watches, a couple of old boxing posters. Outside, the man himself. John Paganetti was unlocking the front door with a cup of gas station coffee in one hand and a key ring in the other. He moved slowly, thicker than the mugshot in Jacob's file, but the profile was dead on, nose a little crooked, left ear half collapsed like a boxer's, still trying to look important in a town built on boat rentals. Jacob stirred his coffee, ate his eggs without looking away. That's when Ricky slid into the booth across from him. No warning, just appeared like heat off the road. Same pearl snap shirt, same boots. He smelled like cologne and cut wood, like he'd been up early and had time to shower just to make a point. "You're not subtle," Jacob muttered. Ricky smirked. "And you're not awake yet. Thought I'd come see how the kid from Reno handles a stakeout without an energy drink or a cigarette." Jacob nodded toward Paganetti, who was now inside, flipping the close sign to open. "I don't need caffeine when the guy I'm watching looks like he eats drywall and still pays with checks." Ricky chuckled. "You're not wrong. He used to run a book in Jersey that moved $500,000 a week. Now he sells fake autographs to winter Texans. Life comes at you fast." Jacob took another bite of toast, then leaned back in the booth. Ricky tilted his head, studying him. "What's the deal with you Reno kids, anyway? Plain white T-shirts, cowboy belt buckles, Dickies pants? You boys born in the break room of an AutoZone or what?" Jacob cracked a grin. "It's a Reno thing." He took a sip of water, then leaned in a little. "One time I swapped a whole motor. I mean full pull and drop in a brand new white Pro Club, not a single smudge." Ricky raised an eyebrow, amused. "That true?" Jacob nodded. Ricky laughed. "You ever heard of flip-flops and shorts?" Jacob gave him a look like he'd just cursed in church. "I've never worn flip-flops a day in my life," he said. "Too busy running from cops. Flip-flops seem like a luxury of men who don't have to look over their shoulder." Ricky leaned back, clearly enjoying himself. "Damn, that's a bumper sticker." Jacob smirked and stabbed a piece of bacon. "I'll get it printed if I make it out of Havasu." They sat for a minute, both watching through the diner window. Paganetti was shuffling papers inside, answering the phone, pretending to be someone else for the 1,000th day in a row. Ricky sipped from Jacob's water without asking. "You got a plan?" Jacob nodded. "I'm thinking tonight. After close, quiet. The alley behind the shop feeds into the Riverwalk. He walks out at the same time every day, probably takes a piss before hitting the bridge." Ricky gave a slow, approving nod. "That's the job." Jacob finished his plate. "You sticking around?" "Nope. Just wanted to meet the new GM. I took over the roadmaster position a little while ago. The other guy moved to New York. Harry brought me up to speed. If he says you're good, then good you are." Jacob looked up. "You're a strange cat, Ricky." "Strange? You know what's strange? The London Bridge is in Lake Havasu, Arizona." Ricky smiled as he pointed to a brick bridge across the street. "Come by my bar for dinner. It's called The Bar, just outside of town." He stood, slapped the table once, and entered into the sunshine. Jacob stayed behind, watching, thinking. The sun had fallen behind the hills, but the desert still held the day's warmth. Jacob pulled off the main drag and onto a dirt lot cut into the edge of the riverbank. The neon sign flickered above a warped wood door. The bar. No pretense, no gimmick, just 2 words and the smell of cigarettes and spilled beer. The stereotypical shady characters hung around behind the building. He parked beside an old FXR with faded red tins and walked toward the entrance. The sound of a jukebox hummed low from inside. Skinnerd, maybe, or Thin Lizzy. He couldn't tell. The whole place looked like it had been there since the dam was built. Peeling paint, stained wood, a rusted switch stand nailed above the doorframe. Inside, the light dimmed to a golden haze. Old license plates lined the walls. A few locals hunched over beers at the bar. Nobody looked up. Jacob stepped in slowly, scanning. 1 pool table in the back, 2 booths near the windows, and a crooked shuffleboard collecting dust. The bartender, a woman in her 50s with a Marlboro voice, nodded once without a word. Hung just above the pool table, right where the cue rack used to be, a framed black and white photograph. 8 men, leather cuts, ball bats, and chain locks in their hands. Hell's Angels Chicago, late 90s, early 2000s. Faces blurred by time, but the aura was intact. Raw, violent, legendary. Front and center, Mel Chancey, shirtless, fists clenched, grinned like a lion. To his right, leaner, younger, but unmistakable, Ricky. Jacob stepped closer, studied it. The stories came back all at once. When he was 14, he used to sleep on the couch at Frankie Bell's place in Sun Valley. Frankie's older brother, Marcus, would sit him and his crew down and tell them war stories, not about Vietnam or Iraq, Chicago, the strip club bombings, the alleyway ambushes, the time Mel's crew knocked on a clubhouse door with a goddamn sledgehammer and left no one breathing inside. Jacob had always thought those were half fictions, morbid biker folklore to scare the young and glorify the ghosts, but Ricky was right there, in the flesh, grinning in that photo like it was just another Tuesday night. Ricky stepped up beside him, holding 2 beers. "Thought you might see that," he said, handing one over. Jacob didn't take his eyes off the photo. "Are you fucking pretty, Ricky?" Ricky took a long sip. "That was me when I thought being a monster meant something else before Harry found me, before I understood what real money looked like." Jacob finally turned. "So what? You traded one crew for another?" Ricky smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "No, I traded chaos for control. The Angels taught me how to fight. Railroading taught me why." They sat down in a corner booth. The wood was carved with initials and burns from cigarettes long dead. Ricky gestured toward the kitchen. "Steak night," he said. The kitchen door swung open, and a kid brought 2 plates, cheap cuts, charred fat, canned green beans on the side. Jacob didn't care. It was hot, and it was meat. As they ate, the jukebox flipped to a different track. Johnny Cash. Ricky set down his fork. "You know who built this place?" Jacob shook his head. "Rail workers in the 40s. Used to come down here after pulling ties and blowing sand off their boots. Place was a brothel for a while, then a halfway house. I bought it for cash in '09. Kept the name." Jacob leaned back. "Feels familiar, like I'm in Reno." Ricky nodded. "That's why we like it." Jacob wiped his mouth and stared out toward the darkened river. "I'll take care of it tonight." "I know you will," Ricky said. Just as Ricky leaned in to say something else, the front door creaked open, and in walked the ghost they'd both been staring at all day. Paganetti. His eyes were pinned, pupils like pinholes, sweat above his upper lip despite the air conditioning. He wore a loud Hawaiian shirt, untucked and wrinkled. It didn't fit. Not in a place like this. Not with that expression. "Shit," Ricky muttered under his breath. Paganetti didn't notice them. He went straight to the bar, sat down on the corner stool, and ordered an old-fashioned in a voice hoarse with gravel and nerves. He leaned into the drunk beside him, old guy, torn denim vest, sun-dried skin, and whispered something quick. The old man blinked, processed, then shook his head and slid off his stool. He left without a word, wobbling into the night. Ricky watched it all with a raised brow. "We are going to have to wait up." Jacob was already moving. "No," Jacob said, eyes narrowing. "I got an idea." He slipped out the side door, through the tight space between the bar and the next building. In the dark behind the place, two guys stood posted near a dumpster. One had neck tattoos and a neon green fanny pack. The other looked like he hadn't slept for a week. Both had that border town twitch, the kind that comes with carrying things you're not supposed to. Jacob approached casually, confident, Reno style. "You boys holding?" he asked. The neck tat nodded, suspicious but interested. "What you looking for?" "Ball," Jacob said, fast. A bag came out, too fast, too eager. Jacob held it in the bar light that spilled from the kitchen door. Powder looked chalky, grainy. Something about it didn't sit right. He paid cash, walked back inside. Ricky met him halfway near the fry station. "What the hell was that?" Jacob showed him the bag. "Seen those guys before I walked in. They're moving from San Ysidro, South Side Tattoos. This close to the border. It's probably cut to hell with Fent." Ricky blinked. "You're serious?" Jacob looked around. "You got strips?" Ricky didn't answer, just disappeared behind the bar for a moment. Came back with a test kit he kept for insurance in case one of his bartenders or bouncers got stupid. Jacob scraped a little of the powder onto the strip and dipped it in a shot glass of water. Within seconds, a pink streak, fentanyl. Ricky whistled low. "You're a real son of a bitch, Jacob." Jacob didn't answer. He rewrapped the bag, walked toward the bar like he was just some dusty drifter with a little bump to share. Paganetti was nursing his cocktail, foot-tapping, jaw-grinding. When Jacob slid into the stool beside him, he didn't even blink. "Hey," Jacob said low, "you still looking?" Paganetti turned, took one look at him, then the bag Jacob palmed under a napkin. "How much?" "50. Paganetti pulled out 2 20s and a 10, didn't even haggle, just grabbed the bag, downed the rest of his drink, and walked out the door without a backward glance. Jacob watched him go. Ricky joined him a minute later. "That's cold. Letting his vice do the work for you?" Jacob didn't smile. They watched through one of the old, broken, dusty windows as Paganetti slumped into his Cadillac. Sure as the sun was going to set, he pulled out that bag, dumped it on his dash, and railed every last flake. About 10 minutes passed, and Jacob went out for a cigarette to see the product of his resourcefulness. The Cadillac window was rolled down, just enough for Jacob to reach in and grab his shoulder. The dead weight of Paganetti's head slumped forward and smacked the horn of his car. Jacob looked back through the window at Ricky and smirked. Still looking through the window, Ricky gave a rock-on sign to Jacob. Jacob returned to the bar, approached Ricky like he had just pulled the hottest girl at the nightclub. "I'm impressed, kid." Ricky threw a dirty bar rag over his shoulder. "Didn't even think about that. It all makes sense. Harry must have been watching you longer than you thought." Jacob didn't answer, just reached for another fry. Behind him, the jukebox played a slow song nobody knew. Out front, the river kept running like it had for 1,000 years. All that is gold. All that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost. Jat token. Jacob spotted an oil leak in his truck just outside of Needles. He was underneath the truck, socket wrench in hand, when his burner buzzed against the concrete. No name, just a number from Nebraska. He answered on instinct. "Yeah." A pause, then a gravel voice, one he didn't know. "Hey man, you're closest. Way station is in your territory. We've got a problem." Jacob wiped his hands on a rag, heart already shifting into gear. "What kind?" Dead roadmaster. No chatter, no call-in, just showed up face down in the dirt. Jacob sat up slowly. "What do you want me to do?" "Cleanup's not yours, but you're local now, and this is your territory. Your eyes on. Get here before someone starts asking questions. The way station is neutral territory, so no equipment on site." The line went dead. Jacob stared at the phone, then tossed the rag into the bed of the truck. Sidney, Nebraska. The way station was the spot where dead contracts went to vanish, where switchmen erased mistakes and where ghosts learned to keep their heads down. If something had ended up there, it wasn't just a body. They must have talked or seen something they weren't supposed to. The way station was the quality control department of the Genesee Corp neutral ground. A switching yard, Genesee, kept off all public maps. It didn't move freight. It moved secrets. He pulled Harry's truck through the open chain-link gates, rolling past rust-bitten boxcars and hollow silos that leaned like old drunks. The yard looked dead, but he knew better. Jacob stepped out, just that sick hum of an air compressor somewhere in the dark. Near the center of the yard was a burnt-out bunkhouse, no signage, just a single white flag hanging from the roof, half-torn, marked with a black X. He knocked. The door creaked open. 2 men stood inside. One was small, rat-like, with yellow gloves and wire-rimmed goggles. The other was built like a mailbox, square and thick, with burn scars down one arm. Neither spoke, not a word. They just nodded. These were the switchmen, the men who cleaned what the others left behind. Out back behind the bunkhouse, the ground was torn open. A dead contractor lay face down in the dirt. His throat was slit clean, and his tongue had been removed neatly like a signature. "He ain't talking anymore," the goggled one finally said. His voice was flat, sloppy. Jacob crouched beside the body. Something about the kill didn't feel local. There were faint boot prints in the gravel, military tread, narrow heels. The radio was smashed but not taken. His gloves had been removed and placed beside him like an offering. Jacob said nothing, but his stomach turned. He recognized that kind of cruelty. Inside the old engine shed, the cleanup had already begun. Barrels of industrial acid bubbled quietly in a far corner, releasing a smell that hollowed out Jacob's nose. A forge burned low in the center of the room, its heat rising off old rail ties stacked like coffins. The switchmen got to work. They broke down the body like butchers, quiet, methodical, no reverence, but no anger either. This was labor, ugly final labor, bone into barrels, teeth into heat, hands into Ziploc bags labeled with state tags and burial codes. Jacob stepped back and lit a cigarette. That's when he heard the knocking, rhythmic, sharp, coming from behind a steel door on the second floor. Tap, tap. Morse. The switchman didn't look up. "That's just Rollo," one of them muttered. "He don't talk normal." Jacob followed the sound. Upstairs was a narrow room with nothing but a desk, a cracked radio, and a pale man tapping against a glass plate with a railroad spike. His knuckles were inked in dots and dashes. He didn't look up. Near the exit gate, he passed a woman with sun-scorched skin and a long braid, cleaning her fingernails with a fishhook. Her jacket said 93. Just that. No name, just a number. She looked at him and grinned. "You're Harry's new kid, huh?" Jacob nodded, cautious. Before he could answer, a deep voice echoed from a tower above the yard. "Don't let him leave." Behind a chain-link cage full of filing cabinets and rainwater barrels, an old man stood there. His face was swollen, beard like straw. One eye was milky. He would be considered a vagrant anywhere else. "Hey, kid, I'm Orrin. I heard about you. Arizona sunshine, huh?" he shouted. Jacob approached the man cautiously, looking around the room. "What, do you live here or something?" "Now I stay here. Every state wants my head. Only way I live is if I don't leave the yard. Ain't that something?" Jacob squinted up at him. "Why tell me that?" "Kill enough kid, you're going to make some enemies. Make sure every hit is worth it, or you will end up with millions of dollars and nowhere to go." Orrin's voice dropped to a rasp. "You aren't here by mistake, kid. This place is where the company's secrets go to disappear." He jerked his chin toward a rust-bitten door beneath the bunkhouse, half hidden behind a stack of rotted railroad ties and an old industrial mop sink. Jacob hesitated. "What the fuck is down there? Am I even allowed to go down there?" Orrin grinned through cracked teeth. "It's your building, kid. Go see how the sausage is made." The stairwell was tight, carved from poured concrete, slick with groundwater. A single bulb swayed overhead. The air smelled like mold and old oil. At the bottom, Jacob found what looked like a storage vault. Rows upon rows of metal shelving units stretched the length of the room, each one packed with Genesee spike boxes, some clean, some rusted shut. A few had white labels, yellowed and peeling. Others were blackened with soot and ash. He pulled one. The tag read, Kyle Merrick? Another, Francisco Alto, no clean. And another, unknown file destroyed, unresolved. Then he saw it. At the far end, beneath a flickering motion sensor light, stood a black door with no handle. Stamped into the metal in bold stenciled paint, "Do not open without authorization." The lock was broken. Of course it was. Jacob pushed it open and stepped inside. The room beyond was cold, windowless. The only light came from two humming fluorescents above. This room didn't have shelves. It had bins, long steel trays filled with nothing but white cards meant to be put in spikes. And each one read the same thing. Rejected. Some cards were older, others were pristine. Jacob ran his hand over one and froze. There it was, plain as day. Jacob Ford, rejected. He stared at it, let the weight of it settle. Then he picked it up. No fear, no dread, just a strange, bitter amusement. "Guess I got lucky," he muttered. He slipped the card into his coat pocket, didn't even flinch. Whatever reason had kept his name from going live, it meant one of two things. Either someone upstairs was protecting him, or waiting for the right moment to finish what Harry had interrupted. Jacob climbed the stairs in silence. The basement felt like it had followed him. Cold still clinging to his skin, dust ground into the tread of his boots. The kind of place that embalms secrets. When he pushed open the bunkhouse door, Orrin was waiting. He leaned against a rusted cabinet, one hand behind his back like he was hiding something. He wasn't smiling anymore. "Find what you needed," Orrin rasped. Jacob didn't answer. He just nodded once. Orrin stepped forward and opened his hand. In his palm was a railroad spike. Standard weight, no rust, but the head was smooth, no engraving, no name, nothing. "That one never got filed," Orrin said quietly. "Harry pulled strings." Jacob squinted. "What do you mean?" "Harry wasn't supposed to train you after your name hit iron. Genesee had already drafted the contract. Some pencil pusher signed off. Probably somebody from your past. But Harry got to it first." Jacob stared at the spike. It looked ordinary. But it was a bullet that had never been fired. Orrin continued. "He told them you had fire, said you weren't ready yet, but if they killed you, they'd lose something big. Said they owed him one." Jacob ran his tongue along his back teeth, his jaw clenched. "You were on the list, kid, long time ago." He took the spike, turned it over in his hand like it was glass. "That mean I'm still on it?" Jacob asked. Orrin shrugged. "They don't reject often, but they never forget." He started to walk away, then stopped, looked back over his shoulder. "You ain't alive because Genesee changed his mind. You're alive because Harry said no. Who's the guy upstairs? Seems like you guys got it under control. I'm just not sure why I'm here." Jacob felt himself posturing the way a GM would, the way Harry would. "When I got the call, I just thought there was something you needed me to do." Orrin crossed his arms and walked uncomfortably close to Jacob. "Oh, him? Nothing. We just wanted to meet you. Needed to give you a good reason to stop by. A body at your way station." Orrin gave a conniving smirk while Jacob solved the puzzle in his head. "Wait, you killed that fucking guy just to get me here?" Orrin responded deviously. "Well, he looked at me funny." And then Orrin was gone, back into his cage of steel drums and rainwater, swallowed by shadows, paperwork, and the generator's hum. Jacob stared at the spike one more time. Then he walked out of the way station, coat heavy, past the switchman, past 93, past Rollo still tapping away in code. Jacob sat in the truck a long while before starting the engine. The air inside smelled like diesel, rust, and old paper. He reached into his coat and pulled out the blank spike, rolling it in his fingers. He thought about Harry, what it must have cost him to stop the kill. Jacob slid the spike into the center console beside the other things he didn't talk about. He didn't feel angry or scared. He started the truck, pulled through the open gates of the way station, and didn't look back. This town. There is no such thing as innocence, only degrees of guilt. John le Carré. In 4 months, Jacob Ford earned himself something of a reputation. He was like Harry back in the day, people on both sides of the fence would say. He fixed derailments in Arizona. welded fresh switch points in Utah, cleared ties along remote lines in Wyoming. 15 jobs, all logged, all coded, all buried beneath legitimate rail work. Some were real, some weren't, and the only thing that mattered was that he never once missed a call. By the third month, he could rig a thermite weld in his sleep. By the fourth, he stopped asking questions when the spikes came with names. He began to earn a reputation as one of the most efficient GMs in the company. His reputation preceded Harry's. Whispers of executives disappearing in Scottsdale, hopeful politicians in Cheyenne in snowmobile accidents. Even an heiress to an oil tycoon in Bozeman met a tragic end in a double homicide with the man she was having an affair with. He moved the family out of the dusty two-bedroom in Midtown and into a clean white Craftsman in Somerset. High ceilings, a fenced yard, a garage that didn't leak when it rained. It backed up to a quiet trail and a view of the mountains. Beth cried the day they moved in, not because of the size, because of the safety. The kids didn't know any different. Cash finally had his own room. Jude rode his bike without a busted chain. Layla had a window big enough to watch the trees move like waves. Jacob didn't talk about where the money came from. He didn't have to. He sold the shop. J&J Customs went back to the guys he used to run with, the last holdouts from the back from hell days. They paid him in cash and pride. He was glad to be rid of it. It was never the dream, he told Beth. He never said what that was. He bought a lowrider S, the same model as the one from his first job. Blacked out, no stickers, no chrome. Paid in cash, no questions asked. He only rode it at night when the air cooled down and the city blurred at the edges. He didn't flaunt the money, didn't buy flashy watches or drop 6 figures on a truck, but the house was paid in full. So was Beth's new SUV, and the fridge was always full. People noticed, but they didn't ask because Jacob Ford didn't brag, and quiet men with money always earned more fear than envy. It was 96 degrees in the shade, and there wasn't much shade in Overton. The rails stretched through the edge of the desert like a scar, clean, dry, humming under the weight of a recent run. Jacob stood near a switch housing, gloves off, squinting against the light bouncing off the ballast. Sweat ran down the back of his neck and soaked into the collar of his shirt. This job was real. A legitimate service order to replace 3 cracked ties and a warped plate just north of town. Nothing dramatic, just railroad work, pure and clean and hard. Jacob liked these jobs. They gave him something to hold in his hands that wasn't a gun or a detonator. He was lining up a replacement spike when he heard the crunch of boots behind him. Jacob stood up, wiped his hands, and turned. Bugs, Nevada Roadmaster, 5'7" with a silver goatee and wraparound sunglasses that never came off. He looked like he was always halfway through a hangover, but you never caught him slipping. "Working hard, huh?" Bugs said. Jacob nodded once. "Legit job." "That's what I like about you, Ford. You keep the cover warm." Bugs reached into his back pocket and pulled out a spike, wrapped in an old rag. He handed it to Jacob. Jacob didn't unwrap it. Not here. Bugs patted his shoulder. "Don't open that till the sun's down." "Where?" "You'll be staying at the Venetian tonight, top floor." Jacob raised an eyebrow. "Sounds expensive." Bugs grinned, gold tooth flashing. "It is. But someone paid a lot for what's in that spike. Might as well sleep soft while you think about it." He turned and started walking back toward his truck. "Oh," he called over his shoulder, "get room service. You look like shit." Jacob turned the spike over in his hand, didn't open it, just felt its weight. Bugs was halfway to his truck when Jacob called after him. "Hey!" Bugs stopped, turned squinting against the sun. "Why do they call you Bugs anyway?" A smirk spread across his face. "That's not a contractor name, if that's what you're thinking." Jacob stepped closer. "So what is it?" Bugs tugged the wraparound sunglasses down just far enough to let Jacob see his eyes. "Name's Benjamin." Jacob waited. "Benjamin Siegel." There was a beat. Then Jacob blinked. As in, Bugs nodded. "My grandfather was the original, Ben Bugsy Siegel, Flamingo Hotel, Flaming Temper, bullet in the eye." Jacob stared for a second longer. Bugs shrugged. My mom named me after him. Said we needed another Siegel in Vegas. I got the nickname before I was out of diapers." Jacob chuckled. "So Vegas mob royalty becomes a railroad man." Bugs grinned. "No better way to stay in the shadows than to walk the tracks, brother. Old blood, new system." He tapped the spike still resting in Jacob's hand. "And if you ever wonder whether the old world and this one are really that different, just remember we both bury people when they get in the way." Then he climbed into his truck and pulled off, dust curling behind the tires. The city rose out of the dust. Las Vegas. Jacob hit the outskirts just after 4. The sun still high, mirage heat shimmering on the blacktop as the strip began to pull him in, neon glass concrete gleaming like a blade under halogen light. He always loved Vegas. To him it felt like Reno's hot younger sister, flashier, wilder, built for bigger appetites. While Reno had grit, Vegas had glitter, and it wore it well. But for most of his life, Vegas hadn't been a getaway. It was a grind. Every trip he'd made before this one had been tied to some half-assed club hustle, some sketchy payday loan scam, some biker gig gone sideways. He couldn't remember when he'd stayed longer than a weekend, and never without watching the back door. He never got to gamble, never got to drink without watching for patch politics, never got to breathe. But now he was driving a brand new truck with clean plates and a railroad spike in the glove box worth more than most jackpots. He wasn't loud about it, but he wasn't hiding either. The heat hit differently in Vegas. It wasn't just the sun. It was the way the city radiated. Like the concrete and glass had absorbed every sin ever committed here and now sweated them back out into the air. Jacob stepped through the gold and glass doors of the Venetian and for the first time in his life felt like a big shot. Not pretending, not posturing, but belonging. The lobby was a cathedral of indulgence, frescoed ceilings painted with Roman gods, polished marble floors that reflected chandeliers the size of pickup trucks. The scent of lemon oil and expensive cologne hung in the air, carried by the quiet hum of hidden air conditioning. Vivaldi's Spring played softly from invisible speakers. Some tourists gawked at the ceiling like they were at the Vatican. A man in a 3-piece suit shouted into a Bluetooth headset before the concierge desk. Jacob stepped around him. The concierge was younger than he expected. Polished, sharp suit, not surprised when Jacob approached with a black cloth bundle tucked under his arm. Jacob placed the spike gently on the counter. The concierge didn't blink. He slid it out of sight with a single motion and passed over a small envelope with a room key inside. "Welcome, sir," the concierge said, like he actually meant it. The elevator rose and smoothed when the doors opened. Jacob stepped into a hallway so quiet it felt carpeted in money. The suite door opened with a soft beep. Inside was all cream leather, smoke glass, and mood lighting. Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out over the strip. You could see the Luxor's beam to the far edge of the desert. A bottle of bourbon sat on the counter untouched. The closet door was already ajar. Inside, a black folder, an oil-stained box, and a .45 caliber 1911 laid neatly across a folded towel. The muzzle had been modified, threaded to take a lathed-out oil filter still wrapped in tissue. Jacob stepped forward. The hotel phone rang. He stared at it for a second before picking it up. "Yeah." "Jacob," Genesee's voice said, calm, crisp. "The job you're here for, the one you haven't opened yet, is important." Jacob didn't speak. He could hear something faint behind Genesee's voice. "I know you're good for it," Genesee continued. "I trust your hands. I trust your pace. But this one needs to happen tonight. Take the next month after this kid. You have earned it. I'll have your workload covered." Jacob said nothing. "You understand?" Genesee asked. "Yeah," Jacob said, voice even. "I got it." The line went dead. Jacob hung up. He walked back to the closet, unwrapped the spike, and held it in his palm. This one was heavier. Maybe it was just him. He placed the magnet near the head. Click! The cap released. Inside, a single strip of paper. He unrolled it. Jack Arndt. In the black folder there were no notes, no photos, just a hotel room key card for the new Resort World Casino and a room number, scrawled in that same black ink. Room 65268, Crockford. Jacob didn't flinch, didn't question. He set the spike down, reached for the weapon, and assembled the suppressor. To him, it seemed simple enough, just another job. Jacob had learned to study his surroundings before stepping into a kill. Resort World wasn't some seedy downtown motel or a busted freight yard. It was a fortress wrapped in luxury. Jacob walked through the crowds of vacationers towards Jack, doing his best to blend into the infinite crowds of tourists and degenerates. His phone buzzed in his jacket pocket. Jacob paused and backed up to a wall to check. A text. Usually he only got text from the railroad sending him pictures of problem track. Unknown number. "Be careful, kid." Jacob didn't respond. Who could this be? He didn't have the time to worry about it tonight. Families wandered past in beachwear and buffet bliss. Neon reflections spilled across high-gloss marble. Dealers laughed in glass-walled pits. Bellmen pushed gold carts heavy with bags that all blurred around him. He was focused. He found her in the parking garage, a maid off the night shift, tossing her smock in the trunk of a rusted Corolla. Mid-40s, hair tired, wallet open on the seat. Jacob pulled up slowly, smiled. "Long night?" She looked up, surprised but not defensive, just weary. "Always." Jacob stepped out, handed her a cigarette. "Not supposed to smoke," she said, but she lit it anyway. They talked for 90 seconds. Jacob made her laugh once. Something about Reno girls being tougher than Vegas boys. Then he told her she had dropped her key card. She hadn't, but he handed one back anyway. It bought him her trust and her actual card. Back inside, he passed by the casino floor like he belonged. Used the maid's key to push through the suite-level gate. The security barely looked at him. He was dressed right, carried himself right. Confidence is the best disguise in a building full of money. He took the elevator down to the service level, walked through a hallway that smelled like bleach and citrus cleaner, and found the maid lifting the back near the linen carts. One swipe. Green light. He was in. The Crockford Tower was different. It wasn't Vegas loud. It was subtly rich, the carpet thick, the lighting warm, soundproofed in ways that made every step feel like it echoed louder than it should have. When the doors opened to the 65th floor, he stepped out slowly, listening. Room 65268 was at the far end of the hall. He moved with purpose, but something clawed at the back of his mind. No file, no photos, no movement pattern, just a name. That was new. What if there were other people inside? He already knew the answer. He'd been taught that the spike only names one, but the room was a world. Anyone else was just collateral. Still, he hesitated in front of the door. Felt the weight of the 1911 under his jacket, slowly screwed the oil filter onto the end. He listened. Nothing. Then reached into his pocket and slid the maid key into the lock. It turned green. Jacob pushed the door open a half-inch, paused, took one breath, and entered. Jacob moved slowly, the silenced 1911 tracing corners, art frames, and curtains. Every breath felt loud. The room was still. Expensive, marble counters, gold fixtures, a half-empty tumbler on the table beside a leather armchair. That's where Jacob saw him. Silver hair, sharp jaw, Armani suit, $4,000 at least, Rolex glinting in the low light. He didn't look like he was hiding. He looked like a man waiting. They locked eyes. Jack didn't flinch. "So," he said, his voice low, precise, "you're Harry's boy." Jacob's grip didn't loosen, but his shoulders tensed. A flicker of surprise, not just that the man spoke, but how calmly he did it. The gun stayed up, fixed on Jack. He said nothing. Jack tilted his head, studying him like a painting. "God, you look young. Bet your hands shake after. That goes away." Jacob scanned the room again. One bedroom door, bathroom open. Clean, empty. Still, he said nothing. Jack smiled faintly. "Harry and I did a few jobs together back in the day. Next time you see him, ask him about Green River. Before things got bigger, he was quiet even then. Didn't say much unless it mattered. You remind me of him, kid." He sipped from the tumbler. Didn't offer one to Jacob. Didn't seem like the type who'd waste good whiskey on a man holding a gun. "I knew this day would come," Jack said. "Didn't expect it to be so soon. Didn't expect it to be you. But I suppose that's how it goes. Names go in the spike. Doesn't matter why." Harry used to say the same thing. Jacob's finger curled against the trigger, still silent. Jack exhaled and leaned back. My son, he's a bulldozer, all gas, no brakes. I tried to keep him balanced, but you know how legacies go. They don't bend, they inherit. A long pause, then Jack met Jacob's eyes one last time. Keep yours open, kid. Brandon doesn't know how to rule yet, but he sure as hell knows how to destroy. He finished the whiskey in one smooth swallow, then set the glass down, folded his hands in his lap. Let's get this over with. Jacob hesitated only once, then fired. The first round pierced the oil filter. The second round thudded into Jack's chest, dead center. No sound, just weight. Jack slumped back into the chair, head tilted toward the skyline beyond the window. The Rolex ticked on. Jacob closed the door behind him without a sound. No one in the hallway. The gun was still warm under his coat, and the filter screwed to the end was blackened with carbon and memory. He moved down the hall like smoke, silent, fast, deliberate. He reached the trash chute at the end and unscrewed the oil filter, dropped it into the steel void, and closed the latch. Gone. Next, the 1911. He disassembled it as he walked, slide, spring, magazine, grip, dropping each piece into separate trash bins lining the hallway like casual death rituals. A barrel in one, the recoil spring in another. He left the trigger group in a laundry cart. By the time he reached the elevator, his hands were empty, but not clean. The car arrived with a soft chime. He stepped inside alone. The moment the door slid shut, it hit him, the silence. Not the silence of the room, the silence in him. He'd done the job, but it hadn't felt like a job. It had felt like a conversation cut short. Who the hell was Jack Arrant, really? How did he know Harry? Why hadn't he resisted? And what did he do to deserve a spike with his name? Jacob had more questions than rounds left. The elevator hummed as it dropped. Jacob stared at his reflection in the polished doors. Then, ding! The car stopped on floor 32. The doors slid open. Jacob slid to the side. A man stepped in like he owned the goddamn city. Black hair, tan skin, Rolex, just like Jack's. And on either arm, two women dressed for champagne and regrets, lips glossed, dresses barely zipped, eyes hungry for the next mistake. The man smelled like alcohol and money. Hey, fucker, the man slurred, hit 64 for me. Jacob didn't move. The man stared at him. You deaf? Jacob jolted and tapped the button for 64, even though the car was already descending. The man smirked. That's better. The women giggled behind him. Jacob kept his eyes low. They said nothing else, just stood there, swaying slightly. The floors ticked down. 27, 26, 25. Jacob's heart thudded in sync with the LED display. He didn't breathe until the lobby light blinked on. As the doors opened, he stepped out fast. The man's voice followed him. Nice shoes, bro. You shopping at Walmart? Laughter, cheap and cruel. Jacob didn't look back. Outside the Venetian, the desert air wrapped around him like static. Jacob walked down the strip with the collar of his jacket raised and his thoughts tumbling like coins in a dryer. The further he got from the Crockford's tower, the more everything else started to slow down. Too slow. He made it to the truck, climbed inside, and just sat there. Didn't start the engine. Didn't move. Just stared at his hands on the wheel. The thing about Jack Arrant was he wasn't afraid. Not in that room. Not when he saw the gun. Not even when Jacob pulled the trigger. And that was the part Jacob couldn't shake. Jack looked at him like a man clocking out, like he'd been waiting for it. And the line that echoed most, my son is a bulldozer. Jacob didn't know Brandon, but he knew men like him, greedy, raised with blood and empire. They didn't just inherit power, they believed they deserved it. Jacob had killed a man like that before, but not one who stared him in the eyes and accepted it. He hadn't opened the folder because there wasn't one, no context, no crime, no rationale. He kept telling himself it didn't matter. The spike was the authority, the spike was the proof. But the silence afterward? That was new. His body wasn't shaking. His hands weren't cold. But his mind felt like a track too warped to run straight. He pulled his phone from the dash, thumbed down to Harry, hit call, one ring, then the voice he needed. Jacob, Harry said, simple, warm, tired. Jacob swallowed hard. "Hey," he said, "just wanted to check in. Everything okay?" Jacob nodded instinctively, even though no one could see it. Yeah, just finished a job, legit one, Overton." He let the lie hang in the air, not because Harry couldn't handle the truth, because Harry didn't deserve it anymore. He earned his peace. "Good stretch out there," Harry replied. "Still walking track or swinging iron?" "Bit of both." There was a pause. Jacob leaned his head back against the seat. "I miss you, old man." Harry chuckled softly. "You going soft on me?" "Maybe," Jacob said. "I don't know. Just haven't had many of these quiet nights lately. Thought I'd use one to call someone who matters." Another pause, the kind Harry never interrupted. "We'll be up that way soon," Jacob added. "Beth's been talking about Waldport again. Kids want to see the ocean. Thought we'd make the yearly drive." "Door is always open," Harry said. "You know that." Jacob exhaled, "Just making sure you're good." "I'm good, Jaker." They sat in the silence for a moment more. Then Jacob said, "All right, I'll talk to you soon." "You will," Harry said. Jacob hung up. He just sat in the parking garage, watching the empty stairwell and thinking about the way Jack looked at him. Jacob shut the truck off and walked back to his room. The quiet ones carry the heaviest echoes. Tyler Knott Gregson. After Las Vegas, he took the month off at Genesee's request. Jacob didn't argue, didn't ask why. For the first time since he was 14, Jacob Ford wasn't clocking in. Not at the garage, not on a job, not on a highway between cities carrying pieces of men in a duffel bag. He was just home, and it felt like stepping into another life. The days weren't lazy, but they were quiet. He started in the garage, finally tearing down the lowrider S he'd been riding with barely a tune-up. He stripped the tank, rewired the lights, and installed a new chain kit from Milwaukee Iron. It wasn't about performance, it was about ritual. The sound of sockets, the feel of steel, the meditative stillness of building something with your hands and not being afraid it would explode. Beth's honey-do list was taped to the fridge with a cartoon magnet from the Reno Zoo. Jacob tackled it like it was a blueprint for redemption. Repaint the kids' bathroom, fix the broken hinge on the side gate, replace the water heater insulation, build a planter box for the tomatoes. Every task felt like a confession paid in sweat. He didn't complain, not once. They went to the Reno balloon races that weekend. Layla sat on his shoulders at sunrise, clapping with sticky fingers and a powdered sugar mouth. Cash asked about how the balloons worked. Jude just wanted to chase them. Beth brought a thermos of too strong coffee and smiled in a way Jacob hadn't seen in a long time, like the moment actually felt permanent. Later, they sat on the grass watching the Aces game. Jacob wore his hat low and didn't care about the score. He watched Beth laugh with the couple behind them, watched Jude swing his plastic foam bat like it was the bottom of the ninth, and he thought, "This is what I killed to protect." The next morning, he taught Jude how to ride without training wheels. It took 3 crashes, a scraped elbow, and a lot of deep breathing. But on the 4th run, Jude wobbled straight for 10 feet, then 20, then all the way down the cul-de-sac. Jacob ran behind him, breathless and grinning, arms raised like a man who just crossed his own finish line. Beth watched from the porch with Layla asleep against her shoulder. Cash gave a thumbs up, half focused on a book he barely pretended to read. Jacob stood there, sweat dripping down the back of his neck, and realized he wasn't tired, not even a little. They went to Lake Tahoe twice that month, once to the north side, where they rented a cabin with pine walls and no cell reception. The kids collected pine cones. Beth read by the window. Jacob grilled steaks that bled a little too much and didn't care. The second time, they just drove up for the day, swam, threw stones, ate deli sandwiches in the shade. Layla insisted on burying Jacob's boots in the sand. Beth made fun of his farmer's tan, and Jacob stood waist deep in the water watching his reflection and thinking, "I don't deserve this, but I want to." Some nights, after everyone was asleep, he sat in the kitchen helping Cash with math. Not because Cash needed it, he didn't, but because Jacob liked the way it felt to be useful in a way that didn't involve a weapon. Jacob didn't remember any of that math in Cash's homework, but he tried to help the best he could. He taught Jude how to make scrambled eggs and let him crack all the shells, even the ones that got everywhere. Layla helped him water the tomatoes every morning. Beth stole kisses while brushing past him with laundry baskets. No alarms, no burner phones, no blood under the nails. Just days, not jobs. And for that whole month, Jacob never looked in the mirror and saw a killer. He just saw a man with calloused hands and a sleeping dog at his feet. A man who used to dream of peace but now was living it, if only on borrowed time, and he didn't dare ask how much time was left. It was a Friday morning, late summer sun cutting through the kitchen blinds like golden wire. Beth was tying her hair back in front of the hallway mirror, purse slung over her shoulder, a soft smile on her face. Jacob was on the floor with Layla, helping her sort puzzle pieces into a rough mountain range that made no sense but felt important. Beth looked down at him just before walking out the door. "Oh," she said, "don't forget we've got dinner at your parents' place tonight." Jacob paused, then nodded. "Right, 6 o'clock?" Beth nodded and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Be nice. Aren't I always?" Beth smiled without answering and disappeared out the door. As the lock clicked behind her, Jacob sat back on his heels and stared at the fridge for a long time. His parents. That was a thing that still carried weight where it used to carry resentment. Shame. Dan Ford was an architect. Quiet, meticulous, obsessed with lines and light. He'd designed churches, strip malls, and once a retirement community shaped like a horseshoe to maximize sunrise visibility. He was the kind of man who measured twice and spoke once. The kind of man who expected the world to follow blueprints and didn't know what to do when his son didn't. Tammy Ford, Jacob's mother, had worked as a school counselor at North Valley High. She wore thick glasses and cardigans even in the summer. She taught kids how to handle their emotions while quietly losing her own sleep over Jacob's. She was the one who made the call, the one who told him to leave. He was 17, angry, loud, dangerous in ways he didn't fully understand. She cried when she said it, but she didn't take it back. And now Jacob didn't carry resentment, but he still carried the shame. It lived under his skin like an old burn, healed over but tender when pressed. He didn't blame them, not for the choices they made, not for the love they gave and the lines they drew. He blamed himself for being the kind of kid who made decent people choose distance over hope. He wished he could go back, not to change what happened, but just to thank them for surviving him, to tell them they did the best they could, because they had. Later that day, while Jude played in the sprinkler and Cash practiced cursive on the patio table, Jacob sat on the porch watching the sun move across the lawn. He thought about dinner. He thought about what he'd say, and he thought about how many lives he'd taken to protect this new one. Not a single one of those men had seen him as a son, but somehow his parents still did, even if they didn't fully know who he was now. Dinner went better than Jacob expected. Tammy had made her famous stuffed bell peppers, extra cheesy for the kids, just the way Jude liked them. Dan poured wine with the kind of generosity that said he didn't care about the label, just the company. And when the plates were cleared and dessert was served, the stories began. Tammy leaned in like a seasoned performer, eyes twinkling behind her glasses. You know, she said, looking at Cash and Jude, when your dad was about your age, he tried to skateboard off the roof, landed right on the neighbor's Honda. Everyone laughed. Bent the trunk, Dan added, tried to blame the wind. Layla clapped like it was the best story she'd ever heard. And he used to play piano, Tammy went on. Wouldn't let us sleep past 6 a.m. on weekends because he was convinced he'd figured out the next big blues riff. Which he hadn't, Dan grinned. I was close, Jacob muttered. No, you weren't, his dad replied, grinning wide. But there was no edge to it. No scolding, just family, just love, just the kind of warmth that makes you forget how cold things used to be. Later that night, Jacob stood on the back porch under a soft wash of porch light, watching the wind ripple through the tall grass behind the fence. He held a half-smoked cigar between his fingers, cheap, peppery, a gas station grab. The screen door creaked open behind him. Dan stepped out, holding a polished cedar box under one arm and a dark, thick cigar in the other. "Jesus, Jake," Dan said, wrinkling his nose, "what is that? You're not in a poker game behind a bowling alley." Jacob smirked. "Came with a six-pack." Dan shook his head and handed over the Nicaraguan. "Here, smoke something that doesn't taste like lighter fluid." Jacob took it, lit it slowly. The difference hit immediately, earthy, full, smooth. They stood for a long while, listening to the wind and the faint sounds of the kids inside. Then Dan said, "You still play?" Jacob shrugged. "Haven't touched a piano in years." "Shame," Dan said. "You had feel. That's rare." Jacob smiled faintly. "You were the one with the chops." Dan exhaled smoke through his nose. Hendrix was better. Jacob turned his head. "Here we go." "Stevie had the hands," Dan said, "but Hendrix had the vision." "Stevie had tone," Jacob argued, "and guts." They went back and forth like that for 10 minutes. Guitar nerds across a generation, bonded by bent notes and battered gear. But underneath the banter there was more. A history, a hope. Dan had taught Jacob about the blues young. Not just the chords, but the feel, the ache between the notes, the way to make a song weep without ever raising your voice. He used to bring Jacob with him to weekend gigs, little bars, county fairs, and backroom sets in towny taverns. Jacob was 12 the first time he played backup, just a slow walk on piano following his dad's lead. For a while, Dan thought maybe his son could succeed where he hadn't. Maybe Jacob would find what he couldn't, a life in music. But the world had other plans. In 2008, the recession hit like a freight train. Dan lost half his contracts in a month. Tammy's school hours were cut. They didn't lose the house, but it came close. There was no money for extras. If Jacob wanted a new pair of shoes, a trip to the movies, or a Valentine's gift for a girl, he had to earn it. And in the corners of Reno, there were plenty of ways for a smart, tough kid to earn fast cash. He sold weed, then pills, the information. He shook down bullies and ran errands for older kids with worse intentions. By the time he was a junior, Jacob Ford had more street names than he had friends. It wasn't about rebellion, it was about survival, and a growing feeling that maybe he was just built for this. Now, years later, the man who raised him passed over another cigar. No questions, no lectures, just a quiet kind of forgiveness wrapped in cedar and blues. Dan had accepted what Jacob was. He never really knew what Jacob was up to ever. He took the "I would rather be happy than right" approach to being a father now. Jacob leaned back in the old chair and looked at his father. Really looked at him. For the first time, Dan looked smaller somehow. Not weak, just older. Not the man who could bench press a fridge or fix a roof before lunch. Just a guy who had done his best. And somehow, that was enough. Jacob wasn't sure what heaven looked like, but if he had to guess, it would look a hell of a lot like the last month. Late mornings with coffee and cartoons. Beth was barefoot in the kitchen, humming some old Miranda Lambert tune. Cash and Jude argued over cereal boxes. Layla turned everything into a game, even brushing her teeth, which became a battle of pirates and princesses. Days up at Lake Tahoe, nights on the back porch with bourbon and laughter. No burner phones, no trains in the dark, just him, his family, and a house full of life. If he could, Jacob would have copied and pasted the whole thing into eternity, but time doesn't freeze. Sunday night came like the last warm breeze before fall. They packed the kids into the truck after dinner at his parents' place. Tammy had slipped leftover pie into foil. Dan hugged him like they didn't need words anymore. The sun dipped behind the Virginia range, painting Reno in amber. Beth leaned over in the passenger seat, hand on his thigh. "You good?" Jacob nodded. "I'm better than good." They got home around 9. The kids were asleep before he even pulled into the drive. Jacob carried Layla inside, her tiny hand still gripping the stuffed whale she'd won at the lake. Beth took the boys. Nobody argued about brushing teeth. The house felt quiet again, but not in a lonely way. In a full way. That night, Jacob set his alarm for 4:45 a.m. There was a job in the morning. Nothing violent, nothing mysterious. just a routine inspection for the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad. A short line job way out near Roseburg. He'd be walking a stretch of siding track, logging heat warp and tie degradation. 12 miles in boots, clipboard, sweat and sunburn, a quiet job, a cover. But it was also something else, a re-entry, a soft return to the life that waited beneath the life he loved. Jacob stood outside just before bed, watching the moon ride above the trees. There was something comforting in knowing where the day would take him. No gun, no spike, just a high-visibility vest and a pen. He exhaled slowly and deeply, the air cool in his lungs. Jacob was somewhere between dreaming and drifting when the sound cut through the quiet. It wasn't his alarm. It wasn't a call from Genesee. It was the subtle vibration of Beth's phone buzzing on the nightstand, low, persistent. Wrong. He stirred, eyes blinking in the dark. The clock read 3:12 a.m. Beth reached for the phone without sitting up. Her hair was a mess, her voice still buried in sleep. Then she saw the name. Rochelle. No one calls at that hour unless the world is about to change. Jacob sat up instinctively, something cold settling in his gut. Beth answered. Hey, Aunt Rochelle, is everything okay? Jacob didn't need the speaker on. He could hear everything. Rochelle's voice came cracked and trembling through the tiny speaker grill. No, it's Harry. She tried to hold it together. Failed. He passed away last night. Beth froze. The silence between words felt like it could last forever. He was complaining of some stomach pain, Rochelle continued. Nothing serious. He didn't want to go to the ER. Said it was probably something he ate. But then, after dinner, he just... She couldn't finish the sentence. Beth sat up, the sheets crumpled in her fists. Her breath caught once, then again. Then the tears came like something primal had been ripped out of her. Jacob had seen her cry before, but not like this, not this sound, not this raw. He reached for her, pulled her into him. She shook in his arms. He could barely process the words himself. Harry, gone. It didn't compute. Jacob had known violent men who burned out or blew up, but Harry was carved from stone. He didn't die, he just kept going. But now, just like that, he was done. Jacob held Beth as the phone slipped from her hands onto the covers. Layla stirred in the next room. Somewhere out there, the sun was beginning its slow crawl over the mountains. But nothing about the world felt light. All Jacob could think about was how quiet it must have been. For a man who'd pulled triggers in every state, for a man who laid track across deserts and buried ghosts beneath the rails, for a man who had spent a lifetime watching his back to die in bed, of something so ordinary. Jacob closed his eyes, forehead against Beth's temple. He only had a few months. He never got to rest. He worked his whole goddamn life, and he never even got to grow old. Outside, the wind passed through the trees like it didn't care. Inside, the house was still. Beth sobbed until her body gave out and she fell asleep in Jacob's arms. He didn't. Not for the rest of the night. He just sat in the dark holding her, thinking about a man who never let his guard down until the one night he finally could. By 5 a.m., the sky outside was still bruised with night. Jacob moved like a shadow through the house, careful not to wake anyone, especially Beth. She had finally drifted into sleep sometime after 4, curled on the couch with Layla's blanket clutched against her chest. He didn't want to leave her, not like this. But in the back of his mind, he heard it, Harry's voice. Gravel and steel. No nonsense. You got to do the fucking job, kid, no matter what's happening in your life. It wasn't cruelty. It was clarity. The kind of lesson Harry didn't just teach with words, but with every scar, every decision, every mile he ever drove alone with no one to talk to but his conscience. Jacob slid behind the wheel of the truck, the engine turning over like a breath being held. He didn't even plug in his phone, didn't hit play on the podcast cued from the night before, didn't pull up the blues playlist he usually ran when the miles got long. Instead, he put the truck in drive and pulled out of the neighborhood under a soft blue sky that hadn't decided yet whether it wanted to be morning. The road to Roseburg, Oregon stretched out like a ribbon of ghosts. The route carved through Lassen National Forest, tall pines rising like silent sentries on both sides of the 2-lane. The air thinned as he climbed, dipped, rose again. Jacob knew this drive. He'd made it before. But this time felt different. This time he didn't feel like the man going to do the job. He felt like the man who was the job. In Ashland, the sky opened up, a watercolor haze spilling across the mountains. In Medford, he fueled up, took a leak, bought a black coffee, and didn't say a word to the woman behind the counter. In Eugene, he passed under a banner for the Ducks' upcoming game and didn't even glance at the traffic building on the opposite side of the highway. The entire drive, 6 hours and 32 minutes, he didn't say a word, didn't sing. He didn't check his rear view like he used to when he was paranoid about club beef or old debts. He just drove. And that silence, it meant something now. He remembered asking Harry once why he never played music on the road. Harry had just stared at the highway and said, "There's already a song in your head. You just don't want to hear it yet." Now Jacob understood. The song was memory, regret, purpose. It was the slow echoing sound of a man stepping further and further away from everything soft. By the time he hit Roseburg, the sun was high and bright. He didn't feel rested, but he felt ready. Not to work, not to grieve, but to carry all of it, because that's what Harry had done. And now the job was his. Jacob rolled into the Central Oregon and Pacific Railroad yard in Roseburg around 1:04 p.m. He didn't talk to anyone. He parked the truck, grabbed his notebook, and hit the rails. There were no tracks of violence here, just the slow, grinding decay of neglect, warped ties, loose ballast, a handful of rusted fish plates that needed shimming. He walked it all, quiet, head down, writing in his notepad every few feet. He was a ghost in Carhartt and boots, just another contractor working a subdivision. It took 5 hours. When he was done, the sun had dipped below the sawmill rooftops, and his back ached like he'd been carrying something heavier than tools. He pulled up to the mobile office trailer parked on the edge of the property and knocked. A grizzled foreman answered, Matt, his shirt stitched with grease. Jacob handed over the notes. "Here's what I've got," he said. "Ballast loss in 6 zones, joint fatigue. You've got a switch that's going to fail inside 3 weeks if you don't shore it. I'll send over the full bid tomorrow." Matt nodded, flipping through the pages with a practiced eye. "Appreciate it," he said. "You headed out or sticking around?" "Depends," Jacob said. "Wanted to loop in your roadmaster. Get his info so I can CC him on the quote." Matt scratched his neck. "He's over at the locomotive storage shop. Meeting with the Portland crew, some kind of training." He pointed across the tracks to a long steel-sided building speckled with soot. "Over there." Jacob crossed the yard, boots on ballast, sunlight low behind him, and just before he stepped through the gate, he stopped, dead still. There were 3 men leaning on a switch stand just outside the building. 2 were facing him. One had his back turned. The first he recognized immediately. Roman, the roadmaster for Kokar. A solid guy, local, wore his hat too high but ran a tight yard. The second, Jeff, Portland's resident flamboyant shot caller, bright green pants, gold belt, aviators, and a crooked smile that meant he saw the whole world like a game board. And the third man, Jacob's eyes locked onto his wrist. A Rolex, same model, same glint, same exact wrist from that elevator in Vegas. Jacob felt his pulse spike, not from fear but from the weight of realization. He'd spent days wondering if that drunken, arrogant bastard from the casino had been part of the same world. Deep down, he hoped the guy was just a rich asshole. Now he knew better. Jeff spotted him first and waved like they were long-lost lovers. "Oh, my God, Jakey," he said. "Look at you, all tan and covered in dirt, working man sexy." He gave Jacob a huge hug, completely ignoring the tension behind Jacob's eyes. When Jeff finally let go, he gestured to the other 2 men like a magician, revealing his next act. "This is Roman, our lovely host, and this," he said, turning dramatically, "is Brandon." Brandon turned around slowly. Sharp suit, even sharper eyes, clean-shaven, a perfect politician's smile. Jacob forced himself to hold the man's gaze even as his stomach churned. Jacob turned to Roman. "You got a business card?" Roman nodded. "Yeah, hang on, I'll grab it." He jogged off toward the trailer office, leaving Jacob with the 2 men who, by all rights, should have hated each other more than they hated him. Jeff broke the quiet. So, working on anything fun while you're in town? Jacob didn't blink. Just track work. Jeff tilted his head, pouting slightly. Boring. Jacob glanced at Brandon, still unreadable behind his slick grin. Jeff leaned in, stage whispering, just loud enough to carry. Don't worry, he said. He's one of us. He reached out, hand firm, steady. Jacob, he said. Brandon took his hand, gripped hard, smiled like a man who sharpened his teeth in private. Brandon, he said, calm and smug, Eastern GM. The words hung like ice in the air. Brandon smirked. Jacob didn't flinch. So, Jacob said casually, what brings the Eastern GM out west? Brandon's smile sharpened. Looking at vacation property, he said. Coast's nice this time of year. Thought I'd poke my head in, might be interested in buying into the core PP here, and of course, see one of my favorite roadmasters. He said it like a threat wrapped in perfume. You don't mind, do you? Jacob shrugged. Not my railroad. Roman returned and handed Jacob a card. Shoot it to that email. We'll be ready to start next week. Jacob nodded, sliding the card into his chest pocket. Brandon pulled out his own card, white, gold trim, one name, one number. He handed it to Jacob with a look that said everything and nothing at the same time. Brandon Arendt, General Manager, Eastern Division, 518-889912. Jacob took it, and his blood ran cold. That name, Arendt, was spoken behind closed doors. It belonged to someone old world. Legacy. Dangerous in a different way than Harry. Jacob stared at the card, then at Brandon. Brandon just smiled. This was the son of the man Jacob killed in Las Vegas, and now he is the GM. Just a twitch at the corner of his mouth. And suddenly Jacob wasn't sure if the sun had dipped or if the shadows had moved closer. It was too much. Too deliberate. Brandon Arendt was standing in Oregon the day after Harry died. Jacob had pulled the trigger on Jack Arendt in a hotel suite in Vegas just a few months ago. Coincidence? Jacob didn't believe in those anymore. He watched Brandon through narrowed eyes, fingers brushing against the edge of the white and gold business card in his jacket pocket. Arendt, the name still stung in his chest. Brandon was Jack's son, and Jacob was the one who'd sent Jack to the ground with a silenced 1911, walked out clean, and told himself it was just another job. But this wasn't just another job anymore. This was something else, something chess-like, something built from long memories and slow revenge. He remembered Jack's warning to Jacob in Vegas. Jacob didn't say goodbye, didn't wave, didn't tell Roman he'd send the quote. He just turned, walked straight back to the truck, and threw the door shut so hard the glass rattled in the frame. The old diesel roared to life like it had something to say, and Jacob peeled out of the yard before the dust could settle behind him. Headed west, toward the coast, toward Sandra, toward Rochelle, sitting in that house on the cliff, trying to make sense of the empty chair at the dinner table, toward whatever was left of Harry. The highway bled out ahead of him like a cracked ribbon of steel and shadow. The truck hugged the corners hard, tires biting at the pavement as the forest blurred past in streaks of pine and dark green. Jacob drove like a man trying to outrun a thought, but it caught him anyway. Why was Brandon in Oregon the day after Harry died, not the week after, not for a funeral, the day after? And why had Jack Arendt, stoic, untouchable Jack, been handed to Jacob with no context? No file, no details, just a spike, a room number, a name. Was Jack a general manager? And Harry? Harry only got a few months off before his story ended in the simplest, most unlikely way imaginable. Abdominal pain. Jacob gripped the wheel tighter. Maybe that's how it goes, he thought. Maybe GMs don't get to enjoy the quiet. Maybe retirement isn't part of the contract. Maybe the second your title changes from operator to liability, someone hands a spike to the next hungry upstart and the phone stops ringing. Maybe Jack was too old to keep secrets anymore. Maybe Harry knew too much. Maybe Jacob was next. The wind tore through the side mirror. The sun sank lower behind the mountains. Jacob's thoughts got louder. What if Jack never actually crossed a line? What if that hit wasn't punishment but protocol? What if I didn't pull a trigger on justice, I pulled it on policy? Now Brandon, his father buried, his name engraved in gold on that white card, just happened to show up in Oregon the day after Harry died. Jacob's mind spiraled. None of the answers came, just more silence, the kind Harry used to fill with tired sayings and long looks across truck dashboards. He reached the coast just before dark. The sky was pink and bleeding, the ocean black beneath it. Waldport rose from the cliffs. Jacob pulled off onto the long gravel drive. The house stood quiet in the fading light, porch lights glowing like they were waiting just for him. He parked, engine ticking. He didn't get out right away. Just sat there, staring at the waves, asking questions no one would ever answer out loud. Casa Diablo. We are each our own devil, and we make this world our hell. Oscar Wilde. The room around him was still. The only sound was the hum of the porter's heating system. Outside, Portland lights flickered across damp glass. Brandon stared at the spike a moment longer, then closed it and slipped it into the inner pocket of his coat. He rose, adjusted his collar, and left the room without turning off the light. The drive to Waldport was silent. No radio, no calls, just the sound of rubber-eating pavement and Brandon's breath, even and measured. He drove a rented black SUV, plates from California, no GPS history. The spike rested on the passenger seat in a leather pouch. His glove sat beside it, black nitrile, disposable. In the glove box, a clear glass vial and a disposable syringe. The liquid inside looked like water. It wasn't. The compound had no odor, no taste, no trail, just a delay. Once ingested, it worked its way through the blood like a slow fuse, 12 hours, then nothing. No seizures, no foam, just collapse, like a tired man finally giving in. It had been used once before. Brandon had read the file, a cartel general in 2003. The autopsy said natural causes. Brandon parked a block down from the Clearwater restaurant. The air was heavy with salt and wood smoke. Twilight pressed low over the rooftops. He scanned the street through polarized lenses. There, the old man. Harry Morgan sat at a window-side table, alone, knife and fork laid with military precision. He sipped water, looking out toward the ocean as if expecting it to answer something. Brandon didn't approach the restaurant. He turned down a narrow street and cut across the back alley behind the shops. A toy shop sat across from Clearwater, red awning, closed sign in the window. Inside, shelves of plush animals, wind-up trains, little wooden cars. 3 teenagers waited at the corner, hands in their hoodies, shuffling from foot to foot. Brandon handed the tallest one a roll of 20s. "One rock," he said, "through that window. Wait until I'm clear. Make it loud." They didn't ask why. Brandon walked away without another word. The door was unlatched. Brandon had seen to that earlier, picked it clean an hour before sunset, and left a sliver of metal in the latch to keep it from locking. He slipped inside unnoticed, walking past the dry pantry, past crates of lemons and vacuum-sealed salmon. He moved through the kitchen with silent precision. The line cook was plating 2 dishes, back turned. A server stood texting near the prep counter. No one noticed the man in the dark coat slipping behind the cooler door. He waited there, counted the seconds. Then, crash. Glass shattered across the street. A scream. Tires screeched. Someone shouted, "What the hell?" as the toy store's alarm went off, shrill and sudden. The server bolted. The cook dropped his tongs. Brandon stepped out. 1 plate sat waiting, ribeye, medium rare, buttered green beans, cracked pepper crust. It was Harry's order. He'd confirmed that an hour ago with a forged phone call. Brandon pulled on the gloves, uncapped the syringe, and emptied half the vial into the steak's juices, letting it seep beneath the crust. The meat soaked it without question. He placed the plate back on the warmer and walked out the way he came. Brandon hadn't had a bump since JFK. He never craved coke more than after a kill, a rich kid addiction amplified by blood. Waldport had been too clean, too quiet. There'd been no resistance, no theater, just meat on a plate and a shadow slipping out the door. And now he needed something more. Brandon tapped his phone awake with the side of his thumb, eyes still glassy from the drive back. His contact list was empty, except for a few names that didn't belong, but one stood out. Jeff. He hit call. It rang once, then again, then... "Brown." Brandon's voice was steady, clipped. Need to meet. You around? You tell me, honey. Casa Diablo, 20 minutes. I'll bring the party favors. Click. Brandon tossed the phone into the center console. He pulled into a back lot behind the club and turned the engine off. His hands were already twitching. The Casa Diablo was dim even in daylight, the windows blacked out, the air thick with vanilla lotion and stale gin. Red lights pulsed over leather booths and chrome poles. A girl with sleeve tattoos danced like she'd forgotten she was being watched. Brandon didn't look at her. He sat in the corner booth, slowly peeling his gloves off, and stared at the condensation building on his water glass. His pupils were still tight, his jaw locked, and his chest felt like it was collapsing in on itself. Jeff slid into the booth without a word. He wore a pink trucker hat, camo jacket, boots still muddy from something he never explained. "You look like shit," Jeff muttered, tossing a folded cocktail napkin onto the table. It had a small zip-sealed bag inside, nearly opaque. "That's the one you just popped?" Brandon didn't answer. He palmed the bag and tucked it into his coat, then exhaled slowly, a grin cracking through the quiet. "Harry Morin," Jeff blinked. "You serious? You think fuck up my first contract as GM?" "Christ," Jeff leaned back and ran a hand down his jaw. "I thought he was off limits. I mean, wasn't he the goddamn West?" "Not anymore. Harry." "Don't say that name," Brandon said flatly, pouring himself a glass of water with the hand that wasn't already sweating. "Let's go look at that railroad in Roseburg tomorrow, Jeff. I would like to add it to my portfolio." "You're the boss." When Brandon returned to the porter, his skin was clammy and white. He set the bag on the bathroom sink of room 1417. He rolled up a crisp $100 bill and cut 2 lines with the edge of a stolen driver's license. The first hit numbed the edge of his tongue and surged behind his eyes. The second one let the world go quiet. He stared at himself in the mirror, pupils like shotgun barrels, lips pressed in a straight line, and whispered under his breath, "I did it, you old bastard." The spike still sat on the desk beside his hotel bed, closed, sealed tight. But the name inside wasn't ink on brass anymore. A legacy burned into his hands. And he hadn't even started yet. The next morning, Brandon woke up in the back seat of Jeff's truck with pink fuzzy dice on the mirror. He didn't even remember leaving the porter. It was kind of morning where the sun didn't feel like light, just heat and consequence. His heart was still racing from the night before, part adrenaline, part whatever Jeff had laced into the line he'd cut on just before Brandon passed out. The air stank of burnt plastic and cheap pine air freshener. Brandon pushed himself upright, head pounding, and blinked toward the front seat. Jeff, slouched and grinning behind aviator shades, flicked his cigarette ash out the cracked window. "Morning, Romeo," Jeff said, voice raspy with sleep and too many late nights. "Sleep well? You look like a corpse in the rear view." Brandon rubbed his temples. "Where the fuck are we?" "Eugene, still a little ways from Roseburg." Brandon looked out the window. "Heard all those stories about Harry growing up. My dad used to say he was the best he had ever seen. Thought it would have been more to it last night." Jeff gave a short, dry laugh. "Yeah, well, that was Harry Morgan. Quiet son of a bitch. Did more damage than most of us could in a war." Brandon lit a cigarette with shaky hands. Jeff kept his eyes on the road. "You know Jacob was trained by Harry, right?" Brandon exhaled. "I know." "No, you don't, kid." Jeff's smile dropped. "That boy is a goddamn animal. Took down a Mormon billionaire in Salt Lake like it was just another Tuesday. Staged a body disposal so clean Utah PD blamed it on a cartel. He did 15 contracts in 4 months. Brandon looked sideways, irritated. "What are you getting at?" Jeff's voice turned cold. "I'm saying, if Jacob ever finds out you killed Harry, he'll burn your fucking house down with you in it. He's not like us. He was made for this. Harry knew it. Genesee knows it. You should know it too." Brandon stared out the window, jaw tight, lips twitching with something between fear and denial. Jeff leaned back and grinned again, but nothing was playful behind it. "You got the title, Brandon, but Jacob's the storm. Better pray he never smells blood." Brandon stared ahead, eyes glazed behind the windshield glare. Jeff droned on about a job gone sideways in Longview, but Brandon wasn't listening. He would never beat Jacob in a straight-up fight. That much was obvious. Jacob was too fast, too violent, too silent, the kind of man who'd kill you with his eyes half closed. Harry taught him well, too well. Brandon needed to make Jacob act on instinct. Fast and emotional, pull him out of the shadows and into the open, something that would only bring Jacob to him on instinct. He needed Jacob to choose to come east where he was king. Every rose has a thorn. The evil men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. William Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. Jacob knew Brandon killed Harry. He didn't know how and he didn't know why, but he knew. Not like a fact you could find in a file. Not like something you could hold up in court, but a bone-deep certainty. Brandon had been in Oregon the day after Harry died, smirking, calm, wearing his father's Rolex like a trophy. He had shaken Jacob's hand like it was already over, but it wasn't, because Jacob wasn't going to let it be. Did Brandon know who Jacob was to Harry? Jacob didn't even know the names of the other GMs. Harry was more than a mentor, more than a job. He was the only man who had ever pulled Jacob out of the dark instead of throwing him deeper into it. He had taught him the job, and now he was gone, reduced to nothing more than a complication in someone else's rise. Jacob wasn't going to let that stand. He was going to kill Brandon Arendt, not out of vengeance, not even justice, out of necessity. But Jacob also understood something else, something Harry had drilled into him in the wait between hits. You don't move without cover. Killing a roadmaster was one thing. They came and went, sometimes violently, but a general manager, that was different. That was structure, that was stability, that was blood in the gears. If Jacob was going to take down the GM of the East, he needed more than fury and a trigger. He needed irrefutable evidence, something that would justify the kill inside the world they lived in, something Genesee himself would look at and say, do it. Until then, Jacob couldn't move, but he could watch, he could dig, and when the time came, he'd bury Brandon deep under ties, under the same end that had swallowed Harry. Only this time it wouldn't be protocol. It would be personal. Before Jacob could go digging for the truth, he did what Harry would have expected. He stayed. He stayed and did the work no one wants to talk about, the kind that happens in kitchens and hallways and back porches after a death. The calls, the decisions, the silence between them. He didn't sleep. He just moved, room to room, list to list, shouldering the weight the same way Harry had once taught him to shoulder a body. Sandra wasn't a woman who cried in public. She carried her grief in her posture, in the way her hands hovered over old photo frames like they were glass traps. Jacob replaced the porch light, fixed the gutter Harry had been putting off, drove to the store 3 towns over to get the only candles Sandra liked for the table. She didn't say thank you. She didn't have to. Rochelle handled the phone tree. Cousins, old co-workers, a preacher from Waldport who'd known Harry since '89. Her voice cracked just once. Jacob stepped in, took over the next few calls. Jacob managed everything else. There were so many things no one tells you you'll need to do after someone dies. File the death certificate, cancel a pension, sign forms no one reads. Choose whether the obituary should list the military service or let it fade quietly, just like the man. They went with quiet because that's how Harry would have wanted it. On the second day, Jacob walked into the garage and found Harry's old welding gloves still folded over the handle of his toolbox. Dust had started to settle on the fingers. That's when the full weight of it hit him. Not the grief, the absence. The kind of residence that lives in places once filled with presence, the kind that doesn't echo, it just sits. Harry was gone, and Jacob couldn't do anything about that. But he could do something about why. By the third morning, everything that could be handled was. The flowers were picked, the plot reserved, the minister briefed, the family notified. Sandra, exhausted, finally slept through the night. Jacob stood at the kitchen sink, washing the last of the plates, staring out at the gray coast through salt-smudged glass. Tomorrow he would leave. And when he did, he'd stop being a grieving grandson-in-law. he'd start being what Harry had made him into, a contractor. And this time the contract wasn't in the spike, it was written in blood. If Harry's death was a hit, who would have ordered it? Who would have carried it out? How would they have done it? Jacob worked it backwards in his head like a crime scene no one else knew existed. Harry wasn't the kind of man to be caught by surprise. Not in a motel parking lot, not out on the tracks. It had to be quiet, controlled, close. That meant poison, pills, something in his food. It meant no struggle, no signs. It meant access, and access only came one way, proximity. Someone who got close enough to kill him without making it look like murder, and someone who would have had a reason to be nearby. Jacob's heart thumped hard once, like his body was trying to stop him from going further down the thought trail. If this was a hit, he thought, then whoever killed Harry would have been staying at the Porter. Not a seedy motel, not some roadside dump, the same hotel that the company always used. He looked down at his phone. The time read 7:26 a.m. He grabbed his jacket, checked the glove box, and tossed his duffel into the back seat. There were still 100 holes in the theory. No proof, no footage, no spike. But he had something now he hadn't had in 3 days. A direction. He sped out of Waldport like the coastline was collapsing behind him. Rain spat against the windshield. The wipers carved 2 angry arcs into the glass. Portland was 3 hours out. If he pushed it, 2.5. Jacob didn't stop for gas, didn't stop for coffee, didn't even stop thinking. His mind ran the whole way. Who would have signed off on the hit? Who would have gotten close enough to do it? Would Genesee know? Would he have sanctioned it? Would Brandon have done it himself? He didn't know, but he knew where he was going. He knew the starting point. And if there was even a whisper of truth to what he suspected, then the Porter Hotel was about to become the place where this whole network, their whole perfect hidden system, got its first crack. Jacob pulled up to the curb of the Porter, engine humming low, windshield streaked with road grime. He sat there for a moment, staring at the revolving door. This wasn't like last time. There was no job, no spike. He wasn't here to build or bury anything. He was here for answers. And that wasn't how this world worked. Inside, the lobby was quiet. Polished wood, stone floors, dim lighting. The faint scent of sage and cedar pumped through the ducts. It was early, and the guests were still upstairs nursing coffee or hangovers. Jacob walked in like he belonged, chin up, boots slow, hands loose. Walk with purpose, Harry used to say, even if you don't know where you're going. He approached the concierge desk. Same polished stone counter, same thin man in a dark gray suit who had checked him in months ago. The man looked up, instantly polite. "Good morning, sir. Checking in?" Jacob didn't say a word. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out a plain, unmarked railroad spike. Not one of those spikes, just a normal one. Cold iron, dull weight. He placed it carefully on the counter. The concierge blinked, then turned toward his monitor and typed something in. Jacob watched his fingers move across the keyboard, calm, routine. After a few seconds, the man stopped typing and looked back up, expression unchanged. "I'm sorry, sir," he said. "I don't seem to have any reservations for you today." Jacob's throat felt dry. The spike stayed on the counter between them like a question with no answer. He tried not to let the pause between them stretch too long. Nodded once, picked up the spike. "Thanks anyway," he said, and turned to walk away. But he could feel it, the concierge's eyes lingering on him. Not suspicious, not alarmed, just aware. He knows what I tried to do, Jacob thought. He just won't say it. Because that was the game. If a name wasn't in the spike, you didn't exist. Jacob stepped out into the street again, the cold morning air hitting his lungs like a warning shot. He leaned against the truck, the spike still clutched in his hand. So that's how it works, he thought. You didn't get to look behind the curtain unless the curtain pulled back for you. No names, no rooms, no jobs, no questions, and that meant no power. He looked down at the spike in his palm, just a piece of steel, no name. It wasn't a key, it was a dead end. But Jacob had come too far for that. Jacob was pacing in front of the Porter, grinding his thoughts into the sidewalk. He must have looked half-crazed, clutching a useless spike, eyes scanning the lobby windows like a man waiting for a ghost to appear. Then the black Escalade pulled up to the curb, dark tint, Ohio plates. The kind of ride that didn't belong in Portland unless it was passing through something quiet and necessary. The rear door opened, and a man stepped out. Lean gray suit, small suitcase in one hand, phone pressed to his ear. Jacob's heart thudded once. Donovan, the Utah roadmaster, the one who handed Jacob his first spike, the one who never smiled, never guessed, never strayed. Donovan's eyes flicked over Jacob without surprise. He held up a finger as he finished his call, his voice low and crisp. Affirmative. Don't lock the map until I confirm the switch. No, tell him the plate won't clear west of... He ended the call, then turned fully to Jacob. He reached out and grabbed Jacob's hand. Firm, deliberate, not rushed, not warm. Forward, he said simply. Jacob nodded once. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Donovan set down his suitcase. Was in Alaska training a few new roadmasters. Had a layover at PDX. Flight got canceled. He looked toward the hotel entrance. So I'm staying here for the night. The silence hung for a moment. The city noise felt strangely far away. Jacob exhaled. He wasn't going to waste time with small talk. I think Harry was assassinated, he said. Not an accident, not natural causes. I think someone did it clean. Donovan didn't flinch, just lifted one eyebrow. You sure? No, Jacob admitted. Not yet, but I've got an idea. Donovan crossed his arms. Brandon? Jacob nodded. He was in Oregon the day after Harry died. Donovan was quiet for a long time. I didn't like Harry, he finally said. He was hard to work with. Always acted like the job still meant something sacred. He paused. But if they can get Harry, Donovan's voice dropped an octave, they can get anybody. Jacob looked him in the eye. That's why I need in. I need to see the guest records, surveillance, who was staying here, anything from the night Harry died. Donovan nodded, then bent to pick up his suitcase. What do you need? Jacob didn't hesitate. Get me up to the room. They walked into the lobby together. Donovan walked with that cold authority of a man who wasn't bluffing, wasn't checking in. He was expected. The concierge looked up, smiled. Mr. Rook, welcome back. Donovan nodded. Need the same setup. Of course, the concierge replied, already typing. Jacob said nothing. He just stood tall, quiet behind Donovan, like muscle, like shadow. 2 minutes later, they were in the elevator. Donovan pressed the button for level 14, same floor as Jacob's second hit. The ride was silent. As the doors opened and they stepped into the hallway, Jacob felt something pull in his chest. Not grief, not anger. Purpose. Donovan slid the keycard through the door. Room 1417, the same room Jacob had been in before. The light turned green. The door clicked. Inside, the room was cold, sleek, still, just like Jacob had left it. Jacob stepped in and let the door close behind them. And for the first time since Harry died, he finally felt like he was exactly where he needed to be. Jacob stood in the quiet of the hotel room, room 105, 10th floor of the Porter, his eyes scanning every corner. Donovan Rook leaned against the desk, suitcase still zipped beside him, arms crossed in that same cold stillness he always carried. Jacob ripped open the closet and the false panel where Jeremy Skinner's file once sat. Empty. Jacob turned to him. Donovan, what happens to the files? After the jobs, how do they get in here? Who brings them? Donovan looked at the minibar like it might answer for him. Then, after a moment, he spoke. Signal maintainers. Jacob blinked. What? Donovan pushed off the desk and walked to the window, looking down at the city like it was some kind of chessboard. They're their own crew, he said. No faces, no affiliations. You'd walk right past one in a grocery store. Might think he's a contractor, might think he's a clerk. They're chameleons. He turned back around, voice low. When somebody wants someone dead, they go to the roadmaster. The roadmaster takes the payment. But that's just the start. Jacob listened, arms folded now, his pulse starting to climb. The roadmaster sends it down the line, Donovan continued. Kicks it off to the signal maintainers. They do the recon. Find the weak points, spouses, friends, finances. They run the credit, pull the phone records, cross-check flight logs. They build the file. They leave it here. He pointed at the supply closet in the wall, in places like this. Jacob's jaw tightened, and then Donovan paused, just long enough that Jacob could see something shift in his face. A flicker, a realization. He looked down, almost ashamed, and said it like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Then Genesee decides. The words sat there heavy and final. Jacob felt something in his chest go cold. "So Harry didn't just die," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "Someone asked. The roadmaster agreed. The maintainers built it, and Genesee—" Donovan met his eyes now. "We don't know that yet." Jacob stared. "But I want you to find out," Donovan added. He reached into the pocket of his jacket and pulled out a small folded card. On the back was a location, hand-scribbled. "There's a signal box at the Rose Quarter, just past the Max crossing near the grain silo. Go at night." Jacob turned the card over. One word written in ink above a scratched key code, 1871. "Punch that into the access panel on the north face," Donovan said. "Inside you'll find a maintenance logbook. They update it weekly. The last pages are always names." Jacob looked up slowly. "And if Harry's in there?" Donovan didn't flinch. "Then it was a hit. And if he's not, then you go home, you grieve like a good soldier." Jacob slid the card into his pocket, the weight of it burning a hole in his jacket. "Why are you helping me?" he asked. Donovan turned back toward the window. "Because I didn't like Harry," he said, "but I respected him, and if they can get him without anyone blinking—" He stopped, jaw locked. "Then none of us are safe." It was just past midnight when Jacob rolled through the Rose Quarter. The city had gone quiet. The Max lines hissed through their final passes. Street lamps flickered above sidewalks gone hollow. Jacob parked 2 blocks away and walked, hood up, breath curling from his mouth like smoke. The signal box sat off the side of the crossing, innocuous, tagged in paint, rattling faintly in the wind. It looked like something that hadn't been opened in years. He stood in front of it and entered the code. 187. The latch clicked. He slipped inside and shut the door behind him. The interior was tight, barely wide enough for one man to turn around. Electrical conduits ran along the walls, a fuse panel, a relay board. But directly above them, mounted flush into the steel, was something newer, a small touchscreen terminal embedded into a locked aluminum plate. A fingerprint scanner blinked to life beneath it. Jacob stared for a second, then pressed his thumb against the reader. It didn't reject him. The screen flickered. "Access granted. Western GM verified. Last sync 3 hours ago." His chest tightened. He hadn't expected it to work. But Genesee's system knew who he was, knew where he was, and now it was letting him look behind the curtain. A black and white interface opened. Simple, efficient, government clean. A header across the top read, "Signal Maintenance, Deep Ops Log Classified, Level 7. Beneath it, a list. Dozens of entries, each with name, location, roadmaster code, maintainer assignment, status. He scrolled, name after name, some marked active, others staged, most, though, complete. He found it on page 2. Morgan Henry A. Waldport R. ORN. Maintainer 402. Status complete. Timestamp 3 a.m. Pacific. Jacob swallowed hard. The timestamp matched the night he'd gotten the call. It was real. This wasn't a guess anymore. Harry was executed, logged, approved, sanitized. No cause of death, no autopsy details, just a complete next to his name. He kept scrolling, heart hammering. Then he found the second name. Jack. Location, Las Vegas. NV. Number 117. Status complete. Timestamp 23 p.m. Pacific. Jacob stared at it. He had pulled the trigger. But the system had already decided it. The job wasn't personal. It was procedural. He leaned back against the cold metal wall, the screen still glowing beside him. He wanted to believe Harry's death was an anomaly, but it wasn't. It was a calculated retirement, and Jack, collateral or competition. Either way, Brandon was cleaning house. Jacob logged out of the system. The screen went dark. He stepped back into the Portland night, the wind off the river sharp enough to cut thought. Back in his truck, his phone buzzed once. A text. Unknown number. "We need to talk tomorrow, the Driftwood Inn, 6 a.m. Jacob stared at it for a long moment before typing back, "I'll be there." File, East Palestine, Ohio. Transcribed dictation, Genesis 6. February 3rd, 2023 to 9:01 a.m. The television was on, muted in the corner of my office. Local news, grainy footage. A Norfolk Southern freight train folded into itself like a dying serpent. Tank cars smoking. Hazmat suits moving through the wreck like bees. The kind of disaster that gets airtime before the sun's even up. Norfolk. Southern derailment. East Palestine. It looked like war, a black cloud hanging over Ohio soil. Rayfield sat at the desk, calm as a priest at a funeral. Clean white shirt, sleeves rolled, elbows deep in real work, tie replacement logs, culvert drainage reports, ballast depth summaries. The legitimate side of the operation never stopped. He didn't look at the screen, just kept sipping his burnt coffee and tapping figures into a ledger. I was sitting in the chair across from him. The big one, by the soundproof glass, with the full view of downtown Youngstown's sleeping spine. The office was quiet until the buzz cut through it. My phone. I picked it up, didn't say a word. A voice I knew answered for me. "It's Finley." "Understood. We need a presence in East Palestine. You're the only one who can get close without setting off congressional alarms." "Timeline?" "Now." The line died before I could say goodbye. I stared at the screen for a beat, then set the phone on the table beside me. Rayfield finally looked up. "Looks bad," he said, nodding toward the television. I didn't reply, just watched the footage of fire dancing across vinyl chloride. Then Rayfield added, like it was a passing comment, "There might be more bodies buried under that Norfolk Southern line than anywhere else in the entire country." I turned to him, met his eyes. He didn't flinch. "You think the derailment's about the bodies?" he asked. "Or is the derailment going to be the reason they finally get found?" I stood without answering, buttoned my coat, straightened the cuffs. "Prep the jet," I said. Rayfield raised an eyebrow. "You flying out?" I nodded. "We'll send a federal presence later. Right now I'm going as a contractor." Rayfield leaned back in his chair and muttered as I walked out. "Then I'd bring a shovel." By the time I stepped off the tarmac, the wind had shifted. East Palestine didn't smell like any town should smell. It smelled like melted plastic, scorched brake pads, and vaporized regret. The air bit the back of the throat. Acidic. Wrong. A black Suburban was waiting for me, unmarked but unmistakably federal. Two men in suits, real suits, stood beside it. One of them opened the door without a word. I got in. We didn't talk on the drive. Didn't have to. They knew who I was, or at least what I represented. By the time we reached the site perimeter, FEMA was already playing triage, and a ring of white trucks marked Incident Command was humming with too many cell phones and too little clarity. I stepped out. He was waiting. Director Finley. Not his real name, of course. No one who runs the machine uses their birth certificate anymore. He was standing near the edge of the cordon, arms crossed, boots dusty from walking places no director should be. "Genesee," he said, not offering a hand. "Glad you came." I didn't waste time. "How many?" He didn't blink. "Could be a dozen, could be 100. Depends on how far they've run the line since '92. Some of those pits weren't logged." I nodded once. "You have any idea which ones are ours?" He gave a small, sharp laugh. "All of them. We walked in compilation through the debris field. The tank cars were still hissing. The vinyl chloride leak hadn't been contained, just directed. Men in level A suits were spraying foam on burning debris. Others dug trenches near the rails to divert chemical flow. But I knew the look of a pit crew. They weren't protecting, they were uncovering. Finley led me past a scorched crossing and under a section of rail still crackling with heat. We stopped at a shallow trench, half dug. A bone stuck out of the ballast like it was trying to escape. I crouched, brushed away a layer of blackened gravel. There was more, rotted cloth, a shoe, something metal lodged beneath the remains. I didn't touch it. Finley watched me like a man watching a surgeon. You see now why I called? I stood. It's not just a cleanup, I said. It's a fucking resurrection. He nodded. We're not equipped to deal with this level of archaeological exposure. You are. He didn't mean me personally. He meant the corporation. So what do you want me to do? I asked. Finley didn't flinch. Make it go away. I waited. You know what I mean, he said. I did. We stood there for a long time, me and the director, watching the smoke roll over the fields of East Palestine. The solution was obvious. I said it out loud. You'll dig them up, all of them. You'll stack them at the site of the rupture and let the spill finish what we started. Let the chemicals burn them to ash. Finley didn't smile. That's the plan. No autopsies, I added. No bones left big enough to catalog. He gave a single nod. You always were thorough. It's not thorough, I said, turning back toward the Suburban. It's necessary. I didn't look back at the trench again. That night, East Palestine lit up again, not from the derailment, from the cleanup. The public was told it was a controlled burn, and in a way it was. We were controlling the story, the history, the truth, like we always had. I got back to the office just after 10. No lights on in the building except mine. The elevator hummed like it was exhaling. I didn't bother with my coat, just dropped it on the hook and headed straight to the cabinet where I keep the whiskey. 3 fingers. No ice. I sat down in the chair I've had reupholstered 4 times since '96 and leaned back, letting the silence wrap around me like old linen. The air still smelled faintly of oil and wood polish. Then I looked down at my desk. 2 cards. Cream-colored, rolled flat now, but once sealed tight inside steel. Both bore names in black ink. Carefully printed. No dates, just titles. Jack Arnett, Henry Morgan. They sat side by side, neat as ledger entries. Their presence wasn't sentimental. I don't keep photos, I don't keep trinkets. But I keep names, 2 sides of the same coin. Cold, calculating, procedural. The East was a machine under his rule. Every bolt torqued to spec, every hit justified in triplicate. Harry, raw, quiet, loyal to a fault. The West was built on instinct and weight. His word was gospel, not because he demanded it, but because he'd never once spoken it without purpose. Both necessary evils, but total opposites. And now soon they will both be gone. Not in the wind, not underground, but gone. From the roster, from the game board, from my day-to-day calculus. I've never had 2 general managers retire in the same year. I took a sip of whiskey. Let it burn slow. I'd watched presidents come and go with less consequence than the loss of these 2 men. Jack may have walked away with a little more fire still in him. Harry should have had 5 more years at least. 10 if we lived in a kinder world, but the world was never kind. It was just balanced for as long as I could hold it that way. I looked past their cards and stared at the black notebook on my desk, the one I hadn't opened in weeks. Inside were lists, candidates, files, futures. I ran my thumb along the edge of the desk, and now I'm next. I didn't mean today, or even this year, but I could feel the momentum shifting in my bones, in the ledger, in the world unseen. The Genesee name had lasted 198 years. I was the 6th. It was time to find the 7th. And if I didn't, then the whole thing burns, not in vinyl chloride and misdirection, but for real, because without someone to carry the spike, the machine stops, and we don't let the machine stop. Not ever. If you are reading these files I've left out for you, East Palestine, H. Morgan, J. Ford, the history. You are now the head of this company. Learn the history. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Big Apple. I come not to bring peace, but a sword. Matthew 10:34. Jacob stood alone at the edge of the world. The Pacific stretched out in front of him, slate gray. The kind of morning that felt wrapped in weather-induced anxiety. Fog hanging low, seagulls wheeling overhead. He was cold, but he didn't move, just waited. The message had been simple. We need to talk tomorrow, the Driftwood Inn, 6 a.m. No name, but whoever had sent it knew about Harry, knew about the porter, knew too much to ignore. So Jacob came, and now he waited. At 6:06, a figure emerged from the fog, middle-aged, clean clothes, worn boots. He walked with purpose, but not arrogance. A limp, maybe old, maybe just stiffness. His hands stayed in his jacket pockets as he approached. Jacob tensed. Then the man stopped 10 feet away and said, "You're Ford." "Not a question." Jacob gave a slow nod. "And you are?" The man didn't answer right away. He looked out at the ocean for a long moment before speaking. "Gary Smith." Jacob blinked, didn't recognize the name. The man didn't look familiar either. "Harry trained me," Gary said, as if that explained everything. And maybe it did. They walked a few yards down the beach and sat on a piece of driftwood facing the water. The wind carried sand across their boots in thin, hissing streams. Jacob studied the man beside him, broad-shouldered, hair gray around the ears, a small circular scar under his left eye, military. That look of someone who'd done things and didn't want to talk about them. "I used to be the Arizona roadmaster," Gary said, "back when the spikes in Youngstown came only for business, not company politics." Jacob looked over. "Been a while since then?" Gary nodded. "Harry found me in a bar outside of Yuma. I was just back from the Gulf, not much left in the tank, drinking myself dead." "What happened?" "Someone started a fight," Gary said. "I ended it. Fast. Harry was watching the whole time. Bought me a beer. Told me I had two options, keep dying slow or start working on something that paid better. You picked the second one." "I did more than that. I lived because of it." Jacob said nothing for a long while. The waves rolled in and out, dragging old seaweed and broken shells along the sand. "So why reach out to me?" Jacob finally asked. "Why now?" Gary looked at him, really looked. "Because I loved Harry, and I think someone in this business killed him." Jacob nodded slowly. "I know." Gary didn't flinch. "I knew it before you did. I'm the one who pulled the internal logs after the timestamp hit the system. I couldn't get involved directly, not in my position, but I could nudge." "The text," Gary nodded. "I had to make sure you were the right one to keep digging." "And am I?" Gary gave him a sad smile. "I don't know yet, but I know Harry wouldn't have picked you if he didn't see something worth trusting. That man didn't hand out his loyalty cheap." Jacob looked down at the sand, thought of Harry's voice, his hands, the truck, the first spike. "You're the New York roadmaster now?" he asked. Gary nodded. "Transferred 10 years ago. Manhattan subdivision. I've got 5 men under me who'd bury a body in Times Square if I gave the word." "And how many of them do you actually trust?" Gary was quiet for a beat. Then, "One." Jacob looked back out at the ocean. "So what now?" Gary reached into his coat and pulled out a folded map, just like the ones Harry used to mark. He handed it to Jacob. Circled was a house in Hudson Y. "Time to cut the head off a decaying dynasty." "You think it's Brandon?" I think he's part of it, but I don't think he's smart enough to do it alone." Gary stood. He turned to walk back up the beach, then stopped. "Go find out why, Harry, Jack. When you do, don't call me. You call Genesee and you tell him it's time." "Time for what?" Gary's voice was almost lost in the wind. "The promontory summit." Gary lingered for a second, his boots half buried in the wet sand, the ocean roaring behind him like a drum roll. Jacob folded the map, tucking it into his coat. "Yeah, I think I am." Gary let out a short breath, half laugh, half warning. "Then you're going to need a fucking army." Jacob turned. "Why?" "Because that house isn't just a house," Gary said. "It's a fortress, built on a private ridge, guarded like a Cold War black site. Steel gates, cameras, underground tunnel, and Brandon, he doesn't sleep without a man posted outside his bedroom door." Jacob said nothing, just nodded once, slow. Gary narrowed his eyes. "You storm that place without a plan and you won't make it past the mailbox. He's waiting for you." Jacob tightened his jaw. "Then I won't knock." He looked at Jacob one last time. Eyes narrowed slightly, not in judgment, but in something closer to memory. "You remind me of him," he said. "Harry." Jacob turned. You were one of his first, he said, and I'm one of his last. Gary nodded, a hard swallow behind his words. I'm glad we met, he said. I'll send you my track foreman's number. You are going to need some heavy-duty cleanup if you pull this off. I'll have my dispatch keep it off the airwaves. He offered his hand, and Jacob took it, gripping it hard. There was no need for anything more. Jacob climbed the rocky embankment back toward the parking lot. The air was colder now, sharper. Something about the exchange felt like a send-off, like Harry's ghost had passed a torch between them through the fog. He reached his truck, opened the door. The wind rattled the frame like a warning. His mind was already drifting toward Hudson, New York, toward Brandon. The map Gary had given him sat on the passenger seat, folded once and humming with consequence. It pointed toward someone rewriting the rules. Hudson, he thought, you're next. Then the phone rang. Beth. He smiled instinctively until he heard the panic in her voice. Jacob? Her voice was shaking. Jacob, where are you? He froze. Her breathing was ragged, broken, like she'd been crying for hours. What's wrong? The kids, she gasped. They're gone. The words didn't land all at once. Jacob gripped the steering wheel with one hand, the phone with the other. What do you mean they're gone? I went to wake them up. The house, nothing's broken, nothing's taken, but they're not here, Jacob. Her voice cracked. Someone took them from their beds. Jacob's lungs locked, the world narrowed. Beth, he said, trying to steady her, you're okay? I'm okay, she said, but Layla's blanket is still warm, and Cash's shoes are by the door. They didn't leave on their own. Someone was in our house. Jacob felt something shift in him, something final, something ancient. What are you going to do? He didn't answer, because he already knew. This wasn't just a message. This was a declaration, and someone had just made the biggest mistake of their life. Biggest little city. When you strike at a king, you must kill him. Ralph Waldo Emerson. He tore the house apart when he got back to Reno. Every drawer, every camera, every file. The kids were gone. But maybe, just maybe, whoever took them left a trail, a footprint, a fingerprint, a mistake. But the house was too clean, too surgical. They hadn't taken valuables. They hadn't broken a window. They hadn't made a mess. This wasn't a job, Jacob muttered aloud. It was a message. He sank to his knees in the middle of Layla's room, Beth standing in the doorway. Her hands were shaking, her face pale. He reached up, took her hand. It steadied her, just barely. Why is this happening? She whispered. He couldn't answer, not truthfully. He couldn't tell her that the life Harry had handed him was eating itself from the inside out. I'm going to get the motherfuckers that did this, he said, and she believed him, because she had to. Jacob started with the Romani. The gypsy mafia in Reno didn't advertise, but Jacob knew the old houses on 4th Street, the ones that looked abandoned but never were. He knocked on a door painted shut and gave the password from a scam he ran in 2010. An old woman let him in. Inside were 3 men he hadn't seen in 10 years, Marco, Alexei, and Nico. They'd run card games, wire fraud, jewelry flips, and God knows what across the Donner Pass. They sat while Jacob explained. He didn't ask for much. I just need ears. Watch the highways. Tell me if anything's moving in or out. Big vehicles, kids, if someone trafficked my... His voice cracked. My kid's through town. I want to know. Have you seen anything? Marco nodded, tight-lipped. Yesterday, private airstrip in Fallon. 3 kids. Car had an Ohio license plate. Jacob knew. This was Brandon hoping to lure Jacob. Reactively, quickly. That's what he wanted. That's why he did this. Next were the kids from high school, or what was left of them. Bricks, Javi, Robert, and Luce, his old street crew. They used to run shakedowns at the Silver Dollar Arcade and card-fished ATMs. Javi was pushing blow now. Bricks was doing repo work. Robert just got out of prison. Luce was working as a strip club manager near the county line. They met at a laundromat off 7th after hours. Jacob walked in like a ghost in boots. Someone took my kids. Bricks leaned back in the folding chair. Who's stupid enough to take Ford's kids? They didn't hesitate. Even the ones who hated him. The ones he'd burned or left behind. Because Jacob Ford had built his name on one thing: he didn't run. Not from fights, not from cops, not from anything. And if someone had dared to touch his family? We are ready when you are, Lou said. You got burner phones? Jacob nodded. Keep it off text. Use old numbers. Robert grinned. This is just like back in the day, bro, except you look tired as hell. I'm not tired, Jacob said. I'm focused. That night, Jacob called a meeting, a rare one. The Confederation of Clubs, 21 MCs, patched and respected. Each one had a president. Each one got a call. He booked the basement of a closed-down pool hall in sparks, colors, cuts, riders, and war dogs. The air smelled like oil, leather, and tension. Some came to fight, some came to watch him beg, but most came out of respect. Jacob stood alone under a single light bulb. Someone took my kids, he said. I know who. I know where. I need help. An army, Hudson, New York. I know I turned away from the club scene, but everything taught me, everything it made me. That's something I can never repay. I can't tell you why this happened, but I can tell you this. If it were your kids, your family, I would be with you no matter what. It's going to get fucking rough over there. The room murmured. I'm not here to pull you into some personal blood feud. I'm here because I need soldiers, not for politics, not for power, but for family, my blood. I won't lie. Some of you might not come back, and I don't blame a single man who walks out that door. Silence, then a voice from the back, raspy, familiar. We'll go. Jacob turned. Sons of Silence. The same crew who gave him hell back at the garage. The same crew he dropped in the dirt without breaking a sweat. Now they stood first. Their president nodded once. You helped our own when we didn't deserve it. You've bled for this city. And this city, don't forget. One by one, others stood. Diablos, Death Watch, Asphalt Saints, Copperheads, Hell's Armory. More than half the room. Some feared Jacob, some hated him, but all respected him. He was a Reno kid through and through, and now he was going to war. Reno. One of the only places in the world where the code of omerta is bred into you like an accent. For all they knew, Jacob was just a railroad worker. They knew nothing of the job that was put on Jacob's shoulders. All they knew was that if they were in his position, that would stop at nothing to protect what was theirs. That was more than enough. Jacob didn't ask for planes, but the Romani delivered one anyway. It landed just before midnight at a private strip west of Reno, hollow and thunderous under the moonlight. The kind of plane used in wars you don't read about in books. Gary had told Jacob he'd need an army. Now he had one. They came in waves, 20 men, not all patched. Not all professional, but all ready because of who Jacob was, because of what had been taken from him. They came in leather and combat boots, in stolen gear and desert fatigues. Most of them had no business being on a battlefield, but Jacob didn't care. Every man here had fought something, and Jacob wasn't looking for saints. He was looking for killers. One by one, they nodded at him, not asking questions, not needing speeches, just standing by him. Because in Reno, everybody has a gun, even if they aren't supposed to. And in Reno, when you say family was taken, people move. They loaded the gear. Their thoughts were loud. Rifles, sidearms, bolt cutters, armor, gas masks, extra plates, ammo crates marked in Cyrillic. Someone brought a chainsaw, and Jacob didn't ask why. Jacob walked the perimeter of the plane, checking the load, double-checked the flight plan on the blacked-out tablet the Romani pilot handed him. Hudson Valley Airport. It wasn't a sanctioned mission. It wasn't a job. It was a goddamn rescue op. Jacob pulled Beth aside just before the doors shut. She handed him a small photo. Cash. Jude. Layla, smiling, arms wrapped around each other in matching hoodies from the Lake Tahoe trip. Don't stop, she said. Don't come home without them. Jacob kissed her on the forehead. He didn't say goodbye because he wasn't planning to die. He was planning to burn the world down to bring his kids home. The engines screamed to life like demons waking up. As the cargo bay door closed, Jacob stood at the plane's center. 20 men around him. Every eye locked on the man who'd once run Reno like a ghost with bloody hands. No patch on his back, no flag on his arm. "Let's go get my kids," he said, and the plane lifted off, straight into the dark, straight into war. The Hudson Valley mist rolled low and thick. Jacob howled, a silver Dyna up the gravel drive like a banshee, pipe snarling, frame rattling with every bump. The Arent estate rose up from the trees like a marble-faced castle, walled, towering, iron-gated, too clean to be real. Jacob rode right to the front, alone, exactly like Brandon had hoped. A balcony door swung open, high above. Brandon stepped out in a wine-colored robe, cigarette in one hand, drink in the other. His Rolex glinted in the floodlights, and just behind him, like a trophy he was proud to break, Cash Jude, Layla, lined up and terrified. "You want your kids, Jacob?" Brandon called out. He took a sip from the glass. "Then come fucking get 'em," mocking a Western accent, and just like that he vanished inside. Jacob revved the Dyna once and twice, then cut the engine. Quiet, just for a moment. Then the world erupted. Brandon's compound was built for appearances. Columns, arches, a faux Roman courtyard, but nothing about what came next belonged to the world of marble and manicured hedges. The side fence exploded, not bent, not broken, obliterated. 3 Enduros shot through the gap mid-air, engines howling like banshees. Their front tires hit the flower beds and ripped up earth like chainsaws through silk. Dust, petals, and sprinkler pipes burst skyward. Behind them, a blacked-out Sprinter van barreled through the hedgerow, branches scraping against the steel. The rear doors swung open before it stopped moving. 6 men leapt out with precision and rage. ARs, shotguns, ball bats. A Molotov cocktailed the sky, then another, then another. They landed like comets, flames blooming orange against white stucco. Gunfire cracked from the tree line, popping through boxwoods and rose bushes. Reno had arrived. Jacob hit the first guard so hard time broke. A clean stomp, heel first. The man's radio flew from his hand, his body folded backwards, limbs twitching, eyes wide but already gone. Blood sprayed the concrete like a sloppy signature. From behind him, bricks, all 280 pounds of twisted muscle, plowed through the second guard, tackling him off the front steps and into a brick column. Skull met masonry. The crack was loud. Robert moved like a pit bull let off leash. He launched a spinning boot into a third man's face, and the poor bastard's boots actually skidded 6 feet before he stopped moving. Bricks yelled up the steps, shotgun in hand. "Is this it?" He fired once, boom, blew a skylight to shards. "What were you even worried about, Ford?" In the dining room, one of the sons took a pool cue, snapped it across his knee, and buried the splintered end into a man's thigh. "You ever been to Sutro Street, motherfucker? That's where I learned to kill." Jacob moved like a shadow, fast, clean, calculated. A bullet sliced the air past his cheek. It grazed, burned, but he didn't blink. In the foyer, 2 guards came down the stairs. He fired into the chandelier, dropped it mid-descent. The glass rained down like razors. One guard slipped, tripped, cracked his jaw on the marble. Jacob pounced, arm around the neck, leverage in the hips, slammed his skull into the step, twice, then took his gun. Javi appeared like a boulder in a landslide, tossing a body through a stained glass window like it was laundry. "How much y'all think I can get for these coasters?" Down the hall, Robert shouted, "Clear!" Luce cackled behind him. "You mean dead." There was no formation, and that was the formation. Room by room, gunfire, scream, shattering glass. A door burst open. Jacob dove and rolled. Robert emptied a mag into the butler's closet. Blood sprayed across the pantry. The wine cellar door flew open. Someone tossed in a grenade. Clink, boom, red mist. Bottles popped. Screams silenced. In the kitchen, a chef reached for a cleaver. Too slow. Caught a crowbar to the chest. Folded, gurgled, dropped. Out back, one of Brandon's men tried to run through the service entrance. Didn't make it. A gypsy in a trench coat appeared behind him. No one knew his name, but he carried a curved blade and moved like folklore. One step, one flash. The man collapsed with his throat open like a zippered duffel bag. Jacob hit the stairwell, a sweeping marble monument to the Arendt legacy, 7 stories, gold frames, paintings of old men pretending to be kings. He grabbed one from the wall, Jack Arendt, the old GM himself. Then he hurled it down the stairwell. Crash, smash, wood split, canvas ripped, history undone. Upstairs, Brandon's last line, 6 elite guards, tactical gear, wired comms, red dot scopes. They held position at the balcony, firing measured bursts. Too bad they were facing kids raised on Reno fights, gas station brawls, and jailhouse riots. Robert got to the landing, saw one of them. "This is for not tipping at Jalisco's in '08. He suplexed him over the banister. The man screamed until his spine met the tile floor. Behind him, a Diablo came up the stairs. One hand held a meat cleaver, the other a tire iron. "They said we couldn't bring our own weapons," he growled, "so I brought 2. He swung both, didn't miss. Downstairs, Bricks tore open the rear exit and pulled the fire alarm, just for noise, for panic, because chaos was home. Screams rose, lights blinked, smoke filled the halls. Alarms howled like dying wolves. Blood smeared down the stairs, painting the marble crimson. Bodies groaned, twitched, bled out, or didn't move at all. And then a slow decrescendo of screams and gunfire. Only one man left now. The last door didn't creak. It shattered. Jacob kicked it in with every ounce of fury, fear, and fatherhood he had left. Wood splintered across the marble floor like bone. Smoke still hung in the air from the chaos below, but here it was silent. Too silent. The air felt loaded, and there he was, Brandon Arendt, standing in the center of a towering mahogany library backed by tall windows and ancient books. In front of him, Cash, Jude, Layla, all 3, terrified. Tied, shaking like leaves. Brandon's hand gripped a matte black pistol aimed squarely at the back of Cash's head. "What do you want to do here, cowboy?" Brandon asked, cool as ice. "It's simple, Ford, you or them." Jacob didn't hesitate, not for a second. He dropped the gun, let it clatter across the hardwood floor, then got down on his knees, hands up, slowly, deliberately. "Let them go," Jacob said, voice low. Brandon smiled. "You always were Harry's little golden boy," he said. "Look at you now. All that blood, all those hits, and still here you are kneeling, just like the old man would have." He stepped around the kids, keeping the gun trained on them until he was only a few feet from Jacob. "You think I don't know how this game ends?" Brandon whispered. "There's no retirement, Ford, no beach houses, no swing sets, no peace, just men like us waiting to be buried by someone younger." He pressed the gun to Jacob's forehead. "Any last words?" And then bang! The shot shattered the hush. Brandon's body went stiff. The pistol slipped from his hand. He turned, slowly, almost peacefully, and then dropped like a sack of bricks onto the library rug. Dead. A small, neat hole above his right ear. Jacob didn't move at first. His ears rang, his breath caught, his heart didn't believe it. Then he looked up toward the 3rd-story window behind Brandon's desk. The glass was spiderweb but intact, and through it, perched across the street on the roof of the neighboring mansion, was a figure in black, lying flat, steady, holding a .30-06 bolt-action rifle. A familiar silhouette. He lifted up the mask just long enough to give Jacob a wink that made his eyes swell. Gary, he held up 2 fingers, tapped his temple, then vanished behind the ridge of the roof. Jacob snapped back into motion. He rushed forward, grabbing his kids one by one, cutting their zip ties with the combat knife on his belt. They collapsed into him, sobbing, shaking, but alive. Cash clung tightly around his chest. Jude whispered, "I knew you'd come." Layla buried her face in his neck, saying nothing, but her tears said everything. Jacob held them all, and for the first time since Harry died, he let the weight of it all collapse onto his shoulders. But only for a second. The fight was over, and Jacob Ford had won. But Jacob needed more answers. Jacob was still holding all 3 of his kids, hands locked tight around them like he could pull them back into his chest and keep them there forever, when the door creaked behind him. Javi stumbled in. He was hunched forward, one arm clutching his stomach, the other pressed to the doorframe to keep from falling. Blood soaked through his hoodie, dark and endless. "Got the last one out back," he rasped. "Pretty sure he got me, too." Jacob caught him before he hit the floor. No, come on, stay with me, Javi." Javi grinned through clenched teeth, blood now sliding from the corner of his mouth. His grip on Jacob's wrist was still strong, calloused fingers like iron bands. "There's only about 14 of us left out there," he coughed. "Not sure how many of them can still walk." Jacob's jaw clenched. He felt heat rising behind his eyes, but didn't let it show. "You did good, brother." Javi's grin faded, replaced by something quieter. A look that said you were worth it. "Hey, Ford, I always said if I had to die in a place with gold trim and leather couches, could be worse." "Shut the fuck up," Jacob said. "You always were a sentimental bitch." And then Javi went still, just like that. The kids were crying again. Jacob barely noticed. His whole body had gone numb. That's when Robert walked in, unharmed somehow. Blood on his boots, but not his own. His face was blank, jaw set like concrete. He took one look at Javi and nodded once, solemn. Planes fueled, waiting at the strip. Jacob looked down at the bodies in the room, Javi and Brandon, side by side now. One a king, the other was a soldier. Both dead, both parts of him now. He turned to the kids. "Listen to me," Jacob said, voice hard but calm. "You go with Uncle Robert straight to the plane. Don't stop, don't look back. You understand me?" Cash was old enough to nod, fighting tears. Jude wiped his face and saluted like Jacob had taught him. Layla clung to his neck one last time before letting go. Robert crouched down and gently gathered the kids. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. They followed him into the hallway, their small shadows slipping through blood and smoke toward the exit, toward freedom. Jacob pulled out his phone to text Gary's track foreman. 30 ties, Hudson Y, need cleaned up ASAP. Brandon's body was still warm. Jacob knelt beside it, breathing heavily. His knuckles were white, his shirt soaked with blood, most of it not his. He reached into the inside pocket of Brandon's wine-colored robe and pulled out a burner phone. It was sleek, expensive, out of place, just like Brandon. Jacob thumbed through the lock screen. No code, arrogant bastard, contacts, only a few names. Most were burner labels, first, second, and Y, Vegas, East 7, and one near the bottom like it had been saved a long time ago. Genesee. Jacob froze, his pulse climbed. He didn't have the Genesee's number. No one did. Harry didn't even have it. Roadmasters didn't have it. Even the GMs are called through switchboards in layers. But Brandon had it right there in his pocket. That alone burned hotter than the bullet hole in the wall. Jacob hit call. It only rang once. Jacob. He responded with just 2 words. Promontory Summit. Click. The line went dead. Genesee sat there, motionless, the hum of the overhead light the only sound in the room, watching a monitor overlooking the Aranet library. The weight of that phrase settled like dust on the old maps around him. He leaned back in the chair, letting his eyes drift to the spike above the door. Promontory Summit, the place where the country's 2 halves were joined by rail in 1869, where the Golden Spike was driven. And now? Now it meant something else. Jacob Ford was calling a meeting. Promontory Summit. To lead men, you must first be willing to bleed with them. Marcus Aurelius. May 10th, 1869. 2 railroads touched nose to nose across the salt of the desert, and a ceremonial golden spike was driven into the last tie, the birth of a connected nation. The completion of a dream that ran on steam, blood, and bones. But what the history books don't say, what they can't say, is that the summit meant more than that, where the East met the West. It became law, not just for freight and passengers, for the killers hidden in coveralls, the engineers who lay track by day and bury secrets by night. A promontory summit isn't just a place, it's an event, a calling. And when it's called, every roadmaster and every general manager is required to attend. No excuses, no proxies, no exceptions. The last spike may have been ceremonial, but the summits that followed were anything but. Because when someone calls a promontory summit, it means one thing: We're voting on blood. It is the only tradition in the Genesee Corporation that is democratic, ironically peaceful, a single vote, silent, binding. The summit is not for debate, not for arguments, not for screaming. It is for removal, a vote to dethrone a Genesee if it is believed he no longer serves the company, whether by corruption, manipulation, greed, or simple loss of trust. The summit has only been called once in the company's history. Each one has rewritten the map. The one who calls it decides two things: the fate of the current Genesee and who will be named the next. That's the power of calling it. And now the current Genesee had heard the words himself. Promontory Summit, spoken by a man who had nothing left to lose. Jacob Ford. He'd killed the heir to the east, buried the past in fire and bone, and now he was coming for blood. And the most dangerous part, he had the right. Because once you speak those two words, the clock starts. 5 days. Every roadmaster, every general manager, every hidden hand in the railroad world, they all gather, they all vote. And if the vote goes against him, he is done. Or he is dead. Promontory Summit wasn't built for ceremony. Not really. It's just a stretch of desolate land in northern Utah. Flat, open, wind-scarred. The kind of place that feels empty even when it's full. But today, it wasn't empty. Today it was dangerous. They arrived one by one. Black SUVs, rented trucks, and unmarked helicopters that landed farther out where no one could see. No words exchanged, just nods, just stares. Each man and woman walked like they were the last person on earth who needed protection, because here they were the danger. There were over 100 roadmasters in attendance, and 4 general managers. Only one would leave with the title Genesee. Jacob Ford stood off to the side, arms folded across his chest, watching them arrive. His face unreadable, hair tied back, black shirt. The lowrider parked near the edge of the gravel circle, dust still clinging to the chrome. He was the one who called this, and everyone knew it. First came Robin, GM of the Midwest, the only woman ever elevated to general manager in the company's 100-year history, and by far the most dangerous. She stepped out of a matte gray Dodge Durango wearing a slate-colored duster and snakeskin boots. Her eyes were the kind that could cut glass. Every inch of her said she didn't need anyone to speak for her. "Heard the West grew a pair," she said as she passed Jacob. Boot time, she didn't wait for a reply. Then came the GM of the Southeast, a man named Lucien LaFontaine, Creole-born. Silver hair, white linen shirt, walking stick with a gator's head carved into the handle. He had the smell of old tobacco and bayou soil, and the slow, patient smile of someone who knew just how long revenge should simmer. "Been a long time since someone lit this fire," Lucien said, his voice molasses thick. "Let's see if it burns the right house down." He gave Jacob a nod, not approval, not disdain, just acknowledgement, the kind you give another predator. Then Rayfield, tall, sober, squared away like a career infantry officer, now general manager of the East. He nodded once at Jacob as he arrived. No smile, just that firm old-world respect. "You sure about this, Ford?" he asked, low. Jacob didn't answer. That was the answer. More cars, more boots, more shadows. Every roadmaster in the country came, each one with their own blood on their hands, their own silent kill counts, their own opinions. Some of them looked at Jacob like a traitor, some like a messiah, but no one looked at him like he was bluffing. Then finally a familiar hum filled the air. A gray Lincoln town car rolled across the gravel, slow and steady. It parked just shy of the central spike, the one still driven into the earth, rusted gold, untouched since the 1800s. A symbol, a lie, a memory. The door opened. Genesee stepped out, suit crisp, eyes hidden behind dark lenses, no jacket, just black sleeves rolled to the forearms, a scar visible on his wrist like a brand. He didn't look angry. He looked curious, like he'd come to watch someone try and fail. No one spoke. No one moved because the vote hadn't been called yet. And until it was, this was still his world. The sky over Promontory Summit was colorless, windless. Even the air held its breath. Jacob stood near the rusted golden spike, that old monument to union and division both, the one marker that every man and woman here had sworn themselves to, whether they admitted it or not. No speech, no theatrics. Just Jacob, calm, still. Genesee has lost his way. If he can touch Harry, Jack, then he can touch any of us. The words were simple, direct, and like a slow, they circled the golden spike. Roadmasters, 4 general managers, no one spoke, no one blinked. Jacob's eyes swept across the faces. Some he knew, some he didn't. Some, like Jeff and Bugs and Donovan, held quiet loyalty, others held cold judgment, and one face, Rayfield, held only stillness, like he had already made peace with what was about to happen. Jacob didn't deliver a monologue. He didn't preach. He simply said, if you feel how I feel about the way this company is going, if you've felt the shift in the wind, if you've watched what power does when left unchecked. A pause. He looked directly at Genesee, the man in the middle, at the center of the circle, the one who had never been surrounded before. Then stand with me and vote to remove this man. You think I didn't see this coming? You believe the replacement of Harry Morgan marching into this summit with blood in his teeth and purpose in his step was some kind of surprise? It wasn't. Jacob Ford was never meant to follow orders. He was meant to challenge them, to challenge me. That's the point. This is how I chose my replacement. Jacob's name was on a spike. I decided to ignore it. I pitted the best of us against each other because I needed to see what would survive. A broken man doesn't build a future, but a man who loses everything, who burns through blood, betrayal, and bullets, and still comes back to vote with conviction, that man can lead. Some of you think I lost control. No, I handed it over. It's my time. Jack Arndt was the past, just like me, a relic from the days when death was a contract and loyalty came pre-signed. But this business, this company, cannot survive nostalgia. It needs brutality tempered by clarity, precision, discipline. Harry saw it. That's why he chose Ford. I just needed to see if Ford could handle the fire. And now, here we are. So go on, cast your votes. Remove me, replace me. Just remember, when you walk out of this hall, it's not because I fell, it's because I let go. Legacy doesn't die, it chooses who gets to carry it next. For the company. For the company. The crowd murmured back. Jacob looked around, confused at a world he didn't fully understand yet. No one moved at first. They realized they are all expendable. Then Rayfield stepped forward. Then Robin. Then Lucien. Then Bugs, without hesitation. Then Jeff. Then a dozen roadmasters, one after another, peeling from the ring and stepping behind Jacob. Not all, but enough, more than enough. The circle didn't break. It turned, and now Genesee stood alone in the center. He looked at each of them, not surprised, not angry, just relieved, or maybe proud. It was hard to tell with Genesee. Then he smiled, a quiet, weary grin. Well, he said, I suppose that's that. He reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a long, narrow box, and set it at the base of the golden spike. What's my fate, Ford? The Genesee asked. Death? Take the mantle and serve the company? Jacob paused. He looked around the crowd of killers, of leathered hands and stronger wills. He didn't want the job, but he didn't want the same corruption in the company to continue either. He needed to break the mold. Jacob's eyes scanned the crowd. He finally met eyes with a man whose resolve was unshakable. A man who didn't co-sign anybody's bullshit. Hard worker. A killer. Jacob reached into the box and pulled out a 1827 conversion Navy pistol. He walked through the crowd of killers to a familiar face. Jacob looked down at the pistol one last time before he handed it to the man who would take the helm of the company. Donovan Rook. A ripple passed through the circle, some surprised, some relieved, some maybe disappointed. Genesee tilted his head slightly, almost amused, maybe even proud, just for a flicker. Another long pause between the thoughts of the most dangerous men and women in the world. Donovan turned his gaze to the Genesee, pulled the flint hammer back, and fired. The smoke from the flintlock drifted like incense in a church of outlaws. The body of the former Genesee, now just a man finally at rest, lay at the base of the golden spike. No one rushed forward, no one spoke. Jacob stood firm, the box still warm in his hands. His breath fogged slightly in the high desert air as he turned and walked through the circle. He stopped in front of Donovan Rook, who had holstered the pistol without ceremony. Rook held out the old revolver. "Your problem now," Jacob said, almost like a joke, but it wasn't. Donovan looked at the weapon like it was made of glass and fire. He didn't smile, didn't speak. He just reached out, took it, and nodded once, accepting his new fate. The circle around them shifted like tectonic plates settling into place. No applause, no speeches, just gravity. Donovan Rook, the man who never played sides, never asked for praise, who led men with conviction and steel, was now the seventh Genesee. Jacob took one step back. The circle closed. Roadmasters and GMs from across the country stared at Donovan as if seeing him for the first time. The eyes of killers, of men and women who had buried people in every corner of the country under ties and track and false names. And every one of them respected him, not out of fear, but because he never once asked them to respect him. He earned it. Donovan finally looked up and spoke for the first time as Genesee. "I don't give a shit about legacy," he said, "but I care about the work. If any of you came here thinking this would be business as usual, walk out now." No one moved. He scanned the circle slowly. "From this point on, the company is lean, clean, focused. No side deals, no politics, no poison in the system. You want a kingdom, go buy land. This is a network, and I will run it like a railroad should be run. Quiet, brutal, and always on time." He paused, then pointed the pistol toward the golden spike still planted in the earth. "And if I ever forget that, put one of these through my fucking head." A few grunts of approval, one low whistle, mostly silence, but it was the kind of silence that sealed agreements, the kind that didn't need ink or handshakes. It was done. Jacob turned and walked away, the smoke still lingering behind him. Somewhere deep in the back of the circle, a new name was already being etched into a spike. The tracks were clear, and the train had a new conductor. As the circle broke apart, the men and women who ran the darkest corners of the American railroad drifted back toward their vehicles. Some walked alone, others huddled in small knots. Low voices, long stares, and shoulder claps laced with calculation. The wind stirred dust over the spike like a shroud. Jacob stood still, letting it all pass by, his boots rooted in the sand, head bowed as if he were listening to the ground itself. A familiar voice cut through the stillness. "Good choice, kid." Jacob turned. Gary Smith stood behind him, hands in the pockets of a worn wool coat, collar turned up. Jacob smirked faintly. Gary shrugged. "I had to see it, had to see him fall." Jacob nodded. "I meant it, Gary. We need men like you. Utah's open now. Donovan's got a bigger chair. We could use your steadiness out here." Gary looked off toward the ridgeline where the sun had started to drop, bleeding gold across the desert. His thoughts stretched just long enough to give Jacob his answer before he said it. "I'm tired, Jacob. Not like Harry was. I mean deep tired. I've done the dark work, done it well, but I got a dog, a woman who still puts up with me, and a piece of land that overlooks nothing important, and I like it that way." Jacob's shoulders dropped slightly, disappointed but understanding. Then Gary stepped closer, pulled a small leather notebook from his coat, and tapped the cover. "But I've been watching a guy down in Ely, quiet, strong, signal crew chief. Doesn't drink, doesn't chase status, but he's sharp, and he works like someone who's always being watched, even when he isn't." Jacob raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Gary cracked the faintest smile. "I'll get you guys in contact soon enough, kid." Jacob nodded. Gary held out the notebook. "Everything you need's in there. Call him or don't, but he's the one I'd want watching my back if I had to do it all again." Jacob took the notebook, turning it over in his palm. "Appreciate it." Gary took a few steps back, then stopped. "I meant what I said. Good choice, kid, but don't forget, you're the one holding the matches now. Don't burn it down unless you're ready to rebuild it better." Then he walked away, coat flapping gently in the breeze, back toward whatever quiet life he'd earned. Jacob turned the notebook over again. The wind picked up. He looked to the horizon, and for the first time since Harry died, the future didn't feel like a storm. It felt like a track, straight, cold, and waiting. The sun was nearly down now, throwing long shadows across the desert floor. The last of the GMs and roadmasters pulled away in dust-slicked trucks and blacked-out SUVs, leaving Jacob and Donovan alone by the golden spike. Donovan stood tall, arms crossed, the box Jacob had handed him tucked under one arm. The flintlock had vanished back into the folds of his coat. Jacob extended a hand. Donovan looked at it for a second, then took it, firm, deliberate, but he didn't say thank you. "This isn't an honor," Donovan said. "It's a sacrifice. You give up your name, leave everything behind. There's no gravestone for Genesee, no family plot, only the weight of every name you ever etched into iron." Jacob nodded. "I know." Donovan held the shake just a beat longer, then let go. He adjusted the box under his arm and turned toward the black sedan waiting on the ridge, its engine already idling. "You made a good call. Don't expect any special treatment," Donovan said without looking back. "But just remember something, Ford." Jacob glanced up. "I'll be watching you." And with a faint, knowing smile, Donovan Rook, the 7th Genesee, walked into the fading light, headed east. Jacob stood alone beside the spike. The wind whispered across the summit, the weight of history now settled, the circle broken, the future uncertain. But for the first time it belonged to men who had earned it, and who knew the cost of keeping it. File, the Lyricon Group. Transcribed dictation, Genesee 7. They never tell you what the chair really costs. They tell you the rules, the legacy, the duties. They hand you the files, the folders, the names etched in cold steel. But they never tell you that once you become Genesee, the curtain doesn't lift. It drops, hard, and behind it is a war you didn't know you'd been fighting your whole life. Tonight I read more than a dozen sealed files, things I never knew, things nobody saw. I opened a drawer labeled Lyricon. At first I thought it was music, a supplier of clarinets, trumpets, instruments we'd shipped by rail to high schools, orchestras, parades. Seemed harmless enough. Then I opened the second file. Lyricon Group. Cover, musical instrument. Manufacturing, real business, cultural assassination. Overdoses, suicide, scandals, viral ruin. Cancel culture incarnate, symbol, a cracked vinyl record over a red smile. Los Angeles, California. Global presence confirmed: London, Paris, Sao Paulo, Seoul, Dubai. Leader Seth Lyon, former record exec turned public puppeteer. A master manipulator, a silencer by spotlight. One line in the file was underlined 3 times. They don't hide in the dark. They blind you with neon and let you burn. There's a list of confirmed operations they've run against us. 1974, Grand Central incident. Took out 2 East Roadmasters with planted heroin and a press leak. 1989, Branson collapse. Used a pop country scandal to cover 3 clean hits. 2021, Seattle Festival flooding. Our agent was drowned live on stream. Accidental equipment failure. I flipped to the last page. It wasn't a report. It was a letter, handwritten, dated 1999, from the 5th Genesee. If this file ever finds the light, it means we've lost containment. Keep it buried or be prepared to go loud. If you go loud, bring fire, not freight. I shut the file and stared at the seal burned into the leather of the desk, the Genesee crest, a spike. But across town, somewhere in a sound booth or a boardroom in L.A., someone's probably looking at their own symbol, a record cracked and bleeding, and smiling. They've been here longer than we have. The Lyricon Group predates the rail. They were performers, then prophets, then puppet masters. They ruled when stories were sung, and they adapted when stories became streamed. They are ego, we are structure. They are chaos, we are permanence. And the war between us never really ended. We just got comfortable. Not anymore. I've already ordered surveillance on all Lyricon warehouse facilities west of the Mississippi. I've reassigned 4 roadmasters to underground intel-only ops, and I've moved my own office to a mobile unit. I won't be sitting still while this thing breathes. No wonder the Genesee was eager to retire. I don't want a new war. Baby Grand. Peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to cope with it. Mahatma Gandhi. Winnemucca was always quiet in the way deserts tend to be, loud with wind, silent with meaning. Jacob pulled into the rail yard just after dawn, coffee lukewarm in his thermos, the truck humming like it knew the way on its own. This wasn't an urgent job, just a follow-up inspection, routine. But Jacob didn't skip the routine anymore. Harry had drilled it into him. You got to do the fucking job, kid, no matter what's happening in your life. He set out on foot with a fresh notebook and a box of new chalk. 10 miles of walking track used to sound like punishment. Now it felt like meditation. The clack of boots on ballast, the distant whistle of freight rolling through. This was a language he understood better than most. Somewhere around mile marker 348, he paused to jot something down about a warped tie plate. Then he stood in the sun for a while and just let his thoughts unspool. He thought of Harry. The man had taught him everything: how to kill, how to survive, how to lay tracks straight enough to hide a body beneath it and never leave a trace. But Harry was gone now, dead by the hands of a man Jacob once shook hands with. And now Jacob was something Harry never got to be. Free of the job, free of the war, free maybe to become someone better. He didn't feel like a killer anymore. He felt like a man who had survived something ancient and ugly, a man made new by blood and consequence. By the time he reached the crossing near the edge of the switchyard, the heat was starting to rise off the rails in waves. Signal maintainers were working the intersection. Orange vests, tan hard hats, the sound of wrenching steel and electric hums. As he got closer, he noticed one of the men kept glancing up, familiar in a distant kind of way. The face was older, weathered, sun-baked. He recognized the face from the file Gary gave him. But the posture, the way the man held himself like he was always ready to run, Jacob knew it. He stopped a few feet from the box and removed his sunglasses. "Zach?" The man turned. His eyes widened in disbelief before settling into a cautious grin. "Jacob fucking Ford," he said. "No way." Zach looked older than Jacob remembered, but still carried that thin, wiry edge, the kind of kid who was fast on his feet and quicker with a lie. They used to call him Spook back in the day. Jacob had used him on jobs that required speed and discretion. B&E work, quick grab-and-go cons. Back in 2014, they pulled a job that went sideways. Zach took the heat, did 3 years in Carson, no name spoken. Jacob had never been able to repay him until now. "I thought you disappeared," Zach said, wiping his hands on a rag. "I did," Jacob replied. "Had to." They stood there for a moment, the buzz of tools filling the gap between words. "I owe you," Jacob finally said. "Always have." Zach shrugged like it didn't matter. "You made it out. That's what counts." Jacob looked him in the eye. "I want to bring you back in, not the old way, something bigger, cleaner." Zach raised an eyebrow. "Like what?" "You ever been to Utah?" Zach snorted. "You trying to send me to church?" Jacob cracked a grin. "There's a position open, a good one, full time. You'd be protected, paid, no more BS, just real work and maybe something more." Zach didn't answer right away. He looked out over the tracks like they were offering him a horizon he hadn't considered in years. "You serious?" "Dead serious," Jacob said. Zach looked down at his hands, grease-stained, calloused, shaking slightly. "I'll think about it." Jacob nodded. That was enough. He continued walking down the line, but something felt lighter now, like maybe not all debts had to be paid in blood. Maybe some could be repaid with second chances, and Jacob Ford was finally in a position to give one. Jacob rolled into Reno just after dusk. The sky was soft with gold and lavender, the kind of color you only get after long weather and longer miles. His work truck hummed through the familiar streets, past shuttered tattoo shops and bars he used to close down with his old crew. The neon blinked in familiar rhythms, and for the first time in years, Jacob didn't feel like he was returning from something. He felt like he was home. As he passed by a row of houses on the east end, a few men on porches raised their beers. At the Washoe Tavern, a biker outside flicked his cigarette and nodded. Silent salutes, wordless respect. Nobody said it out loud, but the message was clear. Before Jacob made it home, he had to make a few stops. He pulled his truck up in front of the Sons of Silence clubhouse just after dusk. The bikes out front were the same, but the silence behind the walls was heavier, quieter than it used to be. Some of the men who'd gone to war with him in Hudson, New York, wouldn't be coming back through that door. He grabbed the duffel bag from the passenger seat. Not marked. No note. Just a gesture. Inside, he found Cutter, the chapter president, sitting at the bar nursing a bottle of Jack like it owed him rent. Cutter didn't say anything when he saw Jacob, just nodded once. Like that was enough. Jacob set the duffel on the bar with a thud. Cutter didn't unzip it. He picked it up and weighed the bag with memory. "Can't repay what's gone," Jacob said, his voice like gravel. "But maybe this keeps the lights on. Maybe get some new wheels." Cutter looked at him, said nothing. Then he raised his glass and poured some of it on the floor. "For Javi, for the boys." Jacob nodded once and left. The next stop was quieter. Tucked away behind a wrought iron gate on the edge of town, the Romani house looked like it hadn't changed in 50 years. Still had the same green porch light, same cracked steps. He walked the duffel bag up the path like it weighed more than just money. The door creaked open before he knocked. An old Romani woman stood there, eyes clouded but far from blind. She looked at Jacob like she already knew why he was there. He didn't speak, just held the duffel out. She took it without thanks, then grabbed his hand with a grip that surprised him. She pulled it palm up and stared deep into the lines like they were war maps. Her voice was low, accented, ancient. "Be careful." Jacob didn't ask what she meant. Last stop. He parked 2 houses down and walked the bag to the front door himself. It was a small one-story on the corner of Quincy Street. Yellow curtains in the windows, a tricycle in the yard. The door opened before he could knock. Javi's widow stood there holding their son. He didn't say anything. Her eyes were tired. Jacob stood on the porch with the bag in hand and all the guilt in his chest. "I can't fix it," he said softly, "but maybe this helps." She took the duffel without looking inside, set it beside the door, stepped forward, and hugged him. Not long, not dramatic, just enough to tell him, "I know." Jacob stepped back. The little boy looked up at him, then down at the floor, not really understanding who this man was or what he meant. But maybe one day he would. Jacob nodded once, turned, and left. Beth was already outside with the kids. When Jacob turned up his street, Cash, Jude, and Layla ran like wild things across the driveway, nearly tackling him before he could take off his helmet. Their small arms wrapped around his legs and chest. Cash squeezed the tightest. Jude pounded him on the back like a brother in arms. Layla kissed his cheek. Beth waited with a smile that held something mischievous. "You're late," she said. "I had dinner waiting." Jacob kissed her gently, eyes closing for just a second. "I brought the desert dust," he whispered. "Sorry about the upholstery." She laughed, wiped something from his cheek. "Come inside. The kids have a surprise for you." Jacob gave a look, just a raised brow. But before he could ask, 3 little pairs of hands covered his eyes. "No peeking," Jude shouted. "You'll ruin it," Layla scolded. Beth guided him gently by the arm as the kids giggled and directed him into the living room. "All right," Cash said. "Now." Jacob opened his eyes. A brand-new baby grand piano sat near the bay window, black as night and gleaming like oil on water. The lid was open. A matching bench sat beside it. The house, for once, was quiet. "I know we've talked about it forever," Beth said. "I figured we could finally afford it." Jacob didn't say anything at first, just walked to it, ran his fingers across the smooth finish. "I'd love it if you played again," she added, quieter now. "Your dad would be happy too. Maybe it's time you taught the kids." He sat. The bench creaked under his weight like it knew this was important. His fingers hovered. Then, music. A low, gravel-thick, bluesy tune rolled through the house, notes like old train wheels groaning on a midnight bend. Jacob didn't look at the keys. He just played. And the song filled the corners of their home with warmth, the kind that doesn't come from fire. Beth sat on the couch. Layla crawled into her lap. Jude leaned on the wall, arms crossed, watching his father with new eyes. Cash stared at the keys as if they were a map to someplace deeper. For a long moment, there was only music. The last note hung in the air too long, almost suspiciously long. Beth noticed. "Something wrong?" Jacob smiled softly. "Just thinking," he said. "About what?" Jacob's eyes drifted back to the keys. "About teaching the kids to play." And from somewhere beneath the melody under the calm, a single high-pitched note of tension vibrated, barely audible, but present, because in this life peace isn't forever. It's just the break between storms. On top of the piano, almost too subtle to see, was a small yellow receipt. The perforated edge told him it was real, old school, carbon copy style. He lifted it slowly, brows knitting. Company name, Lyricons, Los Angeles.
For Hank. Afterward, writing the Railrunner came naturally to me because much of the story is rooted in truth. Harry, for example, is loosely based on Hank, his stoicism, his presence, but without the violence. When my wife, Beth, first told me that Hank was retiring and might be interested in training me to take over, my first question was simple. What exactly does Hank do? That question quickly became a running joke in our family because, as it turns out, no one really knew. When I eventually took over, my friends and family shared the same sentiment. I was always on the road, working in a different city each day, staying in a different hotel each night. The joke shifted to, you don't work on the railroad, you're a hitman. Combine that with the long, lonely hours of walking the track and the quiet nights spent in anonymous hotel rooms, and you get the Railrunner. Hank trained me for about a month when I took over as general manager. We spent that month together, visiting 20 different railroads. Hank kept things simple. If it looks fucked up, it's probably fucked up. Those words still ring in my ears every day as I bid jobs and estimate costs. During those long drives between cities, Hank's favorite pastime was listening to crime novels on CD. To be honest, I never enjoyed them, but that was his last month doing the job he devoted his life to. So I learned to tolerate the crime novels, because this time with Hank was more than just training. It was about learning the road, about learning character. Hank didn't say 10 words when 3 would suffice, but by the end of that month, a man I had never met became my friend. Before taking on the GM role, I never had a real career. My previous jobs around Reno never gave me much direction. But as the GM, I started estimating, bidding, and managing scheduling. It became a job I took great pride in, though it meant plenty of lonely, solitary hours walking the tracks and nights in hotels that weren't home. To keep myself from going stir-crazy during those long walks, I began writing the story you're holding. I incorporated the world my friends thought I was part of into the world I was living. It started small, just little snippets in the Notes app on my phone. Some dictated while walking the tracks, others crafted in the quiet of a hotel room. Over time, this story became my escape. The more I thought about my life, the more I understood why my friends and family found my job so strange. For one, I've never met the owner of the company. I receive a new company car every few years, and I pick it up at a local dealership, the license plates always from Ohio. Writing this book was my lifeline. On some of those long, quiet nights, it kept me from going mad with isolation. It gave me something to look forward to when I returned to the empty hotel room, missing my family. Most of the characters in the story are based on real people I've met along the way. Brandon Arnett of Nevada Track, a great friend of mine, and his late father Jack, who worked alongside Hank for years, are two of those inspirations. Genesee, too, is loosely based on my boss, Robin, someone who knows more about the railroad than anyone I've ever met. She's a woman in a male-dominated industry, and while we've never met in person, she's been a mentor and a friend. Robin, if you're reading this, thank you, and thank you to Kathy, Keith, and Nancy for everything you've done for me and my family. As for motorcycle club life, it's real. I'm still the president of the Back from Hell Motorcycle Club in Reno. Motorcycles have been a part of my life for years, and once I gained more financial stability in my role, I was able to buy a 2024 Lowrider S. To my parents, Dan and Tammy, thank you for letting me make my own mistakes. I had to learn the hard way, but it's just how I work. I love you both, and thank you for everything you've done for our family. Also, thank you for never letting me quit playing the piano. To Hank's granddaughter, my beautiful wife Beth, thank you for everything. I know it's not easy with me gone so often, and I'm constantly in awe of how you handle raising our 3 kids on your own. It's no small task, and I strive to be half the parent you are every single day. I love you. If you're reading this, I hope you find something in it that resonates. Some days, writing this story was the only thing that kept me from losing myself in the monotony of walking the endless railroad tracks through the deserts. It gave me a purpose, a reason to keep going, especially when I returned to the quiet, lonely hotel rooms, missing my family more than words could capture. I'm not sure if I'll write another book, but I thoroughly enjoyed writing this one. The world building was my favorite part. I've come to enjoy listening to crime novels on tape now, and no matter what happens, I'll never stop running track. Jacob Green, Western General Manager,